This moment here.
We are now talking now, so you should be able to hear.
Hello and welcome to Drucker Forum TV. My name is Daniel Cronin and I'm going to be your friendly host for today, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting you. Well, what is Drucker Forum TV, you might ask? Yeah, you see, we thought you might be asking yourself that, and to be honest, it's a bit of an experiment. It's the first time we're broadcasting live from the Global Peter Drucker Forum, which is obviously an annual management conference, but obviously you know that because that's why you're in the stream today. And it's obviously held in Vienna. Now, this year, it's from the Hilton Hotel, which is the center of the city, and our studio is located right in the middle of that. Now, the aim of Drucker Forum today, and specifically of Drucker Forum TV, and my aim, is to open a window into the conference for you, to give you an idea what's happening, and of course, what's happening in the Drucker Forum and around the Drucker Forum. Who's attending, who's speaking, who said what, what's the latest news and what's the latest buzz, what are the topics discussed, and so on. So we'll always have the most important parts, interview guests, and impressions collected throughout the day. Now, obviously, before I'm going to go into any more details what's going to happen today, we have a little preview prepared for you that you get an idea what's been going on. Now, we're going to start with that and have a little bit of a look back. Obviously, this isn't the first day of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, so therefore we have quite some things to cover. It started on Wednesday with the digital event on Zoom, and yesterday we saw the opening of the actual in-person conference. We've collected some impressions from the various phases of this year's Drucker Forum, and we're going to show them to you now.
Without any further ado, looking really forward to the conversation we will have.
danced, which is the first time I heard about it in Peter Drucker Forum. So I'm happy we innovated.
Some of our best known companies, but there's the vast majority that haven't even begun the journey.
The session is called the AI Operation.
Our professor who essentially birthed the whole
This platform's going to collapse on us and we're all going to die. Feeds the fear. You ought to be afraid. You ought to move forward. Come on.
It showed me how important it is to recognize that we all have very different reactions and we shouldn't quickly judge the other person's impressions.
Someone who worked for a large pharmaceutical company, and it said this is a great company apart from the assholes who run it.
So with this we say thank you so much for being with us today. See you tomorrow, see you on Friday, see you soon. Please feel free to unmute and say goodbye. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure, it's a joy, I should rather say, to see you all here. When we decided for the date of this year's forum, we didn't exactly know that we are choosing the most difficult week, and a week where we would get even a surprise in terms of short-term changes of the regulations. But I think I can tell you from our side we were committed to do something which we still believed was safe, and I'm very happy that you, those who are really present, have seen it in a similar way. So in this sense, let me move to a more content-related point. We had from the beginning, as those who follow the forum know, we had this theme, the human imperative. The human imperative, navigating uncertainty in the digital age. And as it happened, I heard already once when I was in a Smart Cities Council meeting in Vienna, I heard about digital humanism. It was presented. I haven't heard about it, was a bit skeptical, and then somebody called me earlier this year, a friend, and said, there's a real interest in the government, there's an interest in the city of Vienna, and there's an interest in the government on this subject. And so we invited the foreign minister at the time, Alexander Schallenberg, because he was involved in the so-called Poysdorf Declaration, and he was committed to come. But there were some changes in the government, as you know, in the meantime, so he will not come, but the subject remains very important. Digital humanism. And since Chancellor Schallenberg, now Chancellor Schallenberg will not be here, there is a greeting from the Minister Margarete Schramberg, which I will play now for you. You will see the video, a short greeting.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Peter Drucker Forum. It's about putting human beings into the center of all developments, especially into the center of digital developments. Digital innovation is key. It's all about people, putting people into the center and making their lives easier and healthier. Today, we have all the possibilities. We have technologies that are helping us and enabling, like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, Industrial 5.0. We do have also the knowledge that data is important. Data is the oil of this century, and it is about how we are using this data. So is it good not to use data? I would say no. It is important that we are using data, but at the same time that we are careful about the personal protection of people owning this data. Data is important for developments in the healthcare sector. And once, just recently, somebody asked me the question, is it ethical not to use data? And I would say it's all about the fact how we use it. Putting the human into the center of all developments is key for us all. I wish you an exciting forum, a lot of new insights, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Thank you. So in this sense, I think the overall theme is given. We have, in some way, we have taken sides. We are very much for the digital development, but we see the clear priority on the human side. And that's the big challenge, I think, of the coming years and maybe of the coming decades. So in this sense, this conference should contribute to have this debate, to have an open discussion on it. And we are particularly happy that Austria, the Austrian government has an interest, and the city of Vienna has a declared interest and in a way skin in the game in this subject. So I think we are in the right place in the perfect place to have this type of discussion. In this sense, I wish you an interesting and engaging conference, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you.
That was Richard Straub, who obviously, together with his wife Ilse, founded the Drucker Forum, the Global Peter Drucker Forum, and that was part of his opening speech at the forum yesterday. Now, throughout the day, we're going to be conducting interviews here with various of the speakers who are talking at today's conference. So have a look at the schedule, you'll see who will be there, and all of these interviews are going to be live. However, we have conducted one interview that was held actually before today, and that was held by Eduardo Braun, who sat down together with the philosopher and theologian Peter Kirchschläger. So let's have a look and listen into the interview.
Hello, welcome everybody to this conversation at the Drucker Forum TV. Conversation with Peter Kirchschläger, who is the Professor of Theological Ethics from the University of Lucerne and the Director of the Institute of Ethics, ISE.
Exactly.
Very welcome, Peter.
Well,
nice to be with you.
Well, thank you for having me.
We had a very, I don't know, a very moved and even chaotic session discussing about ethics. What were the main takeaways you had from that session?
Well, I think there are different actors who have a responsibility from an ethical point of view. You can do something on the individual level, so as a political citizen with possibilities in democratic opinion-forming decision-making processes. As a consumer, what kind of products do you buy? Do you buy products which are produced in a human rights violating way or not? As an employee, which company are you working for? What kind of input do you give to the company? But then you go on the organizational level and you find also companies can contribute to an ethically sound future in the area of digital transformation. And then of course also states and the international community have to play a role in order to get things which actually at the moment go wrong to be driven into the right direction, but also to identify ethical opportunities and then further and foster them to be realized.
So many different opportunities there, but tell me a little bit how you started. How you started into this very rare field, I would say.
No, I would agree with you. I mean, it was passion. It's just I love just to think about philosophical and theological questions. And you are right, if you plan your career, you probably wouldn't start with studying theology and philosophy if you want to be successful from an economic point of view. But you know, I think passion then can drive you and maybe helps you maybe to do things good. And then within philosophy and theology, I found ethics the most interesting field. And then I was thinking that digital transformation and database systems are of highest societal relevance. And therefore I focus in my research on this thematic field.
One of the things I took away was questioning whether the brain is a machine or not. And I have my doubts. And I know that when knowledge moves into knowing more things before that we thought were magic or God now appear to you understand how it works. And is teaching us enormously how the brain works. And neuroscience and even psychology are teaching us that we are not as free as we thought we were. We have many conditionings. I think the whole system of law and responsibility and freedom are put into question. What do you think?
I would say at least we need to take that into consideration. And I think a lot of things which we can, thanks to neurosciences, we can explain how humans think. I wouldn't go so far, you know, as an ethicist to say, well, we can explain everything, and everything is just biochemical processes which lead then to certain predictable decisions and actions, because that's not really what humans do. You know, if that would be the case, then we would just follow our lust, we would follow our interests, we would follow our preferences. But in reality, humans are able to often do what they actually don't want to do. So, and that's probably what human freedom is about, that we are free to do what we want to do, which is obvious, but then also freedom is also to do what we don't want to do, but we still do it because we feel a responsibility maybe towards other humans, to the nature. So we do things which are against our lust, against our interests, against our preferences, but we still do them because we, and that's kind of the social horizon arising then from freedom, we have realized that we are responsible to other humans, maybe also to respect the freedom of all other humans, and also the respect for our planet.
With this challenge of freedom, it was also said that democracy is a product of the way we choose to live in society, where everyone is free to do certain things as long as we don't impact others, and that's how we have the human rights. That's really a huge step forward in saying, well, we all have the rights to live this way. And we also commented that technologies, every new technology brings an ethical dilemma. If you start with guns, you know, who can carry a gun? What for? In what context? Can you go in a plane with a gun, etc.? But even technologies like a car, at the beginning was, who can drive a car? Where can we drive a car? And now we say, okay, well, you need a driver's license. So we ask the questions and we all together find our answers. Some of the answers are individually. Amish people say, I don't drive a car, I drive a horse. But sometimes society says, no one can drive a car, or no one can, for example, with atomic energy, can do whatever they want with atomic energy. So we find on the other extreme, not an individual choice, but I would say a planetary, a global society choice of how we are going to do with atomic energy, for example. In what spectrum are with digitalization? Because today we all can have this device and there's no driver's license for this device. And it can be very dangerous.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the reality, the issue is that we have a lot of human rights violations occurring in the field of digital transformation in the use of database systems. And that's the reason why I would call for human rights-based database systems, where you make sure that in the development, in the design, in the production, in the use of database systems, but also in the decision if you may not want to use that technological possible thing, human rights should be the point of reference in order to make these decisions. Because ethics can be very complex, as you were describing beforehand. We have situations where we have the so-called dual use problem. So you have a machine, you can use it for something good from an ethical point of view, but you use the same machine for something ethically bad. Think about drones. You can use drones to bring goods which are necessary for survival into areas where people are not reachable. And then you can use the same drones for killing people, targeted killing. So we have that dual use issue. We have also the ambivalence. What does this mean? This means that you have certain machines with positive impact, but on the way there, you have also negative side effects. And they need to be taken into consideration as well in ethical assessment. Now, looking at the situation right now, at the reality in digital transformation database systems, I would ask for human rights-based database systems, and in addition, we need an international agency who takes care of monitoring what's happening in that field, and also making sure that we really are fostering the ethical opportunities, but that we as humanity also are avoiding the ethical risk.
Before going to such an international agency, we could think of, and I think it was proposed in your panel, to have something like a label, a certified label. You know, you can have a fair trade clothes or a given healthy food sticker. Could we have such a thing? And that's voluntary. That's society that pushes people in their values, because it's very tough to make your own values mandatory. So we have to make sure that if we make it mandatory, it's according to everyone's value, or most of the people's values. Yeah. So do you think it could work to have a certified technology, digital technology?
Yeah, I would see the potential in this, and I think it's important to be very precise in what you can reach with such a standard. I think you can reach a lot on an individual level. You can reach a lot on an organizational level, so organizations deciding to get that standard or to follow that standard and then get that label. But already on the organizational level, and also with an impact on the individual level, we can see situations where we need something more legally binding. And I mean, for example, in the field of nuclear research, we wouldn't trust a standard or a label to make sure that no one throws the atomic bomb. So there's a reason why you would put that job into hands which have more legal enforcement at their display.
Well, you would have to prove me that they are as lethal as the atomic bombs. What would be your argument?
Well, my argument would be that I'm not really alone in saying that if we look at the negative potential, of course, focusing also on the positive potential, but if you look also on the negative potential of database systems of digital transformation, it can be lethal for humans and definitely can destroy our planet. And therefore, I would call for an International Database Systems Agency, DSA, at the UN, which makes sure that we're doing the right things in order to guarantee all humans a life with dignity, and that we are making sure that the planet will be surviving in a sustainable way. Questions which are of such fundamental importance that we shouldn't leave them to voluntary engagement by some individuals and others maybe, or some companies or some actors, and others don't really care about.
But you spent a lot of time on the benefits, and we all want those benefits, but you went quickly through it can be lethal to individuals and to the planet. Double click on that. What would be the one negative consequence on individual and one negative consequence on the planet that you think is good enough reason to go for an international agency?
Well, you probably observed this, and you're absolutely right in observing it, and that has probably to do with my more optimistic character. But looking at the negative side, I think why could this be so lethal that we need to have that international agency? If you think about fully automated weapon systems, for example, it is easy to see that if they are used, that can be extremely problematic for humans. So already that is, I think, an example enough to call for such an agency as one example of that side.
And for the planet?
Well, for the planet, I mean, look, and that's something, a truth which usually people don't like to hear so much. But if you look at the CO2 emissions from the ICT sector, the ICT sector is one of the only sectors which was not able to reduce its CO2 emissions. No, rather it was growing by 7 to 9% in the last years. So while other sectors were able to reduce the CO2 emissions, in the ICT sector we have still a growth. Well, that has to do with the growing importance of ICT technologies, and it's explainable, but still it is an urgent issue we need to address. And I'm not sure if we do that on a company level, I'm not sure if we do that on a nation state level, that really getting the problem resolved, and because it is a global issue and therefore we need a global solution to that.
You mentioned several times the two different levels we have, you know, the individual level, maybe the organization, company level, and country and global level. At the individual level, for any of the people that are watching us, what would you recommend them to do first?
Well, I think that I would put priority in what are you buying, what are you using, which is database systems based. So what actually are your choices as a consumer, combined with what are your choices as a citizen of a political system? What kind of innovation incentives are you favoring? What are you supporting in that regard? And there we can already make huge changes.
Let's again double click, because every time I go into a new website, they ask, do you agree with the cookies? And I want that information. I agree with the cookies. And, or they give you, you know, I might say I don't agree with Facebook, but then I'm a sort of a digital orphan, you know. It's tough.
No, absolutely. And the reason why I was laughing is because there's such good examples for that we should have individuals taking responsibility in their consumption, in their political participation. But we have also to be clear on the fact that this responsibility is also limited, in a sense that this responsibility is part of the solution to a huge challenge, but there need to be other actors in place which take their part of responsibility as well, and thus they have more power. So for example, how do I organize cookies? For example, is a decision made by companies. If they don't make the decision right, states should come into the play and make sure that our human right to privacy and our human right to data protection is in place, is guaranteed, because you cannot expect from someone to read all these terms of conditions, because he would spend years to read them. So it's not realistic to expect that from the individual. Therefore, organizations need to step in, and if they're not respecting then the human rights of privacy and to data protection, then states need to come into place and the international community to organize that differently in order not to overburden individuals with that responsibility.
I'm laughing, now it's my turn, because I'm thinking of a sort of a litmus paper test, the acid test. Are you on Facebook, LinkedIn?
No. I'm not on Facebook.
Okay.
For good reasons. For good reasons.
You walk the talk.
And I never have been, because I understood quite from the beginning, right from the beginning, that in the core business model of Facebook, you have human rights violations. So in that case, as an example, you can see that the problem is often not kind of negative side effect of something they're doing good, but the problem is really the core business model violating human right to privacy and human right to data protection. I'm on LinkedIn though, I have to admit.
Okay, good.
So I'm not like, as an ethicist, just because you have, give ethical arguments or ethical reasons for a position doesn't mean that you are really perfect in how you behave.
We're like consultants. We tell you what to do.
No, I mean, you try to
be consistent.
You try to be consistent, but we are also humans. So.
But again, going to the individual level, first, I think we all have the responsibility to better understand the issues and the dangers. So there, reading a little bit is mandatory. But then, as you say, let us give voice to those at a more international level, organization, NGOs, maybe even fund your research projects, but really trying to fund and give voice to people that believe what we believe. That would be a next step. And eventually put the conversation on the table, put the fish on the table, and ask your politicians to talk about it and to decide accordingly.
Yeah, and I think what is fascinating about the human rights-based database systems is that it's really a minimum standard which is required. Too much from companies. It's not expecting too much from them. It's just a very minimum standard which is enabling humans to basically to survive and to live a life with human dignity. So it's not expecting a higher ethos from them. It's not overburden them with ethical expectations. It's really basic what needs to be done in the right way.
You talk about human dignity. Can you define it for us in a very plain, explain it to your 12-year-old kid sort of thing?
Well, besides that, there's a huge academic discourse on what human dignity is about. I mean, I think what can be helpful is the definition that it's actually what humans allows to be humans. So it's really about what makes humans humans. And I think for kids would be helpful to make the distinction between humans and material objects. If I take a pen and throw it on the ground, on the floor, it's not of ethical relevance. Maybe if the pen breaks, then you can say, well, it's ecologically problematic because some resources are thrown away. If I take a cat and you throw the cat on the floor, that's already that's ethically relevant because we know that the cat can be hurt by that. If I take a baby, a human baby, and would throw it on the floor, of course that would create ethically sound outcry. So what I'm trying to show here is the difference between humans and material objects, which is helpful in understanding what human dignity is about.
Once you make that definition, you also used again the word ethics very much. What is ethic? Is it just choosing between or saying what's right and wrong?
Well, ethics is the academic discipline, which is the science, which is looking at questions: what is ethically right, what is ethically wrong, what is good, what is bad. And we try to do that in a rationally convincing, plausible way. Okay. And we try to give orientation in ethical difficult questions. And there I think it's interesting to see, and I understand the relation between technology and ethics as an interaction. It's interesting that ethics is learning from technology, but technology should also be informed by ethics, and it goes back and forth. And that's actually what is helping us then to probably make the world better if we have that interaction going right from the beginning from a venture, and not just as an afterthought, well, everything is done, now we have the ethics people looking at it. Yes. But that's basically you throwing out of the window some resources and talent, which is not the way it should be done.
In a book that's called Ética for Amador, Fernando Sabater starts by explaining, well, beautiful. Ethics, what's good or bad, it's like if you chew nuts and bolts, that's not good. And that's very clear when talking about digital Facebooks is tougher. So we need to reflect and we need to go over it. And what do we do then? What do we do then with this ethical thinking?
Well, I think if we have a clear idea about the ethical opportunities, and that if we have a clear idea about what are the ethical challenges, what are the ethical risks, then we can try to do everything we can in our innovation processes to make the ethical opportunities happen, to focus on them. So I call for a precise identification of what is ethically problematic and what is ethically positive, in order that we can focus on realizing the ethically positive and, well, avoiding the ethically negative. And there, I mean, human rights is kind of a minimum standard who can give us a certain kind of ethical orientation in these difficult decisions.
Juan Enriquez, who was also here yesterday, says that technology affects ethics. And he puts as an example, for 5,000, 10,000 years, civilizations had slavery because working for your energy was very hard, so having an extra body and arms was very valuable. When we had the Industrial Revolution, all of a sudden, tractors and machines were able to multiply that efficiency by 100 for your own work, so you better had a consumer than another pair of hands. I don't know if there is that's a correlation at least, is not.
Well,
but
yeah, and I think there's, I mean there are some right aspects in there, but there are also some ethically problematic aspects in there. I think what he's right about is that technological progress is changing ethics in a way that things which are not a question today will be a question tomorrow, thanks to technology-based innovation. So we have to deal with questions which maybe 50 years ago weren't even a question in ethics. So that's the fascinating dynamic where I agree with Juan. Where I'm disagreeing is that it is not like just because we found out that we can use machines for certain kind of tasks, we got rid of slavery. Already in times of slavery, even in the antique times, people saw this injustice. They were confronted by these realities of of injustice. And they were based on that, or reacting on that, they were fighting slavery. They were developing ideas against that unjust reality. For example, ideas that all humans are equal. So that's something which actually informed the genesis, the development of human rights, that people all over the planet, in different cultures, in different religions, in different worldview communities, in different philosophy schools, started to think ideas like equality of all humans, like human rights similar or human rights ideas. And we often have kind of this tendency to limit that to a certain area geographically, but also temporal. That's just wrong looking at the evidence, because we have evidence for texts, like written ideas of people from different corners of the world centuries ago, 1,000 years ago, thinking ideas similar to human rights, or trying to protect the equality of humans.
Well, we can finish with that note, turning your comments into a recommendation, thanks to the fact that the conversations we have help evolve the ethics we live. And then you give researchers like Peter, food for thought. But we are all part of the ethics conversation. And therefore, you have a part of informing yourself, reflecting, and acting, not only at the individual level, but at the organization and society level. So with that, Peter, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll continue with Drucker Forum TV.
The conversations we have form the ethics we live. What a beautiful way of putting it into context. Thank you very much, Peter Kirchschläger, who was obviously in conversation with Eduardo Brown. Now, we'll have these interviews throughout the day, but we'll have another recurring element, and that's actually something quite interesting from the Drucker Forum TV today, and that's short interviews and statements from our red carpet, which is happening kind of like down here. Like I'm on the first floor, so one floor down, that's where all the action is happening. And again, we'll see Eduardo Brown, who we've just met, but this time accompanied by our very own Katharina Moser. And the two of them are going to tell you now in their own words what they will be up to roving around in our conference. Let's have a look how they actually put this in better words than I have.
Hello and welcome to the Drucker Forum TV Red Carpet. My name is Katharina Moser.
And my name is Eduardo Brown.
We are going to be your interviewers who are going to give you some live snippets of what's happening at the 13th Global Peter Drucker Forum.
We're here in Vienna, the city where Peter Drucker was born, and which is going to be the real host of this event.
Exactly. So we are actually here in the second part of the event because there was already a digital part that was happening on the 10th and the 17th of November. Eduardo, do we want to look back just briefly and give our viewers an idea of what happened in the past days?
Sure. We had amazing workshops on the 10th, and we had a digital forum yesterday on the human imperative, navigating uncertainty in the digital age. And there we looked at how uncertainty is bringing us new things, is bringing scientific research, scientific advantages in artificial intelligence, and that is posing new challenges to all of us. Additionally, we saw how companies are shifting from a Taylorian point of view of just organization into people-centered management. Not only inside the company, but people-centered as customers and as the impact and purpose of what organizations are trying to do. So it was really, really good in terms of finding the human imperative.
I think so too, and we had our international community with us. We had people who actually got up at 2:30 in the morning just to be part of the digital event and who stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning to continue with us till the end. It was 15 hours with, I think, 26 sessions and speakers from all over the world. So I think we had quite a good start with the digital day yesterday.
Absolutely. We had people from Japan, from China, sponsors, Huawei. We had from Fujitsu, we had from the Higher Group. So really, really interesting experiences to share with all the audiences. Some of those tips we'll be sharing throughout the Drucker Forum TV Day.
So, and now we are actually here and we are already getting a bit nervous because we are awaiting the arrival of our in-person guests. And of course, that's even more special to be going back to this in-person part. So we're going to continue to talk about the human imperative today.
Absolutely, and I've seen some of the people already walking in. Helga Novotny, the founder and former president of the European Research Council.
I think Kevin Nolan is going to join us.
Maurice Levy, the president of the Publicis Group.
We're also going to have people with us in this hybrid setting who are going to join us online, like Julian Niederrümelin.
And we have here, I've been with her yesterday, Patricia Pomies, the chief operating officer of Globant, a company that went in the last year from 10,000 to 20,000 employees. That's growth.
So we've done our name dropping here, and we're quite curious to see all these people with us here today in Vienna. So what else is going to happen here? We are going to have the Drucker Challenge Award that I'm looking forward to specifically. It's been an essay competition that's been going on for quite some years, with every year hundreds of people who are sending in their essays, where they're trying to basically take on the ideas of Peter Drucker and put them in real life and see what we can do with them today.
That is really spreading the word of Peter Drucker's ideas among the youth, among the new generation. So we're really looking forward to that.
What else is going to happen? We're going to have a lot of networking opportunities,
Yes.
which is, of course, one of the core elements when we get back together in real life here. So we're going to have a networking dinner tonight. We're going to have fireside chats, which is also another opportunity to get in contact with our speakers in a more intimate format. And tomorrow we're even going to have an unconference. So that means our participants can come up with their own topics that they would like to discuss with the community here.
I'm really excited. I can't wait.
Nor can I. So we are going to make sure that we're going to keep you updated with those red carpet bits, where we're going to invite you live to come with us, get a feeling, get a sense, get the goosebumps that we are experiencing here.
Absolutely. All the backstage people, we're going to bring them to you.
We're very much looking forward to see you here at the red carpet.
See you.
And thank you very much, Eduardo and Katharina. Very much looking forward to seeing you throughout the day. Now, obviously, they'll be grabbing a lot of people today, but they also got someone yesterday, and that person is none other than Maud Bailey, who's the Southern European CEO of Accor. Let's have a look what she had to say at the red carpet.
Hello, we are here with Maud
Hi.
from Accor, CEO of the Southern Cone.
Yeah.
How was the event for you today?
Fantastic. Fun, sharing lots of powerful insight with my peers. And we danced, which is the first time I heard about it in Peter Drucker Forum. So I'm happy we innovated.
Absolutely, it was really fun. What did you take away from your panel? What new thing you discovered by hearing others?
It was more on confirmation. We all learned a lot from this crisis. And the real duty not to forget. And to make sure we capitalize on these learnings. To make sure we don't go back to the way we were working before. So learnings, key takeaways, making sure we don't fall into the risk of amnesia. And I learn a lot listening from my peers. I mean, it's fantastic to attend Peter Drucker Forum because each time you've got different experiences at the same time exposed to the same challenges, digital transformation, and the level was really impressive. So it was great, and the need to keep these learnings with us.
Share with us 2 learnings that we can't forget.
Hybrid will last, and there will be no way back, and we'll have to learn to lead remotely. And the relationship to work has massively changed. So today we have to convince people about our values, our signature, our passion, to convince them to choose us and not just to give them a job. So more than ever, purpose, sense of meaning, values, far beyond CSR, i.e. reducing plastic or carbon footprint, which is super important. But far more than that, purpose is going to be a key driver for choosing us.
You say we have to inspire passion. Are we trained for that? Are we prepared for that? How are leaders going to do that? Or how are you doing that?
Leadership is a school of humility. You try, you fail, you learn constantly. And I hope I'm going to be a better leader within 10 years than now. And it's natural. The thing is, we had to really be aware of the complexity of being a leader in our current times. Our leaders need to deal with increasing complexity, increasing volatility. They need to set up a direction, they need to send energy, they need to attract and retain talents, and they need to lead remotely. So my key conviction is we have to take care of the new generations of leaders. How should we train them? I don't know. The only answer I can have is with the heart.
Absolutely, I love that. With that final note, from the heart, we thank you very much, and we'll continue interviewing and speaking with the people from the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Thank you very much, Maud. And I hope you don't lose your plane.
No, I'm trying to catch it now. Bye-bye, Peter Drucker Forum.
Bye.
Danielle, right?
Daniel, that's right. Half Irish, half German, married to a Colombian, and my son is also Colombian. It's 10 o'clock Central European Time. I'm Daniel, your host, which you probably noticed by now. And you are back at Drucker Forum TV, live from the global Peter Drucker Forum here at the Hilton Hotel in Vienna. Now, I'm not alone. With me in the studio is one of the speakers of this year's Drucker Forum, and that's Behnam Tabrizi. Good to have you here. How are you?
Hi, Daniel. Good to see you.
You good?
Great to be here with you. Yes.
That's fantastic. We're so happy to have you here, and your field of expertise is incredible. Obviously, you're focused on transformation, both organizational and personal, and you've been teaching in the field of leading organizational transformation at Stanford and executive programs for more than 25 years. You've written a number of books and so on, and you're burning to jump into this interview. Now, give us a bit of a more detailed description of your work.
Yes. Well, I transform my dreams, and I dream transformation all the time, 7 days a week. And for the past, as Daniel said, for the past 25 years, I've been not only teaching, but I've also coached over nearly now 110 organizations around the world. I also have basically have a database of over 1,000 organizations that went through transformation. And I've written 6 books, as Daniel said, on the area of both organizational and personal transformation. I'm also working on my 7th and 8th book in parallel. The 7th book would be on cross-boundary teams, and the 8th book, which hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about, it's about secrets of agile and innovative organizations. So it's excited to be here with you today.
You're a busy man. That's impressive. You're writing 2 books in parallel. How does that work?
Well, you know, when you do what you love and it's your labor of love, time goes like crazy. So I've been married for 35 years, and my wife puts up with me. Our daughter has grown up, and so that's all I do. This is my hobby. So it's a great field. So for those of you who like to kind of dive into the field of transformation, it's so exciting, because as a result of learning about transformation, impacting transformation, reading about transformation, you also develop yourself. And personal development, I believe, is a mountain with absolutely no top. And it's so exciting because you'll be a better person at work, at home, around people, and when you're alone by yourself.
I love it. A mountain without no top. But tell me, where does transformation start?
Well, transformation starts with you, with me. When I get involved with organizations, I have a very intense talk with the CEO, and I tell her or him that unless you change, the organization will not change. Are you coachable? Are you willing to change? And I think it's very critical that leaders acknowledge that, and also realize that whenever they want to impact transformation, it's also a journey for themselves to go through their own personal transformation and find out about their blind spot, things others see but they don't see it, so they can become a better version of themselves. And as a result, they'll be a better leader and also a better partner at home. And it's a win-win for everyone. And people around them also see it. So always transformation start with yourself. Gandhi said there's only one corner of the universe you can change, and that's you.
I like that. There's only one corner of the universe you can change, that's you. But I'd still be curious, when people come to you and say, look, we see the need for change, I would assume they're at A and they want to go to B, and probably when they talk to you, they end up at Z.
Yes.
Yes. How does that work?
Well, a lot of times they come to me and they say, we need transformation. And by the way, we know what the problems are, so just help us get to the solution very quickly. And then I say, the problems are. So let's engage a large number of people, your thought leaders, and have them find out what the challenges are and let them diagnose it. I'll coach them, but let them diagnose it. Boy, Daniel, this is so powerful because they get engaged, they get excited, you elevate the potential of employees, they get to author the change, and you know, you have a child, right?
I do.
So I have one too. And when you're involved in making the baby, you take care of that baby. So it's just you love them and you take care of them. So your chance of execution goes up by like 90, 95%. The problem with transformation is over 70% of transformations fail. So with the model of rapid transformation, and by the way, the book I wrote on rapid transformation with Harvard Business Press was published in 2007 and basically debunked the older transformation model of linear, slow, if you will, sequential, and proposed top-down, proposed a bottom-up, top-down, holistic, very fast, and parallel, if you will, a transformation model. And now more organizations are actually applying this model.
I love the way you get so excited and you can't even contain yourself in the seat. You're like, I'm on fire, I have to talk about this. I'm loving this. Now, I'm curious, you said around 70% actually don't work out. And I'm assuming you walk into rooms, meeting the people you're about to talk to, and I'm assuming you can quite quickly grasp them and go like, okay, this is going to be really hard and this is going to be okay.
Yes.
What is it you look for in people to establish the potential of transformation?
Yes, so let's say the conversation with the CEO or the top executive who's going to be running, let's say their executive VP in charge of a huge division goes well, right? So after that, as you said, everyone has a horror transformation story, a change effort that didn't go well. So the first exercise, Daniel, is to have them discuss what didn't go well, what are the reasons it didn't go well, and then I juxtapose that with my own research of why things don't go well, and a lot of it is because it's top-down, it's really slow, it doesn't engage people. Oftentimes they bring in this large consulting firm with lots of people from outside, young, energetic, smart people who do beautiful PowerPoint. They walk away and not a lot get done. Not all consulting firms are like that, but many unfortunately do that. And so we start from there. We start saying that this model is very different. I'm not a consultant. I'm basically going to coach you. But my coaching is not easy, as you said. It's about bringing the best of you out, the best of organization out. And the more I've done this, Daniel, the bolder and also kinder I've gotten. Because when you want to be bold, you also want to be kind. And then the most important currency in all of this is that they need to trust you. If they don't trust you, they're not going to really go with you. So I see myself like Jose Mourinho, Diego Simone, who gets the second-rate team compelled to Real Madrid, but they kind of keep up and sometimes beat them and so forth. So I see myself as a coach. I love to bring the best out of people. And you know what excites me the most out of this exercise? Is when I see these people, some of them are invisible in organization, get promoted. And they call me and say, as a result of working with you, before then, no one knew who I was. I got promoted. And boy, that is the most exciting thing I could hear.
That is fantastic. Now, obviously, I love the way you're on fire. And you just talked about being a coach. You also talked that top-down doesn't always work. And I'm quite curious, when there's a lot of companies I've worked with over the years, you see basically bottom-up works, top-down works, and then in the middle, that's where the transformation usually ends.
Great.
How do you handle that?
So I've written 2 articles about middle-level manager and the importance of engaging them for the transformation to succeed. You're absolutely right. They could either be a bottleneck, or they could be an opportunity for a huge success of the transformation. So I always say middle-level manager are like reservoir. It's like treasure within your organization. Get them involved. They're in a tough situation, as you said. They get pressure from top, bottom. They worry about their jobs and so forth. So getting them involved is absolutely critical. And this model is not about the senior leaders abdicating the response. They still need to create a context. They still need to be involved in the cadence of transformation. But a lot of work goes on, if you will, at the middle and the front line of the organization.
Obviously, if you change something, it's new. It's different, and that's something that scares people.
Yeah.
How do you handle the element of fear? And you said trust is essential. How do you build trust?
Well, you know, how old is your child?
5 months.
5 months, okay. And is it he or she?
It's a he, it's
It's
John.
a he, John. John wears a diaper, right?
Indeed he does, yes.
Yeah. So,
quite proudly.
So, the person who really, really needs change is John on a very, very wet diaper, correct? Correct? They really need change.
Yes.
So as leaders, we need to create this wet, wet diaper so that people are willing to change. And the way you do that is you realize just being kind of where you are, the as is, it's going to go to abyss. Potentially, it's like a plane flying and you could hit a huge mountain, if you will. So you need to do a right angle tone. So not only you need to let them know that the status quo is not working, but you also need to convince them about the why of change, a future vision that they aspire to. You need to bring the emotion. Emotions are like magnetic field. Bring the emotion about what the future looks like and why it's so exciting to do this. And then let them know that as a result, this work is not just organizational transformation. This is about you changing, so you enhance your career as a result. And it's kind of like going through an MBA from Stanford and Harvard, but it's better because you experientially learn things. I believe the best learning is experiential, trial and error, and experimentation, if you will.
I'm loving that. Now, I'm curious, you don't just work with large corporations, but also with politicians, namely presidents, which is incredible.
Yes.
Same as Peter Drucker did. Now, maybe what are some parallels and what are some differences in your line of work with them?
Well, it's quite different. And you know, when I get involved, let's say my work with President Obama, I made it very clear that I need a field to perform. I can't just be on, you know, wishy-washy type of work. So I got involved, for example, in the GM transformation. Mm-hmm. I got involved in the healthcare transformation. So once there is a field with what the challenges are and what you want to do, then I get really involved. And with the GM, you know, we saved nearly 1 million jobs when you include the supply chain and others that were related to GM. And government got all its money back. It was just really a very, very successful one. And it was the main reason why President Obama got elected again 4 years later. Because Mitt Romney wrote an article in Wall Street Journal at the same time and says, let just these people go. And you know, as a businessman, private equity guy, he had his own reasons, and some of them made sense. But what happened with GM actually was a fantastic thing because we saved as many jobs as we could, and in retrospect, it was a huge success. And GM is now moving into the electric vehicle and so forth. So it was really good. So you need to create a field, and for people like me who like to make impact, I think that's really critical to have.
Liking that. How did it go on with President Obama? Did he call you and said, this is Barack, I need help?
Well, 2007, I wrote the book. And Eric Schmidt, who was the CEO of Google, in front of my book just wrote, this is seminal work. This is like what we do at, and Apple also at the same time. I got a call from their head of talent, Dan Walker, who reported to Steve Jobs, and he said, you reflected Apple very well. These are the tools we use, which is very different from the extant or previous literature, if you will, in terms of how you do transformation and so forth, which was based on really old industry. So the White House got a hold of it, and you know, this was the country needed transformation, and President Obama read it, and he asked really good questions. We met, and then the rest is history.
I'm curious, we have 1 minute to go. How do you handle personal pressure? Because obviously if presidents and large companies rely on you coaching them, that's
God,
impressive.
Daniel, you asked the toughest question, because I don't. I don't. No, I don't. And I'm very lucky to have a great family. And, you know, let me just say, we all need coaches. I need a coach, you need a coach, we all need coaches. And one of my coaches is Robert Spolsky, who studies primates at Stanford. He's an expert in stress. And he argues that having a loving family, having a place, a sanctuary you go home, and being able to have them love you regardless of what you do, it's the most important stress breaker in the world.
So your number one tip is, if you want to succeed in the world, have a loving family.
Have a loving family. The most important decision you make is who you marry. And I know you did a great job. I did a great job, 35 years marriage. So it's the most important thing. It's the most important decision in your life.
That was beautiful. I would love to continue on talking with you for the next 3 hours. However, time has flown. But we have something else that's coming up. Nearly, or maybe just as interesting. You need to be the judge on this, because we have our very first live red carpet interviews coming up to you in 3, 2, 1. And thanks, buddy.
How was it?
Hello, we're here at the coffee break area after the first session of the second day of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. And here we are with
Federico Fernández de Santos. I'm an editor of a Spanish management magazine called Executive Excellence.
And what are you finding most enjoyable of the Drucker Forum?
Well, we've come up in this period with solutions of how to communicate, but there isn't a substitute for the Peter Drucker Forum. It's like the highest concentration of talent, for sure in Europe and probably in the world. And it's a place where you can meet and be near those people who are guiding us through innovation, through management, and through all those areas that seem to be more and more important these days.
That's great. We need to reflect. We need to understand where we're going. And so let's continue to have conversations. And here we are with...
I'm Melissa Dalrymple from McKinsey Design.
What are you finding more enjoyable? What are your insights for the day, for the sessions?
Well, to actually see living, breathing people in the same room in and of itself is a fantastic opportunity, but the energy around the future of organizations and learning is just becoming quite clear and quite energizing to imagine how much change is about to happen.
It's interesting that we don't only need to have mental, cognitive abilities, but passion to solve our problems.
I think passion goes a long way. We just had a session talking about design thinking in organizations, and one of the key tenets is listening. And I think in a world in which you can imagine people listening all the way at the very top of an organization, all the way to every role of an organization, lots of opportunity for discussion to change where we are and to be passionate about the outcome.
Lots of opportunities for discussions. Thank you very much. And that is really what the forum is about. Discussions, conversations, exploring new ideas and ways how we can implement them. Here we are with...
Hello, I'm Arne. Nice to meet you.
Name and company.
Sorry, my name is Arne, Gast. I'm a senior partner in McKinsey & Company, and I kind of come here every year to get all the ideas and to really exchange thoughts with people.
You moderated the first session of the day, and you were asking your panelists, what did they learn? Now the question is for you, what did you learn from the session today?
Good question. For me, the big insight from the design session was around the importance of the morning for people's work, so the time before work, how they shape that. The second insight is what I got from Jasmine, is thinking around maybe forget about purpose. I think that's a fresh statement. We need to get to impact and we need to save the world, that we still have a world going. And from John, I really like the idea of the learning platform and shifting people from fear to courage. That's the things I picked out of it.
Yeah, learning platform, because we discussed that we need a platform not to just transmit existing knowledge, but to create the new knowledge. I think that was a powerful idea. Another one was we can have good purpose and evil purpose. So we need to really have ethics reflection on the purpose. Do you have that at McKinsey & Company?
Many thoughts you just stressed, right? So on the learning, I fully agree. why I work in McKinsey & Company at the firm, because of this collection of people and you throw ideas at each other. So all the time, the magic of creating new ideas, that was my daily energy. Working at the firm with our clients, with our other partners, to create new things, no matter where you're from. Because when you step into the team room and trying to create a solution or an idea, it's what you contribute in the moment. On purpose, we ourselves very purposeful, serving our clients, and also reflecting on what we call holistic impact, right? Because solving or helping companies is not only about value creation. When you think about stakeholder models, it's also about customer impact, customer experience. It's about building a better company with more capabilities, with a better place for people to grow in. Or it's the helping our clients, being companies, expand what their footprint is in the world, or do the footprint in a more positive way. That is a daily discussion in our team, saying what are we doing and how does it create holistic impact and not just one-sided impact. And I think that's the situation in every boardroom right now. So in that regard, is their scorecard is our scorecard, how to apply solutioning to that.
I love that, that suggestion. Thank you very much. We'll continue with our red carpet conversations. And here we are with a moderator, a thought leader that has been with us since the November 17 day. Name and company.
Aid McCormack, Disruption Readiness Advisor.
What have you learned in these 2 days of the Global Peter Drucker Forum?
What I've learned is that it's not just me that's thinking about the intersection of business, society, and humanity. I'm delighted that these issues are being discussed, and we're getting right down to brass tacks in terms of, you know, the ethics, the technology, the work practices, and so on. So this is the most sort of integrated experience I've had in respect of dealing with the big issues.
I like the idea of integrated experience, because yesterday, at some point, we danced on stage. So if the human imperative is to bring emotions and purpose into the workplace, we definitely did that at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. What's your next challenge?
My next challenge is to help the world realize that the party is over. And to some extent, if we're not careful, these are the last days of the Roman Empire. And we all need to raise our games in terms of, most of us are process workers. We're now needing to move into a world where the definition of talent is being able to do something that an algorithm or a robot cannot do. And whilst we've valued, if you like, our intellectual capability, we are not just brains in meeting transporters. We are sensory motor beings. So we need to sense more, and we need to act more, and we need to think less. But our world is optimized to thinking a lot and not actually sensing or physically doing anything.
I love that. Let's sense more and act more. Thank you very much. And let's have our last conversation for this section now. Name and company.
So my name is Christian Rangen. I'm joining you from Strategy Tools, one of the world's leading strategy platforms, and I'm super happy to be here.
What have you learned?
What have I learned? Well, I learned that coming together is a fantastic experience. You know, as always with the Drucker Forum, the people you meet and the conversations you have, that's what we learn.
I think that's really the message here. There's such an energy, the energy of conversations, meeting. We had a very interesting session last night, a fireside chat. What were the lessons learned during that session?
Well, first of all, the fireside chat is a great format, and you hosted it really, really nicely. That needs to be mentioned. You know, for the younger part of the crowd yesterday, having access to those speakers and having that conversational framework that allows us to really get more personal is a fantastic setup. So having those fireside conversation formats is great. And then also, you know, getting a chance to speak with people. That's really the key takeaway. Getting people together again.
Conversations. A friend of mine once said, the best way to persuade is to listen. And I was like, maybe. What are your thoughts on listening? Another recommendation we heard earlier today, we need to listen more before starting the conversations?
Well, I'll quote one of my new friends here from the forum, Professor Kurt Meltzer, who said, seek to understand, not to be understood, which is one of the principles he was focusing on yesterday as well. So, absolutely come and listen, ask questions, engage in conversations like it's happening here. I mean, it's a great place to do it.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we'll continue with more Drucker Forum TV. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that first round of actually live red carpet interviews. And what we're going to do now is not just look forward today, not just live in the moment, but we'll also look back on some of the best moments of the last 12 years. And we're going to start with that right about now.
I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the centre of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah,
it's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight. And so you learn a lot by being here.
The vision behind this was to have a forum for management where people from different parts of society are coming together and discussing questions of management. I think one of the characteristics of Peter Drucker's thinking about management was that it's a function in society. It's a function in society, in institutions, organizations, not just business, but also non-business, like government organizations, non-profit, etc. And in this sense, since Peter Drucker was Viennese, he was born in Vienna, as I think in the meantime it's better known. We started last year with a centenary event, and we came to the conclusion that based on the fundamental ideas of Peter Drucker, it would be good to establish a forum on key issues, subjects of management. I believe it's fundamental. I think in today's world, which is a globalized world, you cannot just limit it to one country or geographic region. As an example, we had today the session in the context of remembering C.K. Prahalad. We had the session about innovation in emerging markets. And the point that Adrian Wooldridge from The Economist made was what's happening in emerging market will have dramatic effect on the Western economies. So in this sense, I think it is a must to make this as global as possible and to discuss all issues that are impacting the emerging markets, but also us here in the West, in the developed, so-called developed economies or mature economies.
Our guest of honor, Mrs. Drucker, welcome to Vienna.
He was born here, and after he received his Abitur, he left Vienna. He only, poor young man, I really don't know. He was not much of a coffee house fellow.
I think the question that all of us have to ask is, how do we, like Peter Drucker, overcome our own intellectual inertia? I also think that age never stopped his curiosity and his willingness to experiment with new ideas, and that, I think, is quite important. So what I try to do, to start with, is to just look at the sheer volume of what he did. And as you can see, just the books, not the articles, you can't fit into any slide. So I have 2 slides. We all have some hope, because most interesting work of Peter Drucker, after the seminal work in 1954, came when he was 70 plus. So for those of us who are slowly approaching that age, there is hope. What is our bias? Is our bias action? Is our bias changing society as we see it? Is it our bias to shape the world? Or is it our bias to document what has been? That, I think, is a fundamental challenge. What are the tasks of leaders? And command and control to volunteerism as an approach. How do you influence people who are volunteers, knowledge workers, not people who will be pushed around because you have power? And I think he had a lot of suspicion about charismatic leaders, whether it's Mao or Hitler or Stalin. So they call them misleaders. Charisma is good, but it can also be misused. So, and I love this quote. Truman didn't have an ounce of charisma. Truman was as bland as a dead mackerel. This was about President Truman. Then he goes on to say what an extraordinary president he was. And his reasoning is he had integrity. If he said yes, people knew it was yes. If he said no, people said it was no. And people worshipped him. So in other words, you could be an extraordinary leader without charisma. He was a master in synthesis, not necessarily analysis. Analysis is easy for most of us because that's how we are trained. Synthesis requires a deep understanding on how to see connections that others don't. And look beyond the corporate world for ideas. Can entrepreneurship be democratized? I think Peter's question was more profound. It is not whether it can be taught. Can everybody be an entrepreneur? Can our entire society behave as an entrepreneurial society? Can it become the norm that we create, we innovate continuously rather than an exception? How do we build a society where innovation is the norm, change is the norm, and it is welcomed, embraced, and understood? I think it's very clear that Peter Drucker belongs to the whole world. I think we are in Vienna celebrating his birth and the place of his birth, but his contribution transcends Europe and even in the United States. The basic idea of systematizing management practice, connecting practice with theory and operational requirements of practicing the theory, which is what he excels so much in, that has worked like magic across the world. Whether you go to Japan, or whether you go to China, or South Korea, Vietnam, or India, or United States, the principles are the same. The idea of a purpose-driven organization, accountability for performance, focusing on customers, focusing on value, that is universal. Contextually, Peter Drucker may have to be changed differently because of different contexts, but the basic principles do not change. The fact that entrepreneurship and innovation are key, that is universal. When you go to poor countries, you see it even more dramatically, because unless you innovate, there is no market there. So Peter is more applicable in those markets than people believe. So I think his message is universal, and I think he belongs to the whole world, not just to Europe and the United States. The metaphor I'll use is fairly straightforward. If you're driving a car, you have to look in front, but you also have to look in the rearview mirror. To get perspective on where we are going, we need to do both. But you cannot drive the car only looking at the rearview mirror. So continuity is important, perspective is important. History gives us perspective. It allows us to make good judgments. But you also have to look at the future. So when we look at change, when we look at discontinuities, when we look at opportunities, we must be future-oriented. When judgments are called for, we need to also have a perspective on the past. So I do not see a conflict at all between having continuity and change, perspectives and future orientation, historical insights with shaping the world as it should be. So these are all two sides of the same coin. And I think Peter understood this very well. And I also think in his work he was clear that you can't just settle for one. If you just settle for the past, you become a historian. If you just settle for the future, you may be a futurist, but you may also create a lot of problems for yourself. So my metaphor is driving a car. You need both.
Well, I grew up when he wasn't famous. In fact, he was looking for work. So he had a lot of time to spend with me. And he shared his love of literature, of history. He taught comparative religion. He made me want to be a writer because he read aloud to me every night. And he was, at the same time, very interested in America. So he took my brother and myself to see, for instance, the Pittsburgh steel factories. We went to the Ford Motor Company. I remember at a young age watching a car being put together. He was very curious about everything. But he hadn't discovered that word automation, and I think he was more a political and social historian at that time, and of course interested in the history of work and things like that. And the management, it might have been there, but it came quite a lot later. So I didn't, and in terms of his work, you want to know what the difference is between the man and his work? Well, he tried to manage the family. That was not so successful. But actually, he was very fun-loving and funny, and we had a lot of fun. And he didn't impose it. I can remember we played charades. I was always lying on the floor in his study doing my homework, and he was helping me with it. This is a funny thing, but one year I decided I wanted to do costumes of mankind for my project for a term paper in school because I was interested in the men's costumes. And he spent hours lying with me on the study floor with tracing paper, tracing these costumes, and finally he was bored. The next year it was Common Diseases of Mankind, and he bought the Merck manual. We went through, and I had every disease. Every time we read one, I'd be sick, and he'd be laughing, typing it. He said, dictate it to me, but in your own words, Kathleen, dictate. So he was a wonderful father, and the interesting thing about his writing, because I became a writer, was he seemed to be able to do it in a very calm way. He'd go to his study. His study was totally neat. Later we found he threw everything away. He wrote on yellow paper. He revised many times that he gave it to a typist, or he typed 2 fingers on an Underwood typewriter, an Olivetti. I mean, amazing, the output that he managed in that very simple way. That was he communicated that to me. Very good. He was a great journalist, and I remember that I also worked as a while for journalists, but I wrote the straps, only by calling him up every night that the essay was due and saying, what should I write about? Then he would give me his opinion. I would say, how can you be so conservative? How can you be so stuffy? I was 19 years old. I would go and write the exact opposite. And at the end, of course, I won the huge recognition. I said, really, I should give you the credit. He was a wonderful journalist. You could give him any topic, and he would make a perfectly rounded speech or argument, and a wonderful speaker, an absolutely fantastic speaker. I think you probably heard him. But he would start with one idea, branch out into this huge associative realm of knowledge, and then come back to the idea. It was outstanding. At one point, my son went out to do an oral history of my father as his college project. My mother went away, and my son said, they never did the oral history. They went out to restaurants and ate every forbidden food that he wasn't supposed to have. I'm sure, yes. He was great, though, a wonderful, I think what I feel looking back on the whole thing was this wonderful survivor spirit. And so many refugees were crushed by the experience. My parents looked forward. We all have American names. They loved America. Of course, he had a very romantic view of Vienna, which he conveyed, Vienna being the most romantic city in the world to him. And I came back with my parents in the 90s. They brought me back, the child, to see Vienna. And there, he conveyed that spirit too. I think he had an ambiguous relationship with Vienna that was mentioned, but a very fin de siècle romantic view as well. And we're certainly seeing that view in this conference and the beautiful setting you've created for us.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that was just fantastic. Peter Drucker was a truly Renaissance man. He studied widely, he read widely, and he understood society as a whole probably better than anybody of his generation. Certainly was brilliant, but he is often known simply in the area of management and economics, but really he had much more to offer than that. He was a keen observer of society and the impact of demography on society, the impact of social trends on society, the impact of spirituality and religion, and his general consensus attitude was it all matters. We cannot simply look at life as an economic issue. We cannot look at life simply as a spiritual issue. We cannot look at it simply as a political issue, or we cannot look at it simply as an academic or health issue. It all matters. And not only does it matter, it's all integrated, because human beings are more than matter. We are spirit, soul, and body. We have emotions. We have a spiritual side to us, and we have an economic side to us, and we have a physical side to us. And all of this has to be coordinated, and it has to be integrated. That's why I say Peter Drucker understood the meaning of integrity. Integrity is not simply being honest. It means my life is integrated. It is not compartmentalized. And today, I know that he would say to many CEOs and business leaders that the number one weakness in their lives is they have compartmentalized their lives. They have their business life in one area, and it doesn't intersect with their family, and their family doesn't intersect with spiritual life or social life or public life, and he would have the call for, we need it all. I would like to commend the Drucker Society for, first, the establishment of the Drucker Society to perpetuate his legacy, and for setting up the 100th centennial, because this was a fantastic idea. So many of us have been influenced by Peter from all around the world, different walks of life, different countries, different backgrounds, but we have this common denominator that we were touched by the thoughts of this man. And my challenge to the Drucker Society in the future is that they continue to give Peter in bite-sized pieces, because he had such a huge body of work that if anyone was to sit down and start reading it, it could be overwhelming. It is interesting that 2/3 of Peter's writing came after he was 65. And if you look, you put all of his books in chronological order, his greatest contribution were in the last 30 years of his life. Now this in itself is a lesson for all of us, that we think, well, I've passed my prime, or my best days are behind me. Well, certainly not. Peter, to the end of his life, was continuing to think, continuing to grow, continuing to learn. And that example of never stop learning should be a guiding value and a mantra of the Peter Drucker Society, that we continue to learn, to build on, to look for application of the principles he's talked about, because if it's true, it's not new, and it'll still be true 1,000 years from today.
the Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other, you meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
and welcome back to Drucker Forum TV. I'm Daniel, your friendly host again for the next roundabout 8 hours. I'm actually an entrepreneur, a lecturer and presenter. However, today I'm the anchor man of Drucker Forum TV, and I'll guide you throughout this day. So we've got a lot of fun games coming up. We'll have highlights of the last 12 years. We'll have red carpet live streams, and we'll have quite a few distinguished guests that have the pleasure of talking to me. No, of course not. I don't want to be too boastful. However, I have Muriel Ringler here with me today. Fellow Viennese, very much happy to have you here. You good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for having you here. And she's the European leader of Ashoka. And Ashoka is all about promoting social entrepreneurship. How right did I get that?
So we're about promoting social entrepreneurship, but we're also the world's largest network of support of and for social entrepreneurs. We operate in more than 90 countries of the world and support more than 3,700 of these leading, pioneering innovators for the good of all.
Out of curiosity, I've heard a lot of definitions of social entrepreneurship. What's your own?
Well, the definition that we apply in Ashoka, which is also my own because I totally buy into it, is that this is about people who come from passion and an authentic wish to solve the big challenges that we face as a world, social problems, environmental problems, and solve them with an entrepreneurial mindset. And they don't just do this at the symptom level, they do it at the systems level. So it really goes to the root of the problem, and with the good of all in mind always.
I like that very much. Now, obviously, Peter Drucker was, for most people, like very strong in the whole business management aspect. However, in the last years of his work, he quite strongly also focused on, let's say, the social aspects. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, that I would say that Peter Drucker's thinking has always been, very much anchored in understanding how management serves society, right? I think he always understood that we cannot decouple our economy, business, how we lead as leaders in our organizations from the question of how does it affect society. And where and when that has happened, it has, actually created a lot of problems for us. So I think, he's always been very clear and visionary about how, business, just as much as any type of leadership, say in politics or other sectors of society, needs to always also keep in mind the externalities it's creating for society at large.
I'm curious, a couple of years ago, someone said to me that they hope that one day you don't need to call it social entrepreneurship anymore, just as much as you don't need to call it color television.
Yeah, I get that point, right? I will say, though, that I think it is important that we understand that, in our societies, we have different actors who play different roles, and that's fine, right? I mean, I think we should be much more agile about it. I think we should be much more flexible about it. I think there's a lot of space and room for all of us to really transcend sort of traditional stereotypes and roles that we play in society. But I would say, as long as we haven't come to a point where everyone in society is a change maker, which is where I want to go, we still need people like social entrepreneurs who really drive the big changes in society. And let me just give you a few examples here. Do you know who invented the idea that is behind Airbnb's business success?
No.
An Ashoka fellow
No.
who invented couch surfing. And he came to couch surfing from the perspective of wanting to create a different way that we connect across cultures. And that was the basic idea behind what is now Airbnb, right? And the same applies to many ideas that we now look at as sort of, the big business ideas, the platform economy, business models that are going to drive the future. They were typically invented from the perspective of somebody who wanted to change the world. No, and I think this is an example for how if you come at this from the perspective of what is a problem that we have as society, you're going to have a better idea than if you just come at it from the perspective of what's a problem my user has.
I like that. You just said it's about making everyone, as you call it, a change maker in society. I'm curious, does everyone want to be a change maker?
Does everyone want to be? I would say everyone is. When we're born, we're change makers, right? We change the lives of our parents, we change the lives of our families, we change the lives of our communities. The question is, how intentional are we about it? And when you look at the skills that are required for change making, they're very much about sort of the foundational skill of empathy, which is something that we're all born with. The question is, does society nurture it? Does society encourage us to live empathetically, to really use it as a key driver of how we interact in our daily lives? Or does it say, no, 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 just think of your own self-interest, you know? It's you and your own individual freedom that matters. So I think those are decisions that we make as society. And the other skills that are required for change making are very much about the ability to, you know, step into the other's shoes, understand the problem, and find a creative solution to it, and then rallying others around it to get it done, because you never solve a problem on your own. And those are skills that we can all learn, and that I think as society we need to ensure everyone has, and everyone actually puts it into action.
Now I'm curious on your take. Do you have the feeling that society is shifting more towards this aspect you just said? Or do you have the feeling that society is shifting away from it? Because you said empathy as driver.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we're all seeing that societies are more polarized. But I also will say that we're seeing that there are more and more people who are stepping into their power, and in particular young people. I mean, think about it. I don't think anyone would disagree. Even the very disappointing, you know, results of the Glasgow COP26 climate event, they wouldn't be where they are without all those young people and children out on the streets stepping into their power, giving themselves permission to tell us grown-ups how to, you know, get our act together.
I find that interesting, and I mean, you just said, I mean, obviously the pressure is not just on, let's say, the more established generations, but also on the younger ones to drive change. That's interesting. Some people look on the younger generation and say, well, they're just all so busy with trying to look successful without being successful. What's your take on the younger generation?
No, I think that those are, you know, stereotypes and has nothing to do with reality. I also don't think there's pressure on young people. I think there is permission.
Oh.
I think there is permission. You know, one of the really positive effects of a world where, as individuals, we have more and more freedom to develop and grow as humans, and I think that's what we're seeing as a huge privilege in many of our developed countries of the world. It is, you know, it is something that's happening more and more. People are understanding that with everything that I have, I need to give back, I need to contribute. And I think, you know, yes, there are people who are opposing that in many ways, but I think we shouldn't be blindsided by the fact that there is a few radical ones out there shouting loud to see what's actually happening in the mainstream of society.
Oh, what a beautiful way to close. And I have one last question. Now, in 1962, JFK formed this famous moonshot. I said, okay, the target is at the end of this decade to put someone on the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. What's your personal moonshot?
I really believe that we need to get to a world that's 1.5 degrees hotter than it is today. And how crazy is it that that's a moonshot, but that's my moonshot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marie Ringler. Thank you so much for listening, because we just looked into the future. And now we're going to look back into the last 12, 13 years of the Drucker Forum and some of the highlights. Stay tuned.
With those introductions, let's start
our
conversation. And I'm going to start right away with Ed Catmull. I want to mention, too, that Ed wrote a book. So you don't have to take all your knowledge of his, what he's done at Pixar from this panel. I think if you haven't read Creativity, Inc., then you certainly must. And I want to mention Creativity, Inc.'s subtitle. It's Overcoming the Unseen Forces that Stand in the Way of True Inspiration. So I guess I'm going to just throw that softball at you, Ed. What are those unseen forces? How did you overcome those at Pixar, and how is this an ecosystem story?
Well, first of all, I define creativity in a very general way, and that is, it is solving problems. And this is largely a group effort. And as we know, people are at the base of each company. So our job is to bring out the best in all of those people. And there are a few things that we've worked out, and it's taken a long time to figure out some of this. But one of them is in a lot of these meetings where we work out the problems, is we have to remove power from the room. That is, those who are trying to solve the problems are in a very vulnerable state because the problems are, in fact, unsolved when they start. So part of removing power is also addressing the problem of second class. As we know, at a lot of companies, there are people who feel like they're second class. It is critical that we address this problem. And one way we express this is, does the least powerful person in the room feel safe to talk? And if they feel safe to talk, you have given them a message. But also, if they feel safe to talk, you have also given a message to the people who are expected to talk. A second barrier has to do with how we get full engagement. And fear is one of the components of that. People coming into a company, especially a successful company, are looking around for the cues about how to behave. So we typically start off with the values, the expectations, how we work. They ignore all of it. It doesn't matter. They're looking at the behavior, they're looking at the actual actions of the people around them and the company. What are the real values manifested in our actions? And the central problem we have is that we don't recognize the importance of what we don't see. Most people who have fears or reservations won't talk about them. A lot of our problems remain unspoken. How do we address something that we can't see? And it is very easy, in fact, it is common to undervalue what we can't see because we're not talking about it. We also overvalue the dangers that we can clearly see, which is one of the reasons a lot of companies become very conservative over time. Now, we start with the assumption that everybody wants to do well, that everybody wants to make a mark in the world. That's the assumption. There may be people who prove they're not that way. That does happen. You manage them out. But the base assumption is they don't have to prove that they're good or they want to grow. They, in fact, do want to grow. So at Pixar, we've been working out these ideas for many, many years. Keep iterating, keep changing, trying to understand and challenge even the ideas that we had in the past. We are searching for what we don't know. And I can't emphasize this enough. It is very subtle. I can never be, as an example, I can never be another gender. I can never be another ethnicity. And I can never be raised in another culture, which means there are experiences which I can't have and I can't fully experience or fully know. But I can have the faith that the experiences that others have, that their views are of great value. And when we open up for the things that we can't see to bring into our organization and the way we solve the problems, we become better and we become more creative.
You know, I'm going to take you in a direction we didn't talk about earlier, but because this is an ecosystem-oriented event, I mean, people think about Hollywood, and it's sort of got this ecosystem. It's an Uber ecosystem, meaning, you know, a super ecosystem, in that people kind of come and go in projects, and there's a lot of freelance talent, and groups kind of coalesce around a movie, and then they disband. But Pixar has this very different model where people come to work at the company, they stay working at the company, and so you have this continuity, which is really very different from the Hollywood model. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, what benefits that gives your ecosystem?
Well, for me, it's very important. One of them is that the people there have a vested interest in each other's success. They're also friends, but they understand at deep level that another person's success is their success. So it becomes more important for them to help others because they know they will be in that position and they will have genuine help from other people. The second issue is we want everybody in the company to feel ownership of what we do and to feel ownership of the company itself. So when you give credits, for instance, listed in our credits is our kitchen staff. Right now, nobody else would do that, but our kitchen, our security, they're all listed, even the babies that are born during the production, because we want everybody to feel like it's ours. And if we have that ownership, then they're not looking to the leaders to solve the problems. They believe their problems are owned by them, and it's their job to help figure it out, not to find out what I want to have happen.
So you have this famous institution that you created at Pixar called the Brain Trust. And so is part of the Brain Trusts, maybe you can just very quickly explain what that is and why it really requires that sort of longevity of relationships and the kind of values that you were talking about to succeed.
Well, the Brain Trust evolved over time, but what it is actually is it is the way we run a certain kind of meeting. And in that meeting, we have the peers of the people who are making the film. So it is peer-to-peer. It is not boss or leader to the peer. The managers over the group, the leadership over the particular project or a film are presenting what they've got to their peers. And they are very vulnerable because they know it doesn't work. So this is a group, having been through it, can understand the vulnerability. So their only approach is to help. So this is not a judgmental meeting. Nobody's walking out of this meeting saying, this isn't working, we're going to cut it off. That is completely forbidden. The people who are perceived to have power are supposed to shut the hell up for 10 to 15 minutes. And the reason is, if a powerful person speaks first, they've set the tone. We need them to wait, listen, and enter a conversation. And usually this works very well, as evidenced by the films. Once in a while it doesn't, it blows apart, and then we have to figure out why, what the dynamics were. But every once in a while, magic happens. And by magic, I mean that ego leaves the room. Is that ideas come and go, and people do not become attached to them. And when you reach that state, the advancement, the ideas grows at an incredible rate. So that's the goal. We don't usually get it, but that's the goal. But normally it's to make sure that we keep the power out of the room, we make it safe, and the rule is you have to be honest about what you think, and you have to listen to what is said.
I'm going to ask you one more question before I bring in another voice from the panel, and that's this curious positional challenge that you have that I mentioned in your introduction, that you you had both Disney animation studios to preside over or to try to cultivate an ecosystem in, and you had, of course, Pixar. And so my question is, you know, how much did you try to take, you know, elements that succeeded in one place that were maybe products of one ecosystem and transplant them to the other? And can you share any learnings from trying to do that?
Yes, the decision that I'd made right as we got there was to keep the studios separate. At that point, Disney was not making good films. Almost everybody thought we should not do this for good reasons. They thought it was risky because we would be spread too thin. I did not feel it was high risk because I had high confidence in the depth of management at Pixar. We knew that Disney was doing several things wrong, but we didn't know everything because, again, we don't see a lot of things. So we had a couple of rules. One of them was they could not do any production work for each other, but they could share ideas. So the rule there was you could beg, borrow, and steal ideas from the other, but you did not have to. So there was no existential threat. And when you shared ideas, you did not have to go through channels. You called anybody you wanted. And the result of that was that they grew in two different ways, and I learned from each one, but because they exchanged ideas from each other, then they would grow, they would pick what they thought would work for them, and they would reject certain things where I thought they made a mistake, but the rule was, it was their choice. And the notion of enforcing best, in my view, is a huge mistake. The other one is, this field is changing so fast that if we tried to merge these two groups together, all we would do is slow them down. Mm-hmm. That we're better off having groups that like each other, but also have kind of a competitive spirit. And it propels us forward at a faster rate. So others might say, why do you have two marketing groups, two research groups, two finance groups? The answer is, the cost of that is minor compared to the incredible advantage we have to this intellectual and creative pot, or two pots, that we had created. And that is still true to this day.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we have to start with a little preposition trouble, or at least two categories. So there's leadership of the ecosystem, which is a pretty tall order, and then there's leadership in the ecosystem, which I think is more my domain. I keep thinking every time I walk up the stairs and I see the beautiful posters, the power of ecosystems. I keep thinking maybe that would be better described as the challenge of ecosystems. And one of the primary challenges of ecosystems is that they require us to be fluent in a set of behaviors that don't come naturally. And more specifically, well, this is what we used to call the soft stuff before we realized it was the hard stuff, right? And very specifically, ecosystems require us to be masters of teaming, and that doesn't come naturally. Why not? Well, two big reasons. One are the technical and logistical challenges of teaming with people, collaborating and coordinating across boundaries of all kinds, expertise, distance, hierarchy, nationality, and so on and so forth. Just so many opportunities for complexity, misunderstanding, and the like. And the other one, which is more my domain, are the interpersonal or social psychological challenges of teaming. The very real possibility of they called the fundamental attribution error, making inferences about others that are unflattering, which, by the way, is something we tend to do when things don't go well. Now, in teaming and ecosystems, there is a very high probability that things will sometimes not go well. And so we will be prone to making attributions about each other that are not flattering. We got to get over it. Maybe more comprehensively, teaming in ecosystems requires us requires us to take interpersonal risk. And taking interpersonal risk meaning raising an idea that might not be a good one, or asking a question when you sort of think maybe I'm supposed to already know the answer to that, or pointing out a mistake or a failure. All of those things are interpersonally risky. That is to say that they are much more likely to happen and happen effectively in an environment of psychological safety. That's one part. The second part is just this ability, and it was also referred to earlier this afternoon, of the ability to perspective take. You know, the ability to take risks, but also the ability to literally step back and force yourself to see it from others' perspective and realize where your gaps are and get interested. So probably the key skill in teaming is the skill of inquiry, driven by a capacity for curiosity and an almost necessary partner of humility, a sense that, oh yeah, I don't know everything. And we've got to remind ourselves that we don't, because our brains lie to us. Our brains tell us that we see reality when, of course, we don't. So I've been doing studies of teaming in ecosystems in healthcare delivery, and it was great. The panel this morning was absolutely terrific in looking at some of those challenges, some of the dilemmas that we face. I've also been looking at teaming in the ecosystem of the built environment, more specifically in the creation of smart city projects. And in every case, I see a combination of misunderstanding and what I like to call professional culture class, where we come together, and when things go wrong, we do end up making those attributions. So this is where leadership comes in. Leadership comes in because leadership is what's needed to help us do that which is unnatural. So I started out, boundaries in ecosystems is not necessarily a natural act. Leadership needed. I can also, and I like to, define leadership as the art of harnessing the efforts of others to achieve greatness. Now, when we do that well, we increase the chances that we're harnessing the unique skills and capabilities and ideas and passions of individuals and helping them combine it together to get great things done. So, in short, achieving teamwork, collaboration, coordination, and ecosystems is fundamentally a challenge, and one that calls for leadership, and the kind of leadership that models really two types of key behaviors. One is modeling the curiosity, modeling the humility, doing that by asking questions, doing that by acknowledging where your own gaps are, and then two, by creating the conditions whereby others can show up and do their best work. And I think that's done through purpose. That's done through the creation of psychological safety, which I could go on and on about how to do that. I cannot and will not right here, right now, but I encourage you to give it some thought. And I am really eager to hear what my colleagues have to say from here. So thank you, Mary.
Fantastic.
What is the ecosystem strategy, such as it is?
Well, first of all, if you don't mind, I just want to say something about the first panel. The focus of attention on people is vitally important. I was so taken by all of the things they said. I'm an engineer, and I think about ecosystems kind of like Legos. The standardization is what makes it possible to interconnect things that weren't otherwise interconnected. It means that we can work together with other companies. We supply part of the platform, they supply other parts that specialize things, or in our vertical systems. In many cases, we build ourselves on top of those commonalities, those platforms. This is probably the most powerful thing that drives the company, is trying to make things work, not only within the space that we are responsible for and manage, for example, the cloud, but also to make sure that when people come to use those technologies, they can interwork with them successfully. They can make and add value. So from my point of view, the most important thing about ecosystems is their stability, their interoperability, and their ability to adapt to change and to accept change. So think about Legos for just a moment and all the new models that come out. Everything still fits together, even though there are specialized pieces that show up here and there. So the company is, in the interior, is extremely concerned about making that ecosystem
work well. We've restructured ourselves more than once. Most recently, we created a core group which is focused on making that ecosystem function technically and uniformly.
Yep. Okay. Miriam, I guess you have Ada. It is a platform, I suppose, not an ecosystem per se. But when you look at what's happening, do you think the current platform model, as we know it, will survive, or does it feel like it needs to morph into something else?
Well, I think you could look at the answer to this question from two perspectives. The first one is whether we will have a development where the big platforms grow and grow, and we enter an age of gargantuan wells of data, where this process of elaborating on the network effect and having the platforms grow will go on. So that will be probably a process of more and more monopolization, which might lead from a political point of view to a consequence where we have something like a bifurcated internet, a Western internet, or how you want to call it, and a Chinese internet. And if you look at what we see, for example, in terms of the development of the credit scoring system that is coming up in China at the moment, that's basically one of the models where we see how an integration of platform might go on in a way that we can't even imagine today. That's one perspective we have to take into account and consider as a future option for the development of platforms. The other one is what we are talking about right now in terms of breaking up big tech. If we listen to Elizabeth Warren and other people thinking about whether this model might not be the one we really are into for our future perspective, and then something like more of a competition model of different platforms coming up might be thinkable, and I think that could be also a very, very interesting way of thinking how platforms can develop. And I would, of course, hope for this kind of competition, because I think it's really something we need. Whether the platforms develop in one or the other way will basically influence how we live in the future, because everything we do is somehow based on platforms. And so whether it might be more competition kind of thing or more a monopolization kind of thing is very much influencing our lives in each and every perspective we can imagine. And then I would like to mention another issue, which basically relates to what some of the panelists from the first panel have said, whether we look at, or how we look at, the value creation on these platforms. So let me give you two examples. If you think of Wikipedia, which is a non-profit platform, of course, but basically Wikipedia has managed to offer the world an insight into the knowledge of the world, having a lot of problems. They face bias, they face certain issues, but still that's basically value creation in terms of really providing additional value to people in their social lives, not just from an economic perspective. And I'm not talking about non-profits or something like that here. I'm talking about whether you just focus on profit and growth and scalability like other platforms do, for example, Facebook. And I think these two models of value creation will be figured out in the next years, related to the first question of monopolization versus competition, and that will be basically deciding upon how our future with platforms will look like.
So
Could I react?
No, I'm going to let you speak. I want to actually set the stage for you to speak.
Thank you.
So Vint wants to jump in, as you can see, but I encourage that. I would like the model of this to be more like family style, like food fight, rather than just sort of one by one. So Vint, jump in.
Okay, so thank you very much. That's wonderful. Look, there's a third way, and that third way has to do with collaboration and cooperation. So remember, before the internet, there were a bunch of networks that didn't work together. Then the internet came along and said, hey, you can glue them all together. This is happening in the cloud space now, too. There are these things called Kubernetes or containers, which allow you to write software that runs on multiple clouds. There's more attention being paid to allowing clouds to interact with each other. So there is a path here that allows collaboration and cooperation while we're competing with each other. And that helps everybody, because now you don't feel trapped in some particular piece of an ecosystem. So I really think that we're seeing an opportunity here to avoid the harmful side effects of those two extremes that you mentioned.
past, back to the present, and let's have a look at the future. No pressure, but this should be fun. My guest now is Simone Ahuja, and she's the founder of Blood Orange. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So good to have you. So it's a global innovation strategy firm. That's what I know. Tell us a bit more about Blood Orange.
Right. So Blood Orange is an innovation strategy consultancy and advisory. We work mostly with really large organizations, primarily US-based Fortune 500s, and help them think about what is their innovation strategy? Is it connected to your business strategy? Or maybe, do we have an innovation strategy? And then we'll take them all the way through to sometimes implementation.
I like that you said, do we have a strategy, and sometimes implementation. I'm hearing a bit of a subtone there.
Well, the implementation, that's a deep dive piece, right? And I think the reason it's sometimes useful to bring in external parties is because we can get past some of the barriers that corporations will have inside if they're really trying to run a little startup, as you would know, right? So we have to really think about how do we help them and how do we actually become sort of a leg in the stool for them to bypass some of the barriers. And I think the other thing about innovation strategy that's become clear is there really isn't always a clearly articulated innovation strategy. I mean, even in some of our largest organizations, or at least it's not communicated well. So it may not be existing, it may not be clear, it may not be linked to business strategy, and it may not be communicated to the larger organization. So, we've been talking about transformation a lot during the Drucker Forum, and I think it's really important for us to think about how do we do it. But if we don't communicate it, it's pretty hard to transform.
I like that. If we don't communicate, we can't transform. I mean, before we dive into that, just to kind of get the record straight, you've also written a book.
I've written a couple of books. So one is called Jugaad Innovation. Jugaad Innovation is a concept I learned about in India when I was doing research in emerging markets, thinking about, well, if we don't have a lot of resources, wherever you are in the world, how do we solve problems, big and small, right? And so what I learned was this concept called Jugaad. Jugaad is a way to be improvisational and leverage ingenuity instead of defaulting to resources. And it's something that I didn't experience in my education or training or experiences in the US, but when I went to India and was on the ground there for about a year, I saw it everywhere. And my co-authors and I coined a phrase called Jugaad Innovation, which was really taking the principles of mostly grassroots entrepreneurs in emerging markets and thinking about how do we actually apply those in developed economy contexts, specifically in large organizations. And there's a kind of an and to the story. So as I started teaching this concept to large organizations, this kind of shift has occurred where this idea of different kinds of ideas, divergent ideas, and then sort of focusing to figure out what's best based on the end user. That was starting to become more common, more palatable, more doable. But the problem was we couldn't move from idea to execution. And with that, I see you're smiling, so I know you have all this experience with corporations and trying to integrate startups, right? So I wrote a second book, and that book is called Disrupt It Yourself. And Disrupt It Yourself is really an intrapreneurship playbook. So if we think about what's happening in the world right now, we have a mass exodus from the workplace. We have only 14% of new graduates who want to work in large organizations because they'd rather work in a startup or they'd rather start something on their own. We have to really think about how do we harness the entrepreneurial energy inside the organization so we can keep our best talent and entrust them with problem solving, even if innovation isn't in their title.
Well, how do you? I mean, no, seriously, you just mentioned the mass exodus. I mean, I saw numbers last week from the US saying more people are leaving their jobs than ever. Measured since 1975, it's incredible. Also in Europe, the same thing is happening. On the other side, limited resources, limited time, limited knowledge. How do you keep people in companies? How do you do it?
You trust them. I mean, this is the biggest thing that emerged over the panels that we've had over a couple of days. Yesterday, we had our panel with CEOs of 6 global organizations, from Stanley Black & Decker to GE Appliances to Accor Group and on and on. And it was a massive group. It was a massive think tank on the stage right here at the Drucker Forum. And if I think about what we talked about in that session, we were talking about transformation with heart. How do we keep people at the center right? So is this real, or is this something we're just talking about and crossing our fingers? And there's so many parallels to entrepreneurship, because what I've realized, I think early in my days of innovation study, maybe I was a little bit more, of course, innovation, why not? Everyone does it. Change is easy, right? Now I probably have more empathy myself in terms of what makes it hard. But what I've realized is, if previously I thought about entrepreneurship as an approach that lends itself to more innovation and growth, I realized too that it's also a way to build engagement. It's a way for people to feel entrusted. It's a way to build that culture that every leader I know is trying to build. And so it starts with trust. If you tell me, if I could be in a call center, or I could be, at a very senior leader level, and you say, you are a bright person, you understand, you are in call center, you have direct connections with the people we serve every day. Or maybe our employees, like if you're in a COE for a human resources organization, tell us what you know. And make sure there's a conduit, right? So they don't just share their ideas, because there's nothing worse than a suggestion box that doesn't have a path forward, right? But I think trust is the bottom line, and that's what we heard so much about yesterday.
I'm liking that. I mean, trust as the bottom line, but I'm betting there's people at home who are like, yeah, but it can't be that simple. And then you're saying, okay, yes, but you need to listen to the people you're working with. And then what I found so interesting, what you said, but don't have a suggestion box, but just people throw things in, but it has to be felt.
Yeah.
That means also, if they have the right suggestion, you need to have the path for their ideas and to follow through. How do you create that, and how do you build that?
So what we heard from so many of these leaders yesterday, and very closely aligned with the research I've done, is that there's sort of two elements, right? So you have your systems piece, you've got to have the structure in place, you've got to have the culture piece. And frankly, both are hard, but the culture is probably harder, right? So one person gave an example of how even after removing layers of bureaucracy, without the sort of cultural shift in the training and the modeling, behavior still didn't change. You just kind of default back to the old ways. But this idea, one thing that I thought was so remarkable, the most remarkable thing that we learned over the last couple of days, is there is this massive shift from your people are your shareholders to your people are your employees, your people are your end users, your people are the global community. Those are who we are serving. And so now, if we put those people at the center, what does our model really look like? And so all of them talked about building trust in different ways. So some of that was about, role modeling as a leader and shifting their leadership styles too, right? You can imagine that even if you entered only 10 or 15 years ago, people are going from a top-down approach to a more collaborative, empathetic leadership approach. So how do you bring that in? Well, you bring it in through modeling, you bring it in through rewarding it, making sure you're not slapping people on the wrist for it, which happens all the time. You do that through some training. Jim at Stanley Black & Decker yesterday, he talked about the kind of the coaching and the support that's offered even now at a management level, typically reserved for senior leaders, because the managers are often that frozen middle who say no to innovation. So we were thinking about, well, managers are people too. How do we take care of them, right? Well, we do it through supporting them and trusting them and allowing them to say yes to change more often.
I'm liking that. I mean, as you call it, the frozen middle. Early on, we were talking already with some other guests about exactly that problem, that innovation, top down, yes, bottom up, yes. It meets in the middle and nothing happens. So you're saying the frozen middle has to be, well...
Unlocked.
Unlocked. I mean, how? Because obviously a lot of them will be chasing their KPIs, chasing their targets, and then suddenly someone comes and says something, as I don't mean it in a bad way, as soft as, yeah, trust and talk about your ideas, and go, yeah, but KPIs. How do you do that?
I mean, what we're learning in real time, because I don't think people have cracked it completely, but I think a lot of over the last couple of days are understanding that it has to be both quantitative and qualitative, right? So you've got to have some hard metrics that they're going to support and say, look, we're going to support this and we're going to measure you on it. And the reason I say that is I work with so many organizations that say, help us build this culture of innovation. And we're going to talk about it and support people and train them, but we're not going to change our metrics to support the innovation. So if you're not measuring that for me, then what is the signal that you're sharing with me? But then on the qualitative side is is really helping people understand the value of a more empathetic approach. And I would say there's another piece of that, which is another issue I see very often is the middle managers always get the brunt of it, like, they're not letting us do it. But they're the ones who are going to make the people, the feet on the street, want to stay or not stay. My question is, how are you going to make it easy for the managers to say yes to change specifically? What are you going to take off their plate if they have all of their existing responsibilities that don't change? And then you add innovation. What are they supposed to do? You have to reprioritize. And then I think on the feet on the street side, there's a responsibility of the intrapreneur then to say, here's this idea I have. Here's why I think it's important. Here's how it connects to our shared business goals, right? So we're still all paddling kind of in the same direction. We're rowing in the same direction. And then thinking about how do we actually get there together? Here's my plan. Here's the simple way that you can help me. Right? Give me a little bit of runway. And here's how I'm going to follow up with you. So there's, I think, responsibility on all sides, but I think we have to address it head on.
I'm liking that. I also like the way you said so openly, you said, look, we're actually still working on the solution. And what I find so interesting is, if you compare probably 20, 30, 40 years back, nowadays change is happening a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And a lot of the change that's happening is ongoing. Therefore, also the outcome is a little more insecure. And I have the feeling that people have to become more comfortable with being uncomfortable. What's your take on that?
I think that's one of my favorite phrases. There was a government leader we worked with in the U.S., in Minnesota, where I live, who would say that to his teams. And he would say, we really have to get comfortable with our discomfort. And I think that is, it's a reality. It's easier said than done. But this is a reality in change management. And it's very interesting because I think that closely connects to this idea of complexity and ambiguity. Maud Bailey yesterday from Accor Group was talking about digital, and she was talking about how digital sort of accelerated their ability to get focused and simple and to get really kind of clear. And the idea of simplicity and helping to navigate ambiguity is really closely connected. So it's sort of like on technology as an enabler of getting more focused on end user needs and simplicity, but also sharing this mindset. Because I think the other problem that we're seeing is people cannot manage ambiguity or complexity very well. And this is something I really learned in emerging markets. So there is a ton of innovation that comes out of the US and Europe, for example. But the ability to manage ambiguity isn't something we necessarily have to manage on a day-to-day basis. That's obviously a generalization. But I think if we can help people get there, that will help them be better leaders. And just kind of to wrap it all the way back around, if we entrust people to do this and we really support them, and we do it in a way that's authentic, not just, well, this will just help us get better and make more money. I think if it's really, this is the way that we help develop you as a human being and you as a person, and you can help the people that we serve in a better way. And I think the expanded conversation is then about purpose, right? That was the other thing that's come through very loud and clear is, what is our purpose? And are we authentically living that purpose? Because when we do that, we achieve so many things, including attracting the best and brightest talent, and making sure that we have that kind of culture and that sandbox that people want to come and play in.
I like it. Now, it's your first time at the Drucker Forum. What's your take on that?
Oh, I think it's been great fun. Somebody made a comment before I got here. I said, what was your experience like? And she said, my favorite thing about the Drucker Forum is it's a very seasoned and interesting group of new players, very seasoned leaders, consultants, academics, authors, and you leave with hard insights, best practices, but you also leave with beautiful questions.
That's a beautiful way of putting it.
Yeah.
So I have one more question.
Yes.
I hope it's beautiful, but let's see. I think in our line of work, it's very often about doing things new, doing things for the first time. What's the last thing you did for the first time?
The last thing I did for the first time was to come to Vienna. I've never been here before. The last thing I did for the first time. What's the last thing you did for the first time? It's a good question.
That's quite good. The last thing I did for the first time is moderate this panel.
Oh, how did it go?
actually, moderating Drucker TV, and I don't know how it went yet, but because it's still ongoing.
It seems like it's going pretty well.
I hope it is. Okay, then I'll have one last question. We have 45 seconds to go.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of curious because for me, a lot of the change that's happening is also driven by the younger generations. How strong do you think is the element of getting people involved earlier in decision making in large companies, large corporations, let's say specifically from the innovation side, or also board level and whatnot?
Well, I mean, I think that, I really like the approach of decentralized innovation. I think it's sort of, one of the other themes that came out and very central to Jugaad innovation is the democratization of innovation. Mm-hmm. And that's often synonymous with decentralized innovation. That doesn't mean there's not guidance or leadership. It just means that there's more autonomy throughout. So I think that, if that's sort of where I would leave it, is how do we actually support the democratization of innovation?
It's a great question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Simone, Ahuja. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for listening in. See you shortly.
All right.
And we are back. I'm Daniel, your still very friendly host throughout the day. And we are back and we'll have a quick look at the future. We've got some amazing interviews coming up, including with Margaret Heffernan and Don Tapscott. But before we do that, we'll have a look back at some of the highlights of the last years, including none other than Clayton Christensen and many others. So stay tuned and see you shortly. Thank you.
That the themes that I saw emerging from your works are where's entrepreneurship happening and who is doing it? And is this something that we do? Lisa said this is kind of interesting to me. Is entrepreneurship a backup plan because corporations can't do it internally? Are we financing it correctly? Are we teaching people how to do entrepreneurship correctly? And I thought I would just add one little thing to it. And that is, I do think that in the end, Drucker and Schumpeter were essentially right. And the observation is that you can't invest internally, and therefore entrepreneurship is a backup plan. And it entails trying and failing and trying and failing and victoring differently and failing, and some of them succeed. But they exist because it's a backup plan. We haven't learned how to do it internally and and so on. And I just wanted to give a couple observations that takes me to the belief that in the end, maybe we really can teach people how to be innovative inside of corporations if we do it in a powerful way. So a number of years ago, I was minding my own business one day when I received a call from William Cohen, who was the Secretary of Defense when Clinton was our president. And elsewhere we call it the Minister of Defense, we call him the Secretary of Defense. And he asked me if I would come down to the Pentagon to teach his staff about my research about innovation. And for me, it was a chance of a lifetime, so I went down there. And there were about 45 people in his office. And he introduced me to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the secretaries of the Army and the Navy and the Air Force and all of the undersecretaries and deputy secretaries and assistant secretaries of everything. So about 45 people there. And Secretary Cohen asked me to just talk to them about my research about disruption. And so I described how there's a tendency for the company innovations that kill disruptive companies start at the bottom of the market and go up. And they kill the incumbents not by taking them head on, but by launching what we call disruptive innovations, starting in simple tiers of the market and then go up. And then I said, to illustrate how this works in a company, I want to tell them how it worked in steel, and described how at the bottom of the market there's concrete reinforcing bar or rebar and other more sophisticated products until you came to the top of the market, which was sheet steel used to make cars. And I described how historically all of these products were made by integrating big integrated steel companies like US Steel or Gohovens and so on. And then I described how a new disruptive innovation called mini mills that melt scrap in electric furnaces came at the bottom of the market and went up. And as they went from the bottom of the market, the integrated steel companies were having to get rid of that because their margins improved as they went up market themselves. And many of you know the model as I've tried to describe it. Anyway, when I described how disruption had killed the integrated steel companies in that industry, Secretary, or General Shelton, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, raised his hand and he said, "Clay, you're clueless about why we're interested in your model, aren't you?" And I confessed that I was clueless. And he said, "Well, leave that diagram of disruption on the market, on the screen." And he stood up and he leaned out the word sheet steel. That's the most demanding market for people in steel. He crossed that out and he said, "For us, that's the Russians. They're the most demanding foes." And then he said, "What you call the integrated steel companies, we call that the U.S. Department of Defense. And we try to do everything for everybody." And then he looked at the bottom of the market, which we had labeled as rebar, or concrete reinforcing bar. And he crossed that out and he said, "For us, that's terrorism. And what you'll call as the mini mills, starting out with terrorism and then screaming up market, we call that non-nation nations like Al-Qaeda. And they are racing up market, and there isn't anything about the way we're organized that would help us good at tackling terrorism." And then he sat down. And all of a sudden, all of the hands in the audience went up, and the questions were all around, have there been any examples of company leaders of an industry which, when they got disrupted by something coming at the bottom, survived rather than get killed? And I said, yeah, there have been a few, but in every case, the companies that survived or even thrived when this happened always occurred when they set up a completely different business unit. And it had to be different because the economics are different, the processes are different, the cost structure and the organizational infrastructure had to be very different. But if they set it up separately, there are a few examples of survivorship or even success. And we argued and discussed this for about 2 hours, and then we ran out of time. 2 months later, Secretary Cohen called me up again. And he said, "You need to know that today we're announcing that we're setting up a different organization, separate from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and we're calling it the Special Forces Command, that we're going to organize to fight terrorism." And he said, "You need to know that we have been arguing about how to organize ourselves to tackle terrorism. We've been arguing about it for 6 years. But there's no data about what we should do. And so somebody would make a recommendation and support it with data, and then somebody else would make a recommendation and support it with different data. And the data was never consistent." And he said, "What your research has done is it gave us a common language and a common way to frame the problem, so that we could reach consensus around a counterintuitive course of action." And to me, that was just a brilliant insight from him. And that is that an academic actually can make a substantial difference if we give people who use our research a common language and a common way to frame the problem. Then the manager knows what to do with it. And we're about out of time, and so maybe I better stop there. But I think that some of the best research that I see emerging is emerging in a way that causes me to say they're theories of causality. And knowing that it's causal, I see investors who, instead of being right 10% or 20% of the time, can get it right 90% of the time. And I think in the end, or I hope that it's actually true, that entrepreneurship is a backup plan as we learn more and more about how to innovate every time correctly.
On this one, I mean, I'm watching the Alphabet thing like a hawk because I think it's such a really interesting case, and I'm waiting to see what the shareholders are going to say about the non-Google activities, right? And my prediction is that it's not going to take long for them to say stop it, stop it, because they're become exploitation oriented, and this is one of the tricky things about the expectations market. The expectations are so high that it's priced for perfection for exploiting Google to the maximum, and if they ever miss on that, then they'll say, what are you doing over there? And what the number one benefit Jeff Bezos had of when taking over the Washington Post is that all the value had been wiped out. Expectations had gone from multi-billion dollars to nothing. And then you've got all sorts of freedom to engage in all sorts of exploratory activities because you don't have this incredible push of the expectations of exploiting to perfection. Washington Post, the expectations were zero. This is a bankrupt kind of organization that is worthless, that's bailed out by this guy, and then he could do whatever he wants. Thus far, Page and Brin have been able to do whatever they want because they've been exploiting so fantastically successfully in the core business.
So it's interesting. I mean, what you're saying is actually connecting to what you were saying earlier is that capital markets can be a liberator or a prisoner.
Yeah, and they become more a prisoner than a liberator, right? I think the public capital markets are the American public capital markets now are a detriment to American competitiveness and success. Full stop. I think we've gotten to the crossover point where they're a net negative. Something that's been a huge advantage for America economically, having sort of the biggest, richest capital markets in the world has become a negative, and I think we're going to go to an era where there's going to be we're going to look back on this era 20 or 30 years from now. We're going to look back on the era, the second half of the 20th century, and say, what the hell were we thinking? Why did we think widely held, publicly traded corporations were the ultimate economic form? What were we thinking? We were so nuts. That's crazy. It was terrible. That's what we'll be thinking in 20 years.
Sarah?
Okay, but then we have to move to the audience. Yeah.
Just to build on that, we set up a fund in which the fund would only invest in companies that were disruptive in our language. And we had a criteria, which is if it did what the theory says they should do, they'll be successful. And that fund has been operating now for 11 years. And the compounded annual rate of return on that fund in publicly traded companies has offered a 36% compounded annual rate of return, even with 2 big recessions in the middle of that. And what's interesting, Roger, is that this fund is the only fund that pursues that strategy. The market won't allow people to do what we know they should do. And it's very interesting to me. The probability that you'll be successful if you follow theories of management that emerge from this group, the probability of success is well over 80%. But entrepreneurs or venture capitalists don't study any of our research. And therefore they can't invest in doing what we know is proven to be valid. So I'm grateful that there are opportunities to succeed, but I don't have much confidence that the current structure can do it.
Current structure, yeah. I'm going to suggest that we move to some audience questions, because I'm worried about that. But we are going to kick that off with a question or a comment from one of our Drucker Challenge finalists, Milena. Is Milena here?
Oh, there's a hand up there. That might be her.
Maybe.
Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to address the giants of management. My question is about 3 young people who started a company, and for them, entrepreneurship at the moment is not a backup plan. One of them is marketing person, one of them chief technology officer, and one is business development guy. And let's imagine they're on a remote island and they just have access to data. And what metrics you will advise them to use so that they know they're not burning money, that basically their company is going to scale. And in second scenario, what metrics would you advise them to use in case they actually go and speak to their potential customers, both online and offline? Thank you.
Someone want to grab that? Go, Clay.
I have an opinion on your question. And that is, it turns out that data was never created by God. Data is a representation of the phenomena, but data is not the phenomena. And when we try to and so every piece of data is created by a person. And that person had to take some elements of the phenomena and include it in the data, but they have to take other elements of the phenomena and exclude it from the data. And as a consequence of that, data is always, the best they can be is half correct. And therefore, when you're making important decisions of the sort that you're talking to, and you try to build your decision in any way by looking at what does the data say, it is partially true. It only relates to the past. And therefore, you are desperate to have a theory that allows you what causality is at work there. And you need to make your decisions based upon theories of causality in management, not by data. And I haven't died yet, so I don't know what it's really going to be like. But I'm just imagining that when I die, if they let me in, I'm going to look around and there won't be any data in heaven anywhere. And so I'm going to ask them, when they're taking me on my guide, I'm going to say, how come there's no data in heaven? And they're going to answer to me, well, because data lies all the time, or tell half the truth. And so when data tries to be admitted into heaven, we always send data to hell. And that's kind of nice for me, because when people ask me, show me the data, I just have to say, go to hell. I have an opinion.
So I'm going to be, I think, probably the black sheep of the panel. I'm not sure, because I don't know what others are going to say. But I definitely will not talk about the state as enabler, but as investor of first resort, not just lender of last resort, in some ways as lead innovator. But surely it's not about state versus business, but it's really about what sort of new thinking should we have about the public sector and its role in forming dynamic partnerships with different actors, private actors, third sector, including civil society, which has always been very important as a key market shaper. Anyway, so this is a great conference to be having at this particular moment in time, because after the financial crisis, there was lots of talk that we don't just want growth for growth's sake, we want a particular type of growth. And this concept of smart innovation-led growth is sort of on the signs outside the UN, the OECD, the European Commission, this Horizon 2020 program, which is all about smart growth, sustainable growth, inclusive growth. And what I want to argue is that unfortunately, and probably even in this room, we have a real crisis of thinking in a really lame, boring, inertial, old-fashioned way about the state. Both those who are pro and those who are against. So, we hear, of course the state is important. We're not Tea Party politicians. We're, smart adults in an intellectual room here. Of course the state has a role, but what role? Is it just to level the playing field and then allow all the action to happen in the market, in the private sector? Is it just to de-risk and facilitate the private sector? Is it just, in economic speak, to solve and to fix different types of market failures? So when things mess up, and we've just lived through a massive mess up, the state comes in and puts bandages in different places. Or is it something more interesting? And I would argue that we often hear a not very interesting thing, and sorry, Adrian, if I put your magazine up here, The Economist every single week in the editorial section. So what's inside The Economist is fascinating. The editorial section is always telling us this story, which I don't find very interesting, which is, of course, the state is important. Fund the schools, fund the infrastructure, get the right sort of tax policies, get, the right conditions, the background conditions, which in Europe we call the framework conditions, but then get the hell out of the way. So the really cool people, the Zuckerbergs of this world, sorry, here we go. The Zuckerbergs, the Steve Jobses, the Bill Gateses can do the really interesting thing. And the state there is sort of like a Kafkian bureaucrat, signing the papers, making sure things are administered, et cetera, and again, leveling the playing field. So I wrote a book, and very sorry for this completely self-promotional slide, but hey, these kind of conferences, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Which I called The Entrepreneurial State, which in this country, and in Germany because that was where the publisher was from, called it Das Kapital des Staat, so the capital of the state, which I think is a great title because what I'll be speaking to you about in my remaining 6 minutes and 47 seconds, is what do I mean by an entrepreneurial state? What does it mean to talk about the state as having been a lead investor in places like Silicon Valley, in places like China today, but in a very different way, and there's big questions there on what the impact of that will be, in places like Denmark, in places like Germany, even in places like Brazil up until about a year ago before this massive political crisis that's happening there. So what I mean by the entrepreneurial state is if you think of the whole innovation chain, so basic research, applied research, and the financing that the few innovative companies actually need, there has actually been, again, let's just focus for a minute on Silicon Valley because everyone seems to try to copy it, Silicon Roundabout in the UK, a very deep and broad role of the public sector in doing so much more than just fixing market failures. In fact, what the role has been very much about shaping and creating markets. So not just funding the classic public failure, which might be basic research. Private companies don't invest in basic research because it's very hard to appropriate the returns from it. And so the state must, all over the world, come in and fix that problem. In some countries more, some countries less. But there's no controversy there about the state funding science. We all know that. The controversy starts coming when we actually look. And here, these are just some of the examples, again, in the US, the orange icons. The actual role that the state has played, again, going downstream. So lots of applied research by, for example, organizations like ARPA-E today, which just came out with a huge innovation in battery storage. Downstream even more in, Yozma in Israel, of course, with the Public Venture Capital Fund. In the US, InQtel, a big public venture capital fund of the CIA. But also the Small Business Innovation Research Program. I don't have time now to go into all these examples, but the point is this very broad and deep involvement across that whole chain is extremely hard to justify through what I call this lame view that you're just there to fix with a bandage. This is just showing you quickly in terms of the finance part, which we're not really used to seeing. If you compare, the Small Business Innovation Research financing for companies like like Intel, Compaq, or even some of the guaranteed loans going to companies like Tesla. Apple itself got a different but similar type of loan from SBIR. This amount of money, which is patient, long-term committed finance, has always played a very important role before the venture capital financing has come in. In fact, some people argue that VCs actually use these kinds of funds, for example, in the US, to filter which companies they should actually finance, because these funds come in really early stage, not just in sort of that middle Death Valley stage. And in fact, if you look at these organizations, whether it's SBIR or DARPA, which is the famous one, what's really also interesting, if you look at their websites, they also don't describe themselves as just market fixers. They have missions, right? So this mission-oriented nature of this public activity across that whole chain is, again, something that's hard to justify when we just think of it in theory as just creating these patches. Now, in the book, The Entrepreneurial State, I spent 2 whole chapters trying to make the argument, going through lots of different sectors, biotech, nanotech, but the sort of symbolic, theatrical thing was, you know, everything that makes your iPhone actually smart and not stupid was publicly financed through some of these mission-oriented organizations. And again, through missions, whether it was going to the moon, or today, if we look at the impact of some of these financing mechanisms like ARPA-E, the mission to solve climate change, it's a really important story to tell, because this is not just about public finance, it's about this decentralized network of public actors across that whole chain, which have actually been driven by, again, what I call missions, and better understanding how these missions were set, how it was not just top-down, because once the mission is set, you also need a lot of bottom-up experimentation between these different actors is a very important, again, historical factor that I think just has not been properly analyzed, and so leads to lots of problematic policies. If you look carefully at that graph that I've just left, lots of it was military. And so people often say, oh, that's just the military-industrial complex. But actually what's interesting is looking at how the lessons were learned in health. So this is the National Institutes of Health funding, which in the US, even after the crisis, after sequestration, was still spending over $30 billion a year just for this sector, which is basically biotech and pharma. And if you look at this water wave here, you can just look at the years, and basically the venture capitalists came in to fund biotech kind of 30 years after these very high-risk, capital-intensive public finances were funding, if you want, laying the red carpet for that particular sector. And of course we need venture capital. Of course we need venture capital. But this kind of idea that they were the big risk takers is quite problematic. In green, again, I don't have time, but we've written lots of recent papers on this with different research fellows. You really see the same exact pattern. The highly capital-intensive areas with high technological and market risk around the world, that upper right-hand quadrant there is being financed by different types of public actors. In this particular case of green, you have public banks actually doing a huge part of that risk-taking. So the KfW in Germany, the China Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the Brazilian Development Bank have been absolutely lead actors. These are the development finance institutions. China, by the way, if you look at the amount of money they're throwing at green, it's phenomenal. And these numbers might look huge to you, but how much did Elon Musk get from the US government? Close, actually over $5 billion for the combination of Tesla, SolarCity, and SpaceX. So it's false, this notion that somehow, you know, Elon Musk and these guys were just getting the benefits from great science that was being funded by the US, but then they went down and did their own thing. Tesla S got a $465 million guaranteed loan. Things went well, no problem. Solyndra got $500 million in a guaranteed loan. Things did not go so well. Now, that story about, you know, that you actually have to also be willing to fail, willing to explore, is what I think the big question should be. Both admitting that there have been strong directions sent by the state, that you need to set up organizations that are mission-oriented. And, ooh, that's terrible when you put an alarm, because then it tells you when you have to shut up. I won't do this in the future. Anyway, these are the actual questions we should be asking. How to build these you know, explorative organizations in the public sector that are willing to experiment like this decentralized network that I just showed you. Lastly, we should not just aim for smart growth, but also inclusive growth. And so why don't we do das Kapital des Staat and actually set these things up like a portfolio? Because the tax system, by the way, is no longer working to bring back that return. NASA itself was founded in a year that the top marginal taxation rate was, yell out a number, under a Republican military general president. Over 90%, 91%. Okay, that's no longer the era we live in. Why not retain some equity in investments like Tesla to cover those kind of cylindrical losses? I think this is one of the big questions that we should be asking today, so we have less of a trade-off between the smart, innovative state and the welfare state. I've gone over my time.
Thank you very much, Muriel.
Looking really forward to the conversation we will have.
Danced, which is the first time I heard about it in Peter Drucker Forum, so I'm happy we nominated.
vast majority that haven't even begun the journey.
The session is called the AI Operation.
Our professor who essentially birthed the whole
Platform's going to collapse on us and we're all going to die. Feeds the fear. You ought to be afraid. You ought to move forward. Come on.
It showed me how important it is to recognize that we all have very different reactions and we shouldn't quickly judge the other person's impressions.
Someone who worked for a large pharmaceutical company, and it said, "This is a great company apart from the assholes who run it."
So with this we say, thank you so much for being with us today. See you tomorrow, see you on Friday, see you soon. Please feel free to unmute and say goodbye. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure, it's a joy, I should rather say, to see you all here. When we decided for the date of this year's forum, we didn't exactly know that we are choosing the most difficult week, and a week where we would get even a surprise in terms of short-term changes of the regulations. But I think I can tell you from our side, we were committed to do something which we still believed was safe. And I'm very happy that you, those who are really present, have seen it in a similar way. So in this sense, let me move to a more content-related point. We had from the beginning, as those who follow the forum know, we had this theme, the human imperative. The human imperative, navigating uncertainty in the digital age. And as it happened, I heard already once when I was in a Smart Cities Council meeting in Vienna, I heard about digital humanism. It was presented. I haven't heard about it, was a bit skeptical, and then somebody called me earlier this year, a friend, and said, there's a real interest in the government, there's an interest in the city of Vienna, and there's an interest in the government on this subject. And so we invited the foreign minister at the time, Alexander Schallenberg, because he was involved in the so-called Poysdorf Declaration, and he was committed to come. But there were some changes in the government, as you know, in the meantime, so he will not come, but the subject remains very important. Digital humanism. And since Chancellor Schallenberg, now Chancellor Schallenberg will not be here, there is a greeting from the Minister Margarete Schramberg, which I will play now for you. You will see the video, a short greeting.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Peter Drucker Forum. It's about putting human beings into the center of all developments, especially into the center of digital developments. Digital innovation is key. It's all about people, putting people into the center and making their lives easier and healthier. Today, we have all the possibilities. We have technologies that are helping us and enabling, like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, Industrial 5.0. We do have also the knowledge that data is important. Data is the oil of this century, and it is about how we are using this data. So is it good not to use data? I would say no. It is important that we are using data, but at the same time that we are careful about the personal protection of people owning this data. Data is important for developments in the healthcare sector. And once, just recently, somebody asked me the question, is it ethical not to use data? And I would say it's all about the fact how we use it. Putting the human into the center of all developments is key for us all. I wish you an exciting forum, a lot of new insights, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Thank you. So in this sense, I think the overall theme is given. We have, in some way, we have taken sides. We are very much for the digital development, but we see the clear priority on the human side. And that's the big challenge, I think, of the coming years and maybe of the coming decades. So in this sense, this conference should contribute to have this debate, to have an open discussion on it. And we are particularly happy that Austria, the Austrian government has an interest, and the city of Vienna has a declared interest and in a way skin in the game in this subject. So I think we are in the right place, in the perfect place to have this type of discussion. In this sense, I wish you an interesting and engaging conference, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Drucker Forum TV. I'm Daniel Cronin, your friendly host, already for a good part of the day and for the rest of the next hours. We've got some interesting things coming right your way, including an interview with the entrepreneur, CEO and writer Margaret Heffernan. Of course, we'll also add some highlights of the previous years. However, before we do that, let's dive right back over to our red carpet interviews with probably by now your very familiar hosts, Eduardo and Katerina. Take it away. And we're back, and we're going to go right over to the red carpet right now. You know, obviously we're live, and sometimes you do things live, and they're so much fun, you have to do them twice. So let's move over again to the red carpets and Eduardo and Katerina. Or not. So that's also cool, and that gives me the great opportunity to spend some quality time with you, which means I have some time to ramble, which is obviously quite interesting. Now, let's see for how long we can actually keep this going. Now, what happened today? We've already had some quite interesting interviews throughout the day, and some of them included quite prestigious people, including we had a nice talk with Behnam Tabrizi, who talked with us about innovation, and one of the questions we got to handle was, now how do you handle pressure? And his answer was quite interesting. I asked him, so what do you do with pressure? And he said, I'm actually not that good with handling it, but what's helped me is having an incredible family that he loves, and that gives him something to kind of settle down and relate to. Very interesting answer from a gentleman who has worked with the likes of President Obama, Apple, Google, and so on. Now, I'm just getting the sign. Daniel, that's quite nice. However, we like things in threes. We'll move down and over to the red carpet once again. Let's take it away, Katerina and Eduardo.
Hello, we are back here at the lobby of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. There's an energy, amazing energy, and here we are with Jennifer Tharp, Chair-elect of 2022 of the Project Management Institute Board of Directors. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for being with us today.
It's absolutely a pleasure being here.
What have you discovered? What have you enjoyed most?
This has been a fabulous experience for me. This is my first time at the Drucker Forum, and it's been fascinating because after a couple of years of pandemic, you think that you're going back, to something that you think of as fairly normal, but all of the perspectives have changed, all of the interests have changed. And there's so much that I'm doing in terms of sensing and understanding how this world has changed and how can we respond a little bit better.
That's interesting because it's true that we have to sense the changes, and conversations on stage, in the corridors are part of the amazing thing of the Drucker Forum, conversations. What interesting conversations had you have?
I've had a bunch. One of the things that's been really fascinating is as we look at a lot of the conversations around how we need to build empathy, how we need to build trust, how we need to move forward after all this time, there's a lot of feelings about where we need to go, but not a lot of how we're going to get there. And that's something that I'm going to be taking home with me because we need project management. We need the capabilities to be able to execute all of these grand visions, or else they stay as grand visions and nothing ever actually changes. So it's incredibly exciting.
You mentioned trust, you mentioned empathy, and the challenge of how to get there. Give us a few tips.
Well, that's a great question. One of the things that has come up a few times is, is empathy something that you're able to learn? Is it a skill, or is it just something you're born with? And I'm a huge believer that empathy is absolutely something that we can and we must train. I mean, it wasn't that long ago when we were saying that leadership skills were not something that could be taught, that you had to be born with. And in the same way, building that trust and building that empathy, it's critical to where we go. So we absolutely need to learn from each other, learn from our diverse experiences in order to build that.
One way we can learn trust, enhance trust. Those are the tough questions, because we know where we want to go, but not always how to get there. Monday morning on trust, what should we do?
You're asking all the easy questions, aren't you? I think a lot of it is, come back to work with that sense of curiosity. Don't assume that we know everything. Ask a lot of questions. Be open and curious. And most of all, just take the time to relax and step back and see the bigger picture in order to kind of build that trust and build those relationships again.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. We have here an invitation for empathy, for trust. Let's now talk with Rosanna. Rosanna, welcome to the red carpet conversation.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here again.
What did you learn? One insight that you got from your panel or from the forum in general?
I mean, in general, you cannot really call it a conference because it's a community. And I love this feeling of community here, when you can exchange with top leaders from all over the world, excellent book authors. And this is what I'm always looking for whenever I'm coming to the Peter Drucker Forum. And actually, you come back home with more questions than you had beforehand. And this is what makes it so special. So I'm not even rushing into any actions. I would rather on my day one reflect on what I have heard and see how I can use it right now within my work, because right now I'm in the middle of a major transition in work, leading a huge change for our tech departments. And I think I've gathered lots of inspirations here and wonderful conversations with the book authors and speakers.
There's an English philosopher called Theodor Zelding that has a book on conversations. And he says, an interesting conversation is one in which I say something I never said before. So profound is the change. But an interesting conversation starts with listening, active listening. And you mentioned that. Can you explain us what is better listening?
I mean, we were talking within our panel about leadership development, and especially how pandemic changed how we need to lead. And I think what we have seen is that we as leaders still need even stronger soft skills, like the emotional intelligence. We really need to care about people and read between the lines, because people are hidden now behind the screen, and it's even more difficult to really understand their feelings. So we have to create a safe space when they can really open up. We have to look behind the person, what's happening also on the screen, and see how we can help them in the situation they are in.
You work in the music industry. What's special about that industry in what relates to learning, culture, leadership? What's special about your industry?
I would say creativity. We are an extremely creative organization, and you can see it actually in all of the departments. And this openness to creativity, to diversity of thoughts, we are always looking for new ideas, and this is how it impacts actually the whole work and the way how we exchange, communicate, and collaborate.
One tip that you can share from the music industry to all the rest on creativity, how you share, how you collaborate, you said. How? Give us a specific tip.
Be open and truly rely on diversity of thoughts.
I love it. Diversity is of the essence in creativity and innovation and getting things done in a different way. We are here at the red carpet, and now we're going to share some thoughts. Please come closer. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Muriel Larvaron, and I work in executive education. So at CEDAP, it's a multinational club of companies where we organize leadership development. And I'm really thrilled to be here again at the forum. I think it's one of the best in the world, where we hear from the latest trends, at the same time from corporations and also from the academia. And Richard Straub, the founder, is always trying to bring in new insights. So this year we could hear philosophers, we could hear people from the young generation, and also a lot about sustainability, which is one of the key elements and drivers for tomorrow's education and in leadership development.
Of all of what you heard, what surprised you the most? What was against your own?
Yeah. It's kind of a wake-up call, I would rather say, with the young generation. I really think that they are managing things in another way that brings a fresh perspective to us. For example, they are really much more purpose-driven than us, and they are entrepreneurial. They have digital in their veins. So I think more bridges should be made with the younger generation. And the Drucker Forum provides an opportunity to have those discussions. And this is what I really like here, and being able to continue the conversation at the break. So it's quite noisy right now. Yes. And after 2 years of lockdown, I mean, it's amazing. So thank you very much for organizing this and having the courage to continue to hold this, even if not everyone could travel. And I hope that people can enjoy remotely. Yes.
Absolutely. And you talk about young generations. We had the Drucker Challenge Award ceremony yesterday, where we had people from all over the world, young people that had presented an essay, a project, shared a project. And I was really thrilled and surprised by the power of choice. The power of choice, meaning they choose a purpose, an impact, and they devote themselves completely to that. What do you plan to do differently Monday morning?
I would like to, hello, good morning. I would like to order
our leadership programs, we are always in a test and learn mode. And we work with our members to co-design the program.
Okay.
I think that to success will continue to do that, and I will even more pay attention to building bridges between the young generation and the corporate world. So that's really on my agenda on Monday, and we will work with the Boston Project at CEDAP to do those sessions. And I will talk also at a conference on Monday in Asia, where they are trying to bring more purpose-driven and work with the young generation. So this is really key for us in leadership.
I love it. Bon courage. And we'll continue this conversation with a friend of mine, longtime friend of mine, Patricia Pomies. Hola, Patricia.
Hola, hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you. I think this is your first time at the Global Peter Drucker Forum, but you were not only in the audience, but on stage several times. What did you enjoy most of this gathering?
Well, I mean, I enjoy a lot of things, to be honest. I mean, this has been an amazing program for me. I mean, being in contact with so many leaders and so many people that you really get to connect to each other. And the best part for me was when we get emotionals, when we start talking about emotions as leader, and we are going to tackle that. We talk about love, we talk about, I mean, crying, about retirement. We talk, of course, we were talking about how to develop new skills for the leaderships, but we were also talking about how we are struggling, right? And so for me, being so honest in this 3 days, I mean, has been amazing to share experiences and to learn from each other.
You talk about the struggles. Share with us some struggles you had at the beginning of the pandemic.
Well, the first one was, I mean, nobody has a map, right? I mean, we were all trying to improvise. I mean, thinking, okay, we may think about this is a good idea or not. I work in a digital native company like Globant. So for us was like kind of easier to think about changing the organization again and again to fixing, because we are very agile in that way. But to be honest, for me as a leader, it was, I mean, struggling with what people is going to do in their homes, because we have the responsibility, not as employers, also as leaders, to get into the home of the people. When we send everybody home, we said, okay, now as a leader, I'm also there in the middle of a living room in a house full of people, sharing the family with others, explaining my problems, my issues, problems. So that kind of thing was really a challenge for all of us, trying to understand that we were not talking only with our employees, we were also talking up with their families.
That's interesting, because the families jumped into the Zoom and therefore jumped into the office all of a sudden. You have a small daughter. Tell me, how was that?
Well, it was challenging for all the mothers. I think that this has been a very challenging time for parenting, but I mean, we get used to that. We are in a Zoom. We were not only executives, we were also mothers, and we are part of something else. So in some of the Zooms with, for example, last week I was with the investors call and all the bankers were at the Zoom, and I was in a very close space at my home. And sometimes my girl, 3-year-old girl, opened the door and started to say, hey, mommy, how are you? So all the bankers were, come on. And she's also a mother. And I say, yes, I'm not only just, so I mean, so that's, yeah, so it's good, it's good. We finally are being very honest. We open our hearts, right?
Opening your hearts, and you developed an interesting project that's called Be Kind, a project that's be kind with your teammates, with the planet, with humanity, and with yourself. Double click on Be Kind with Yourself. What is that program about?
Well, that is one of my favorite programs because it has to do with how we are going to take care of ourselves, right? In the middle of this pandemic, everybody was talking about, okay, how we are going to deliver our project, the results of the company. Everybody was talking about results. And in the meantime, everybody was getting burning out and was very stressed, and they were trying to redesign the spaces at home, or how they're going to combine digital and physical things. So I think in the middle of that, we launched this program that has to do not only with physical, also with mental health. So we put in place a program with the psychologists, with the medical.
I'm sorry, but actually I'm in the website, so it's supposed to. Okay, so can I check another alternative? If you don't have Parks and Club, right?
Relatives in the middle of the pandemic, so we're helping them in order to cope with that. So I think it has to do with that, right? To give the tools to the people in order to feel that they are in a very safe environment.
That's so interesting, because in a rush, not only you turned your focus to the people, not just the employee, but rather the family of the people. So that's a great way to invite you to take care of yourself first. And when you do and you learn how to do, you're going to be able to take care of the people around you, whether your colleagues, your team members, or even your boss. Take care of the people. And that's one of the key roles of leadership. We had a session here where they said, love your colleagues, and that's the best way to lead. Here from the lobby of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, directly to Drucker Forum TV.
Okay. Hi, I'm Julia Kirby. I am here with Margaret Heffernan. Margaret Heffernan is a familiar name to many people who are friends of the Drucker Forum and more generally business book readers, although her books are not really what many of us would say were pure business books. That's a topic we'll get into in a moment. Margaret has written how many books at this point?
Six.
Six, okay. I would have guessed it was about half a dozen. But most recently, Uncharted is the book, and it's about how to map the future. So we're going to begin with just, I guess, that obvious question on the table. How does one map the future?
And the premise of the book is really that fundamentally we can't, which is to say that we can't predict the future as much as the salesmen of Silly Valley have been peddling that notion. The fact is the future is absolutely jam-packed with uncertainties. And I think, you know, we've really defined management as a sort of three-legged stool. You know, you forecast, you plan, you execute. And, you know, my contention is the first leg is pretty broken. And in the context of that, what is it that we do? And I think that, you know, the first thing we do is we kind of put scientific management back in the 20th century where it belongs and start recognizing that in the modern complex environment, it actually gets in our way. It gives us a sense of false security, if you like. And we need to start rethinking leadership. We need to start rethinking what the job of management really is and what are the kind of fundamental principles in our organizations, the way we run them and their culture and the way that we work with people that will equip us for a lot of surprises and a lot of unpredictability.
Well, give us an example of where you've seen a company or an organization of some kind do a good job at mapping the future, at understanding what's coming around the corner.
Yeah. Well, so I think one great example is a chap I interviewed who was the chief data officer at the Bank of England. And with more regulation, there's more data. With more data, there's more need for analysis. And so he was thinking, how are we going to cope with this? And he was smart enough, I think, to recognize, or enough of a grown-up to recognize, that actually he wasn't going to be given a lot more resources. And the conventional way of dealing with it would have been take his senior leadership team off to a swanky hotel somewhere with some org charts and some budgets and kind of rearrange everything and then come down with a new plan and then shove it down the throats of the poor people who were somehow supposed to be transformed by this new vision. And for a variety of reasons, he decided not to do that. Instead, to say to the whole of the organization, I think this is kind of where we're heading, right? More data, more regulation, more data, more analysis of the data, no additional resources. And then he just asked them a great question. What do you think we should do? And he proposed that they come up with ideas for experiments to try to find really where the kind of air pockets in the organization were, where there were opportunities for improvement, for changing the culture, for changing work processes, for really changing just about everything. So this was an experiment on two fronts. One is it was certainly an experiment as far as strategy goes, and then it was a whole series of experiments, some of which worked spectacularly. Some of the people coding the data realized if they coded it differently that could accelerate analysis, which it did about tenfold. And other experiments didn't work at all. Like people said, could we please all come to the senior leadership team weekly meetings, because then we'd all know what was going on. And they soon found that they were kind of dreary and tedious and not nearly as fascinating as they sounded when they were behind locked doors. So that did nothing except actually perhaps remove a little bit of suspicion and anxiety. And then other ones which said, you know, our HR processes are a complete mess. They're demotivating, old-fashioned, and draining, and we all hate them. And so they completely redesigned the whole review process, with the result that a lot of people changed what they were doing and felt people were really invested in their careers, and a whole mood shift happened. So I think what's so interesting about that is it's really about how do we get in shape for the future? What do we need to be, as well as what do we need to do? And it assumed that fundamentally the job of leadership is to convene the right people around the right questions, and not to follow hierarchy, to really put a lot of emphasis on developing and cultivating the collective wisdom inside the organization, and learning more about its capacity through experimentation rather than planning.
So let's shift gears for just a moment and talk about your process, because there are a lot of people in this community of writers and sharers of big ideas that should have impact on management. I sense that you don't think of yourself as a business book writer, but you write books that are embraced by the business community. What's going on there? How do you come up with these ideas, and how do they fit together?
Well, it's interesting because I think, I mean, you know, both with Willful Blindness and A Bigger Prize, and now with Uncharted, I picked subjects that people weren't thinking about. That's certainly true. And they were all subjects which turned out in subsequent years to be of kind of vital importance. Willful blindness was, why is it that, you know, very well-informed, intelligent, well-intentioned people absolutely overlook much that they most need to think about? Bigger Prize was about the degree to which competition really does not work the way that the economists have tried to persuade us that they do. And Uncharted was really about the unpredictability of the future. And it's really interesting, I was recording the audiobook, and even I was surprised to find myself writing about epidemics on page 3, bearing in mind I wrote it primarily in 2018, 2019. And of course, people at the time I was writing it absolutely believed with enough data and AI and algorithms and all this mumbo jumbo, we could know the future. So all of those 3 books were ahead of their time, kind of captured the zeitgeist, have a super, super long tail. All of them were absolutely contradicting received wisdom. All of them were very contentious in the sense that they said things people didn't really want to hear. And all of them have received a very big, large following because of all those things. And so what is the process? I think there are 2 things. I don't run businesses anymore, but I spend a lot of time, as it were, out in the world, talking to people, thinking about things in a very unstructured way. And I'm just picking up on things. And I just kept picking up, in this case, on the fact that the way people think about the future and talk about the future is mad. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. You know, people do think the future is sort of behind a locked door, and if you had a secret key, you could kind of take a peek. And the secret key may be algorithms and all that kind of stuff, or it may be horoscopes. But actually, all of this is wrong. You know, whether you're talking about you know, business, or whether you're talking about, you know, whether history repeats itself. No historian thinks it does. Whether you're thinking about genetics, you know, there's again more mumbo jumbo. You know, your genetics can tell you, or your kid's genetics can tell you what your kid will become. So that's why you should buy this app or do this genetic test, all this kind of stuff. None of this stuff actually holds up. So my process is to kind of be in the world and soak stuff up, you know, just be a sort of sponge and try to see what is it that just does not make sense. And then I write the books because I want to understand it. I hit something, it won't let me go. It's a really hard problem, and none of the conventional answers really bear much scrutiny. And then I set off to try to figure out, okay, what's really going on here? And if it is really a problem, what's a better way of thinking about it? So it's, my publishers get upset, you know, because it doesn't, they kind of defy categories, and they are very deliberately written in a way that has no jargon in them. I mean, I care about language passionately, and when I wrote Uncharted, before I sent it off, I did a word search to make sure that the word engagement did not appear anywhere. It's a word that just gives me the creeps, because what engages are gears, you know, people are not gears. So they're vigorously jargon-free. I hope they're kind of sort of hackney-free. But they are fundamentally about where business and life intersect. I think for me, and I know not everybody will agree with this, for me, talking about business as separate from life is one of the flaws in all of our business thinking. When somebody goes into work, they are bringing the whole of their lives with them, the whole of the social context with them. And to talk about a business as though it were not in the world is mad, bad, and dangerous. And so I try to integrate these two things, to talk about ideas as they impact us as individuals, as mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, policymakers, daughters, sons, citizens, voters, as well as people who work.
One of the things I always like to ask people in an interview, informal or just because I'm meeting them for the first time, is what would you do if you weren't doing what you do? But in your case, it seems like you're doing many things.
Yeah.
You advise CEOs and other executives. You write these books. Those two things alone seem kind of, one is very extroverted, one is very introverted potentially.
Correct.
Is there a theme that runs through your various portfolio of things you do?
It's a great question, because it looks, I think, from the outside a little incoherent. I think it isn't, in the sense that these are themes that I care about, not just on a kind of publishing basis or a work basis. You know, they are ways of thinking about how do we live today. And the different ways in which I do that are both different ways of doing the research, so talking to a very broad cross-section of people, seeing how they play out in reality in all sorts of different situations. So I'm a local parish councilor where I'm responsible for our community's response to climate change. That is a very, very long way away from the way that the global CEOs of companies that I work with are thinking about it. But actually being able to see this through multiple lenses, I think is really helpful. And then I write in different ways. So I write books that you don't have to have an MBA to understand, because I think they're more broadly applicable. And I've written 6 plays as well for the BBC, which is another way of treating the same idea, another way of telling stories around ideas that will reach a very, very different audience. So I'm kind of trying to do the same work kind of horizontally, and as far as I can, kind of break down the communication silos that we've set up for ourselves.
In your advisory role with CEOs, I'm sure, of course, you would approach them all individually, and they're very, very distinct and unique situations. But is there a pattern to be found there in terms of what you're trying to get them to see, what they're not getting?
Yeah, what a good question. I think, I think I'm lucky to work with business leaders who I think are all, thinking of the individuals I'm working with at the moment, they're super smart, they're super well-intentioned. They don't have nothing they're being paid for, which is to think. It is, for all of us, easier to think with somebody. They're all, in this case actually all of them are men, they're all deeply anxious about showing how much uncertainty they have in themselves. And I think they're all struggling with the tension between the risk that is implicit in doing something new, which the world demands, and the risk implicit in the status quo. And there's a disequilibrium here because the status quo doesn't feel dangerous because it's comfortable and it's familiar. And the new feels dangerous because it's uncomfortable, untested, and unfamiliar. But the danger of any kind of innovation feels disproportionately more dangerous than the status quo. And I would argue right now, the status quo is the single most dangerous thing on any leader's desk. And feeling that just doing what we've always done the way we've always done it is probably the single greatest threat to their business.
Margaret Heffernan, thank you so much for spending this time with us. That's terrific advice to even the CEOs that don't have the opportunity to get it from you directly. Now we're going to move to highlights from past Drucker forums. This is the 13th, so we'll be looking at highlights from 12 previous years.
Qui s'achève, je n'ai pas fermé les yeux. Tu occupes ma vie et mes rêves. Le vent qui se lève emporte les feuilles tombées, emporte le cœur que j'aime. Je marche seule, la nuit m'effraie. Troublé, à trop aimer, j'appelle les anges.
The executive in charge, MOD, manager on duty. But actually that's the official term. The real term is MOD, Master of Disaster. So I'm going to be tonight your MOD on behalf of Richard.
It is humbling and inspiring to be among so many great thought leaders that are dedicating their life to transforming the world.
Tout près du rivage, j'observe les vagues danser. Dans un millier d'étincelles, là-bas sur la plage, jadis tu m'as juré ta fidélité éternelle. Maintenant, je marche seule.
After hearing some of the distinguished speakers today, this morning, I can understand how Peter Drucker's ideas and teachings are timeless. They take the human perspective, and Drucker saw continuity and change in the same continuum. That's what I learned today.
Je marche seule, le soleil qui s'est levé m'a dénoncé. Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to introduce you to Linda Hill. Linda is the Wallace Brett Donham Professor of Business Administration at the Harvard Business School and chair of the Leadership Initiative. She has spent her career studying and learning from people leading innovation, building innovative organizations and ecosystems, and developing leaders for innovation. And so I know we only have a short window, but looking forward to hearing a snapshot of your key insights from your research.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here and be on this panel with friends, and old and new, and look forward to sharing with you some of our ideas. So what we have been looking at is men and women who have built organizations or ecosystems that could innovate time and again. And in looking at these organizations, what we have found is that although there are differences in how these leaders go about doing their work, there are real commonalities in what they do and why. And I'd like to share some of those commonalities with you. These leaders understand that leading innovation is not the same as leading change. Leading change is about setting direction, communicating that direction, and inspiring people to want to go in that direction. That is not what leading innovation is about. Leading innovation is about shaping context. These leaders understand that most innovations are not the result of some individual genius having an aha moment. Rather, innovation comes from collections of people, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise. And innovation involves them engaging in a discovery learning kind of process together to address problems or opportunities for which they need an innovative solution. So these leaders focus on how do I build an environment in which people will be willing and able to do the hard collaborating and discovery-driven learning together. And it is hard work. It's emotionally and intellectually very taxing to do innovation. So what you see, I'm going to talk about the, make sure I'm pushing this correctly, the capabilities you see in these organizations first. They work on building three capabilities. The first is creative abrasion. This is about creating an organization that can engage in creating a marketplace of ideas through debate and discourse. So for sure they do brainstorming, but they know that you cannot continually suspend judgment. At some point you have to confront the ideas if you actually want to get a robust portfolio of alternatives to consider. So in these organizations, people do learn to inquire and to listen, but they also learn to advocate, to compete with others about the ideas. So what you see is these leaders understand you rarely get innovation without diversity and conflict. And as one of the leaders told us, his most important job was actually to make sure that the minority voice spoke up and was heard. The second capability is creative agility. This is about how you actually test and refine that portfolio of alternatives. And what you see here is these organizations know how to quickly pursue, reflect, and then adjust based on what they've learned. So it's not surprising that these organizations, many of them, have adopted methodologies that are very much like design thinking or lean startup. But changing the mindset of people about what you're doing is one of the key issues that has to happen here. So what we saw with one leader is he said, you know what, we no longer do pilots here. Because if a pilot doesn't work out, someone was wrong or something was wrong. Instead, we do experiments here. Because if we get a so-called negative outcome, as long as we learn from it, it's fine. The final capability is creative resolution. And this is about how these organizations go about doing decision-making. And in some ways, this is the hardest one we found. So what you see with organizations that can innovate is they do a kind of decision-making that we refer to as integrative decision-making because they do what is referred to in Roger Martin's sort of space, more both and as opposed to either-or decision-making. So in these organizations, people will not compromise to go along, just will not do it. They also will not let one group dominate. They won't let the bosses dominate. They won't let the experts dominate. And the experts are a particularly complicated group we could talk about. But for sure, what they do instead is they have very clear decision-making rights, but they have a more patient and inclusive way of doing decision-making So they're more likely to be able to combine so-called opposable ideas and come up with innovative solutions. So the leaders work very hard on building these capabilities in their organizations, and this is what allows people to be able to do innovative work. They also, of course, need to worry about building the culture to support this innovative work or those capabilities. And this is a schematic that captures that culture. And we ended up referring to this kind of culture as a community culture, because there's a deep sense of connectedness and belonging in these cultures. And the glue of the culture is around the shared purpose and the shared values. We've heard a lot about that earlier, so I won't say more about that. The grease is really about what we refer to as rules of engagement. And these rules of engagement are about how we're supposed to act together and how we're supposed to think together. And I want to be very clear, data-based actually can include emotions, and often does include emotions. But you need to have an explanation, you need to have evidence for your point of view, and if you don't, we designed the experiment to figure it out. So what you have here is a picture, a snapshot of an organization's culture and capabilities. I'm an ethnographer. I love to tell stories. Luckily for me, you've heard the stories of two of my research sites, one being Vinit, the other being Ed Catmull. Been doing work with them for over 10 years. So what I want to say, though, is this is the company. We created a diagnostic so that companies could get a snapshot of where they were, so that we also could do research faster and more efficiently. And we could work with companies that are going through the transformation of becoming more innovative. And what you see here is a snapshot of a culture of a supply chain company, a supply chain organization and a pharmaceutical company that has been going through a digital transformation for 3 years. And despite investing millions of dollars, they haven't got the outcomes that they'd like to see. And the leaders decided it was because there was something wrong with their culture. And where they started was what the shared purpose of this organization, because they really were made up of a number of mergers. And they began to send teams out to actually spend time with patients who took their drugs and find out in a very intimate way, and that's the word they use, what was the experience of the patient. So when they worked on that, green is better here, red is not so good, they began to build a cohesive culture. And they use that culture now to begin to tackle some of those capabilities. And so they shared these snapshots with the top 200, and people volunteered to work on them, to figure out how are we going to get more creative abrasion? Why are we so polite? Why aren't we telling people what we really think? And so consequently, we're not really abrading enough so that we come up with the right ideas to meet the needs of, quote, Jane, the diabetic patient who they're really trying to serve. And as they begin to do this, more energy was released, and they're beginning to actually use the functionality of this digital platform. So what we see is that you cannot, if you will, tell people to act differently and break those habits. You have to let them practice. And for sure, we see new furniture, new space, new ways of working. This is a so-called positive shock experience for a global team of marketeers in an auto industry company. And what you see is they don't have any place to show those PowerPoints they brought with them to share with their strategies with people. Instead, they have to tell stories. They have to write them on these boards that can be moved around, erased by other people, written on by other people. So to end this, what I really just want to say, and it was very affirming to me to hear what was talked about today, is that you only get these kinds of capabilities, this kind of culture, if you change your leadership. So leadership today is not about setting direction and getting people to follow you. Leadership is really about how do we co-create the future together. And that's about you as a leader changing your own mindset and understanding your job is to, as Ed Catmull, the founder of Pixar, would say, is to actually unleash the slices of genius in your organization, their talents and passions, and then harness those talents and passions to serve the collective good. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
And we are back. We hope you enjoyed the last session. And guess what? We've got many more amazing sessions coming up, including a live interview with none other than Don Tapscott, which is coming up shortly, again with Julia Kirby. And just to kind of recap, we've talked to Behnam Tabrizi. We learned quite a lot there, what it builds, what it needs to create true transformation. And he said, you know, true transformation is about leadership, plans, but primarily about trust. I like that very much. We moved on to Marie Ringler, and she said she believes that everyone is a true change maker. And she thinks that everyone sooner or later is going to be willing to move forward exactly that type of change. We spoke with Simone Ahuja from Blood Orange, who again also spoke very openly about how to unfreeze the frozen mid-management. And obviously needless for me to summarize what Margaret Heffernan just said to Julia Kirby. Anyhow, without any further ado, we're going to start with a little emotional drum roll, and then you'll see Julia Kirby talking to Don Tapscott in 3, 2, 1.
I'm Julia Kirby, and I'm here with Don Tapscott. Don Tapscott is a well-known face and name and voice to the management community. He's certainly a longtime friend of the Drucker Forum. He's written at least 6 books. 18, my goodness.
I'm a legend in my
books.
mind.
I guess
sure.
I probably, my own shelf includes about 6 of them. And most recently, he's been writing a lot about the blockchain revolution. Don, what is the name of the newest book?
Well, it's called Platform Revolution, came out last week, and it argues that blockchain, this second era of the internet, an internet of value, is actually reaching platform status, and meaning that it's the technology platform upon which we'll build new models of the corporation, new models of finance, supply chain, healthcare, and overall a new model for prosperity, a new platform for prosperity.
So I'm interested to hear you name all those things, because when I hear blockchain, I'm probably not alone in this, but I think cryptocurrency, I think just Bitcoin.
Well, it started with Bitcoin. And the reason is that there's a thing in cryptography called the double spend problem, which is basically, if I send you some information, a PDF, an email or whatever, I'm sending you a copy. But when it comes to things like money or other things of value, securities, intellectual property, contracts, art, music, whatever, copying those is not a good idea, right? You don't want someone to copy your identity or the song you wrote, and if I send you 1,000 euros, it's important that I don't still have the money. So blockchain solves that, and it started with Bitcoin. In 2008, this anonymous person or persons named Satoshi Nakamoto came up with a way of sending money peer-to-peer, where trust and the transaction is not achieved by a whole bunch of middlemen. Normally, there are half a dozen middlemen in that scenario. It's achieved by software. And so this was a revolutionary thing, but it was just the very beginning. So the way I think of Bitcoin is that Bitcoin is the first app of this new internet of value. Like email was the first app of the internet of information. But you remember, Julie, way back, and I think you were editing stuff that I was writing back then for HBR, that the internet of information was a platform that began to sort of revolutionize many things in society. But what really started it was the rise of the web. where you could build not just email, but you could build any app. And now we have blockchain platforms that look a lot more like the World Wide Web. So things like Ethereum was the first one that had something called smart contracts. You know, Ethereum today has an actual value of close to $500 billion. But other platforms too, things like Polkadot or Cardano, Cosmos. And these are basically technology applications where you don't build websites, you build applications that actually deal with assets in the economy, applications to manage stocks or to manage money or to manage art. There was one here last night. Now it's called Global Rockstar, where using a blockchain platform, a musician presents their, signs with them, presents a song there, and then we as lovers of music can invest in that song. And when the song goes to the moon, if it does, we as the listeners and the fans get to benefit from that. And that song is also protected. So this solves a big problem in the music industry, which is that musicians have been screwed, basically predating the internet, but the internet broke all our intellectual property rights around music. So, so this is a really exciting thing, and I've been watching this, Julia, for, I don't know, 4 decades, and to me this is the biggest one. Bitcoin is just the beginning.
So it's a big societal set of stuff going on, but now, when we take it down to the level of the enterprise, the organization, who within companies needs to be thinking about what now that this is transforming the world around them?
Well, it turns out that this technology is not just relevant to the CIO, but to everybody. So let's take a CFO, okay? We have double entry accounting. That was the foundation of the corporation in capitalism. And we have accounting companies and auditing companies and balance sheets and all the rest. Well, with blockchain, you automatically get something called triple entry accounting. You get a debit, and it matches a credit, but a third entry goes onto a blockchain like a balance. So you're not going to need Ernst & Young to come in and do an audit at the end of the year, because you can say it's Tuesday at 2:30, I want an audit for every transaction that's occurred up to this point. And that doesn't mean Ernst & Young are going to go away. There's a role for them, and they understand this too, that function will change radically. How about if you're the, I don't know, pick somebody, head of HR, I was just talking to one. Talent, we have all these assumptions about talent, right? Talent is inside your boundaries. Your most precious asset goes out the elevator every night. Well, now you can have talent outside your boundaries, and organizations can be very decentralized so that they can find the uniquely qualified minds to do things on a blockchain platform. So what does that mean for HR when the world is your HR department? So we could go through all of these: marketing, the brand, the CMO, of course the CTO and the CIO. These people need to really understand this technology, because if Fred Smith is right, the founder of FedEx, we're going to retool all of our systems based on blockchain. He says not just our systems, but the entire logistics industry will be rebuilt around this technology. So everybody's got to care about this. And it's quite striking, you know, that you talk to somebody, what's an important technology? I don't know, AI, I guess. This is 1993. And I'm telling people, there's this thing called the internet. And everybody's like, is that like data processing? Is that PCs? What is that? Well, we need to achieve an awakening, because the stakes are very, very high for every, not just company, for every country and region to get this.
I mean, of course, I remember those days, and the terms that people were using back then, the information superhighway. Yeah. We had a lot of ways of trying to understand it by analogy.
You know, that's so funny you say that, because when I had to write the 20th anniversary edition of the Digital Economy, which was 1994, and I found myself using the net, the web, and the I-way. I coined this new term that was going to become the term that everybody uses, the I-way. That's one of those that didn't really take off.
Well, you win some, you lose some in terms of coinages. Listen, I guess I want to talk about the fact that you have always had the next thing that you were working on. And you seem to have this ability to see around corners, to understand things that are unfolding that others aren't seeing. How do you do that? What's your method?
I'm not, well, first of all, I'm not a futurist. And I think it was Drucker first said the future is not something to be predicted, it's something to be achieved. But I do a few things. I always try and understand what all the smartest people are doing. All the smartest developers in the world are focused on blockchain, or the trivergence of blockchain, AI, and the Internet of Things. Another term I tried to coin today. We'll see if that one takes off. But the other thing is I'm not smart enough to come up with the next big thing, so I have a think tank that does research to sort of figure stuff out. And right now we have the Blockchain Research Institute. We actually have Austrian companies that are members. And we have 120 projects underway. It's 80 faculty. Now these are not full-time. A lot of them are academics and practitioners and stuff. Small staff, 15 people. But we're scouring the world to try and understand everything that's happening. And so that's where this whole trivergence idea just came up, because people started saying, you know what, everywhere we're running into blockchain and the Internet of Things, the physical world becoming smart and communicating, and AI kind of starting to work together. And this is creating radical new models of many things. So I don't know, we'll see if that was a good idea or not.
I mean, trivergence, it's a great term. You are just kind of unveiling it, so I'd be stupid not to make you keep talking a little bit more about that. Tell us, what are the questions that form in your mind around trivergence? Well, I thought you'd never ask.
Yes. And if you're on Twitter, hashtag trivergence. Let's see if that word has ever been used by somebody else. At @dtapscott. You can be the first person on Twitter to use the word. No, seriously, blockchain, the Internet of Value, AI, we all know about that, machine learning, analyzing all this massive data that's coming out of everywhere, ourselves, our transactions, the physical world, and so on. And ultimately, technologies that learn to do things they weren't programmed to do. And then we have the Internet of Things, which is billions and trillions of inert objects that become smart communicating devices. So where's that going to go? There's a big, bright studio light there. That light is going to be on an auction to find the best source of power. And hopefully the organizers of this event said, you got to get green power. And the light will be instructed to do that. But it's a smart device, and it communicates. And it not only finds a good source of power, it buys it. And that transaction occurs promptly, and when the light pays for the power, the reputation of the light becomes stronger as a trustworthy device on this network of billions and trillions of things. Now that transaction is not going to go through Visa. It's going to go through a distributed ledger, a blockchain. So that's kind of a funny little example in this room. But let's say this room was a home where old people are living. And already we've got all these smart devices in the home, but they are getting smarter, and they're communicating more and more, and they're also beginning to do transactions. So when you run out of milk, the refrigerator has been instructed to purchase more milk, and that transaction will happen on a blockchain too. So you look around, you look at it, I own a Tesla, okay? It's an autonomous vehicle. Well, it's full of technology. It's learning, it learns about me and all kinds of stuff. It is a device, it is smart, and it has some AI built into it. And increasingly it's going to integrate with the infrastructure in Vienna if the local city wakes up and understands that the roads need to be smart too. And that's going to do all kinds of things. It's going to warn me about potholes, but it's also going to enable me to book a spot and order power at the charging station coming up. And it's going to order my my Starbucks or something at the next place. It will be automatically calling a repair person and paying for that. And you extend that out, so why do I need to own the car? You know, and this is not Uber. This is, why don't we just have a whole bunch of autonomous vehicles that we own as the citizens? You know, Uber, the sharing economy, there's nothing really share. I mean, one of the reasons it's successful is because it doesn't share. It owns all its data. Well, you could have super Uber, Suber. That's what we called it in the book. Or blockchain Airbnb, where you know you look for a good place in Vienna, you check in, the door's smart, you go in there, you use the TV, order some movies, use the Nespresso pods or something. All this is being calculated. When you half of the payment is made when you walk in there on the blockchain, and when you exit, the complete payment is made because it's all part of a smart contract. This is something these technologies do. They have contracts that self-police and self-execute themselves. You don't really need a company to do that. That can all be done by software. So it's like most of what banks do today can be done by software too. It doesn't mean banks are going to go away, but every industry has got to wake up and try and understand how this divergence will affect them.
You used a phrase earlier, kind of, if the local policymakers wake up to the opportunity or the reality that's unfolding. Is that part of your research institute, to look at policy making? Do you have any specific things that you would advise?
Yeah, we probably have about 10 projects underway about policy regulation. We've also got some work on government strategy. In fact, we just did a major report for Biden-Harris. This was an unsolicited report, but we did it anyway, on rethinking government in the second era of the digital age, how this divergence affects not just the operations of government or how you create policy, but how you build an innovation economy. Because if it's true we're entering a second era, then that's likely very different than the first era. We probably have regulation that's appropriate for a first era, but is inappropriate for a whole new set of extraordinary technologies. We looked at all kinds of things, like how you could use technology to help solve the crisis of legitimacy of democracy in the United States. And you, of course, know this, but Seymour Martin Lipset said that legitimacy is the idea that you may disagree with who's in power, but at least you think the system works. A third of the American population thinks that the election was stolen. The most scrutinized election in the history of elections, probably anywhere in the world. Like every vote was looked at, I don't know, 10 times. It was stolen. So this is a really big problem, and it's not going to get fixed by technology, but technology could help a lot. You want to hear a crazy one? Why don't we have a smart vote? Right now, you vote, but politicians don't do what you voted for. You know, 94% of Americans want to see a background check on firearms, but Congress will not pass a law saying that because they're not accountable to the citizens, they're accountable to the people who put them into power, who funded their campaign, and 70% of a congressman's time is spent fundraising. So why don't we have a smart vote where your vote is inside a smart contract that you're not just voting for an individual, you're voting for their program. So already we can have smart money. It's not implemented, but the way it'll work is, you know, you send your kid off to university and you give him some money, right? And you hope that he spends it on books and tuition and not in the bar. Well, little Johnny goes into the bar and orders a margarita, and the money says, sorry, Johnny, I don't do margaritas. You know, I only do books and tuition. Well, how about you vote for a politician, and he says, well, I'm not going to do what you voted for, and all of a sudden he doesn't get paid because it's in the smart contract, or he's not allowed to allocate funds to do something differently, or ultimately he gets recalled. Now that's one of many, many ways that we could really move to sort of, well, we call it a second era of democracy. You know, the first eras, it's been pretty good compared to what we had before, kings and battles and nobles deciding everything. But there was I don't know, it's like a weak public mandate. Politicians are beholden to powerful interests. Citizens are inert, right? And there's opacity. You don't really know what's going on. Whereas we could have a second era based on politicians being accountable and based on a culture of public deliberation and active citizenship and based on transparency. Doesn't mean the technology is going to make this happen. It's up to us.
Look, more power to you. I can see why maybe the policymakers aren't soliciting every report you do. Thank you, Don, Tap, Scott, and we'll turn this back to our friends in the studio.
Hello, we're once again here at the lobby of the Hilton Hotel in Vienna, where the Global Peter Drucker Forum is taking place. Lots of energy, lots of ideas, and we're here to have a conversation with Avivah and Jasmine. How are you spending the time? It's not the first time you're here. What's special about this edition?
That it's happened. After missing it last year, the joy of being back in Vienna, back at Drucker, back with a wonderful, always group of humans who think very deeply about humanity, about trends, about leadership, about everything from artificial intelligence to the generations to the future of leadership. It's my sort of intellectual resource that I have to come and plumb into. So I missed it for the time that we couldn't be here. So wonderful to be back.
Need to be in person, gritty conversations, discussions. Jasmine, is this your first time?
It is my first time. I've actually been really surprised by the diversity of people that have been present. Well, like you said, there's experts and philosophers, but also CEOs, and it's been really rich seeing everybody's insight with really different perspectives. I don't agree all the time with what's being said, but I guess that's what's really interesting, is like building a critical mind and the topics that we are living through today. And that's really what I loved about this.
I love this idea. I don't agree, because then you can zoom in and say, why not? Why not? And challenge your own paradigms. Share us one thing that you don't agree with.
I guess it's more of a question of priorities. I'm really conscious of the environmental and social needs for change that we live through today, especially the impact that the pandemic has had on stopping us from addressing these changes. And I feel like in some speeches and some perspectives, this urgency is not as present as I believe it should be. So I guess it's more of a question of priorities that I don't really agree with, but I guess it's really personal, and it's my job to change minds about it.
But hasn't the pandemic accelerated?
Well, it depends for who. It's accelerated digital, of course, going online, but not really how to tackle social environmental inequalities. I guess that's a bit of an issue, well, I feel anyways. And it's kind of stopped a lot of people in need, or young people just starting their careers, to go into the world and try and address them, because they've had other psychological, financial, academical issues that they've had to deal with, that has prevented them from looking forward to these. But it depends, again, the sector, the country, well, the priorities, and that's just what I've seen. But I've also been really inspired by a lot of the speakers, and even if I don't agree all the time, I'm really inspired by all the talks that I've seen today.
And what about you? What paradigms have you been challenged on, or what things you don't agree with?
I'd almost fascinating, of course, is always that the frame and the structure defines the conversation. And I would agree that in this time of post-COVID climate crisis, we're spending an awful lot of time discussing AI, and, you know, the digital manifesto, the human manifesto, and how to keep the human in a context of AI, when it seems to me that, yeah, there should have been more room on the agenda for what is, I think, the existential question of our time. And I would have liked to have seen the brain power here in this place make a bit more room for that, so that AI would serve as a lever and a solution to a climate issue, as opposed to a really fascinating conversation about how we're going to humanize AI. I think first let's try and save the humans that exist on the planet would be a good setting of priorities.
Imagine I gave you 3 minutes on the United Nations podium, and I tell, well, you have all the countries there, even the presidents, the annual meeting of the presidents. What would you say to them? You can think a little bit of the question. I can ask something else to Jasmine. What would you say to them?
I'm not sure. I guess I'd like to meet with them and understand what they're thinking and how we can kind of find a leeway to work together. But I'll think about it and come back to you on that.
I'm not sure I can get you that UN.
I have a very simple request of every government and every company on the planet, and every couple, by the way. It's gender balance power now. Don't wait. Don't incrementalize. Don't make it a moral issue. If we want to survive as a species, if we want to understand how to be avoid the social inequalities and backlashes that are absolutely key, if we want to understand why people don't trust tech and AI and the whole extraordinarily bro culture defined metaverse, get 50% of leaders at every level to be in power with every generation represented, because otherwise we are simply embedding problems into future solutions. And we know that now. And even the men designing it know it. Why can't we solve it faster?
Do you think that relates also to climate change?
I certainly do, because I think men and women, and it's very well researched, have very different attitudes to this, are harmed very differently by the impacts of climate change. We know that women are going to be more responsible for the children in their care. If we want future humans to survive, yeah, I think it would be a good thing to get them more involved, sitting at every table that defines policy and politics for the years to come.
In a recent event, Raj Sisodia, one of the founders of conscious capitalism, said, I think I spent like 40 years trying to impress my father. Now I have spent 20 years worshiping my mother through Mother Nature. And I think we have to take care of Mother Nature. Don't you agree?
Yeah, for sure. It's more than taking care, it's repairing the damage that has been done. And I completely agree with Avivah that we have a responsibility, a duty today. And as we said, if there's no planet tomorrow, well, companies don't have a reason to exist. And it's all about the humans in companies. And if there's no planet, well, in the end, there's no use. So I guess I would say the same thing if I'm thinking of this UN meeting that we're all at, and say, where are the women? Like, where are they? Because obviously when you see world leaders, especially if presidents are here, well, there's exactly. So it would be kind of encouraging that I would be there. So everyone, it's an open call for invitations. But yeah, I would say the same thing. And it's really important that we reevaluate our relationship to nature. And at the same time, I'm so happy to be here in Vienna, that I came from France, but at the same time, taking the plane to come was a bit of a struggle for me. So it's all about finding the ways to have these conversations that like we're having at this forum and these wonderful meetings, but at the same time, being conscious that we can't go over the world every time we want to have these discussions. So open debate. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we'll see how it goes.
I would simply invite Raj to learn from the inheritance of 40 years of trying to please his father to redesign a world that would be ready and welcoming to his daughter, not to his mother. His mother is done and been, and it's too late for that generation. But her generation and the ones coming after, they're either going to save the world or we're going to blow it up together.
Definitely. So that's our invitation. Let's do something about it. Let's get these voices to the UN, to our political leaders, to our business leaders, and to all the generations so we can do something about it. Thank you very much, both of you.
And one last plug for the Drucker Forum. It is one of the most gender balanced business and management conferences on the planet that I've ever been to. So I recommend it as much for that as anything else.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I hope I can talk again next year and see how everything's changed.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let's continue the conversations. And talking about generations, we have here Mika, young generation. Welcome.
Yes, welcome.
How are you enjoying the Global Peter Drucker Forum?
I really enjoyed the Global Peter Drucker Forum. It's my first time I'm on a forum like this, and I think it's a very interesting topic here, talking about digital age and the human imperative. And yes, it's also interesting to meet new people from all over the world. Like I already talked to some people from America or from Spain.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
16. What are you planning to do when you grow up?
Yes, it has not so much to do with that, why I'm here, but I want to go to the police when I'm grown up.
Why that?
Because it's a really interesting job, I think. When you go to the job, you don't know what's going to happen at the day. And yes, that's really interesting.
You're always surprised, always surprised. What did you enjoy about the meetings? You said meeting new people. Can you think of someone you met that was interesting and you can share with us?
Yes, I talked to a group of Spain people, or they are also children, and they are, I think, 18 years old, and they were also here because the same reason. And I talked with them. One of them want to go to Germany sometime, and it's also interesting to talk with some speakers here, because it's really interesting, because in the presentations here in the forum, you have a distance to them. They are at the front and you sit there and only listen. But here in the small conversation sessions, you are in a small circle and it's more informal and it's funny.
Thank you very much, Mika, for sharing your experiences in the Drucker Forum. I hope you come back next year.
Yes, I hope, but I sadly have to say that I think I will not, because I'm here because I made the second place at the Youth Start Award. So I think sadly I will not come, but I would if I.
We can invite you. We can invite you.
Yes, then I would come.
Thank you very much, Mika, and thank you all for following. We have to spread the word of what we're trying to do here. Just reflect on the human imperative, the challenges of uncertainty, the challenges of digitalization, and we'll have more to come this afternoon and next year. Thank you very much for being with Drucker Forum TV.
From the concert host, and then it will, every 30 minutes you will.
global Peter Drucker Forum here in Vienna.
No. But just the nature. I'm very happy with me.
But we introduced English as a language in the Viennese conference in order to make it possible for our German guests.
Have you met?
He wrote about the challenge ahead. So I want to quote a little bit from this and talk about the past, present and future in terms of the challenge ahead.
I know nothing. So is it that we need to know something, or is it that we can share?
Whether you think that the future is really shaping up to be a generational conflict.
I'll be 80. There will be 1 million Austrians and 10 million Germans who will be 80. Can you imagine?
It's not always about having the answers, but about asking better questions.
What does a technology-driven world mean for management?
In the relationship of technology to humanity, are we at some kind of an inflection point?
How technology can actually help the training and the development of managers.
How do you take that back into the workplace?
This session aims to tell us a bit more about exactly how.
Whether we like it or not, sort of the deal is done already. We have struck a deal with software. Whether software is the devil or not, we have a deal with it.
The core ingredient of the collaborative economy that really enables people to do business with anyone else directly is trust.
Then the third life is community. That's the third life. And community is under threat, and that means society is under threat.
What can technology do to foster decency and reasonableness from employers and companies?
And I think people are really struggling with a lot of changes in fundamental assumptions that we've made about how organizations and societies work.
We're getting to the end of this wonderful 400-year run of multinationals.
The silo effect, which looks at this fundamental paradox that many large companies are very fragmented.
I believe that the future is an engaged workforce, and that the role of corporations, managers, is not to look over people's shoulders and monitor behavior and use data to try to manipulate behavior in some way.
The agenda is innovation. The whole agenda, items 1 to 15, it's all about how do we create more value.
We're living in a collaborative world. We're living where most of the people you are managing are not your employees.
I think the good news, the glimmers of opportunity, is that we really are seeing a technology-enabled opportunity for people to really act as individuals.
The core for us is not to get things done, but to make things happen. To make things happen.
There's nothing you can force the people in your organization to do that will create value. Value comes from them wanting to do something extra.
This is the structure for these dynamic times, because this is the structure that enables you to experiment, iterate, evolve, and adapt.
It's important to reinvent the hierarchy. The traditional company is self-centered, whereas an internet-era company is just a node in a large network.
Now go and prove that lunch is no longer an obsolete technology for connecting.
Conversation is the most human and humanizing thing that we do.
If it just makes you feel my story is better than yours, it's not a humane technology.
The only thing that stays really valuable is the creativity of individuals.
Because we can do two things very well. We can love and we can learn.
A lot of invention and creativity comes out of boredom.
CEO compensation today is 300 times the average worker.
A psychopath would have all of this. If we really want to create a good society, we need one more thing. We need the right motivation, a motivation to pursue unselfish goals, to build something larger than yourself, to make the world a better place.
It's getting bigger and grander and more exciting every year, and you know, this is the best yet, I think, as far as we're concerned.
It's going to be an economy of enough. We will be sharing, renting, it'll be access that because we won't be able to afford it, basically.
I don't think fixing capitalism will fix our problem. I think our problem is much bigger than that.
And now technology has brought us to another assault, this time an assault on empathy. You know, we face this empathy gap, but we are the empathy app.
Now we have another contribution from Peter Drucker. Thanks to him, we have this wonderful conference.
Thank you.
What's best in humanity, the passion to create and the desire to contribute to a common cause, is at the core of the entrepreneurial society.
Surely it's not about state versus business, but it's really about what sort of new thinking should we have.
The recipe for deep change is make it social, build a coalition of the willing, start with new principles, and experiment.
It's this dance between the capital markets and management that's driving down returns and making returns more bond-like.
Revolution's results are the exact opposite of their promises. Drucker contrasts this failed paradigm with innovation and entrepreneurship.
And very often, if your GDP goes up, your happiness or well-being index may be stagnant or even going down.
How come there's no data in heaven? Because data lies all the time. When people ask me, show me the data, I just have to say, go to hell.
Every activity needs to become an exploration activity done by entrepreneurs, done by people who are creatively motivated, and the commitment to actually move from the idea to action.
I'm not sure that everybody needs to be an entrepreneur. Actually, I do believe that there is a value in employees and in people who don't want to be entrepreneurs, they have other things that matter in their life.
By the way, innovation today is actually career suicide in most companies, right?
The conference had a great theme on entrepreneurship, and not only listening to talking heads, but also the audience was drawn in by a set of new innovations, not just raising the hand, but using the email system and sending in questions and so on.
We should be focusing on entrepreneurial ecosystems where, for example, the public sector is extremely important, not just in terms of de-risking, but really taking extreme risks and willing to fail, but also how do you build a kind of explorative capacity that is able to go through the trial and error process, both in the public sector and the private sector.
We're maybe being a little hard on ourselves in terms of not having made the change yet. We've only had the technology that enables this change to occur for about a decade. And we all know that it takes us a decade or two to assimilate any new technology. We haven't scratched the surface in our businesses.
I'm using this term adhocracy, of an organizing model which privileges action over knowledge or position. In an adhocracy, we do something. In a meritocracy, we discuss something, and in a bureaucracy, we either follow the rules or we defer to a big boss.
Agriculture today have a habit of using up resources to the point where the only thing that you can do is move on to another piece of land. Whereas an abundant ecosystem like the Amazon jungle has been able to refresh and evolve over millennia. The sort of metaphor that I like to have when I think about what creatively competitive organizations are.
Leaders tell me that today they feel their job is more about building connections within their organization and across their organization than it is about leveraging hierarchy to get things done.
The Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other. You meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
What you're going to experience now is most probably the most diverse moment in this Drucker Forum. Every year, we have a bunch of so diverse people coming from all over the world that actually, during a long period of time, are spending time writing essays. This is, to me, the true DNA of this Drucker Forum.
The best way to predict the future is to create it. Do we still have the power to create the future? And what roles do managers have in this daunting process?
How do we generate growth? And how do we ensure that more people share in its benefits?
Sometimes we can find non-obvious solutions by going out and reframing the problem.
Startups are now focused on breaking the law to disrupt your industry.
Technology has gone from being almost a utopian meme, a promise of good things to come in the future, to a source of fear of unemployment.
Governments today are still trapped in the mass production mode, and businesses caught in the illusion that a minimum state is best. If we're going to achieve growth with sustainable equality, with sustainable well-being, we need to get out of both traps and start working together.
a new species of business called a digital conglomerate. We've never seen anything like this before. The new asset class is data, the new oil.
Both the audience and the speakers are of quite of a diverse background, both in terms of gender as well as nationalities. I think that this can be truly called a global Peter Drucker Forum, and I see that this is getting bigger and stronger, and certainly is a premier conference, and I think that anybody and everybody who can afford to come should come.
Facing in the world today is a crisis in connectivity. Our rise in access to data and tools is actually reducing our ability to leverage the human insights we need most.
For me, it's interesting because it brings together a mix of people we seldom find together. And that's true both of the audience and of the speakers. It brings also age groups together, which we don't always find. That's partly the challenge, girls and guys. And therefore it also brings a range of topics and ideas and issues that, again, we seldom find in the same conference.
We must be careful that our humanity is not swamped by the digital revolution. We need to rethink how businesses, particularly, but all organizations, are actually run. So my charter, my revolution, must include the role of business in society, but also how we keep all the human values safe inside the corporation. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when?
Today, we have a situation where the human dimension could be considered under siege.
I think it's an unbelievable collection of great thinkers. You know, they're the people here that I learned from, like Roger Martin, Rita McGrath, Bill Fisher. There's so many inspiring thinkers that I love coming back because I can learn so much from them, and it influences my thinking. So that's what I really come for, is new ideas, but also interesting questions that come up. And I think what's great this year, there were even more business leaders, so this collection, this mix, makes it really intriguing.
These leaders understand that most innovations are not the result of some individual genius having an aha moment. Their innovation comes from collections of peoples, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise.
The Drucker Forum is a great place where everyone can feel uncomfortable. You have to question your beliefs about what proper management is within an organization, but also how do you actually really drive a more dynamic relationship between different actors in the economy, between different types of public actors, civil society organizations, and privately organized companies. Too often we silo these questions. One is about policy, one is about management, one is about movements. The Drucker Forum is a place where these three forces can come together.
Drucker really stands out because of the way he combined deep intellectual rigor and deep study with a very compassionate, almost activist heart to challenge some of the main issues of our time. And now we see leaders who are actually taking very bold steps and academics who are providing frameworks and ideas for those who are interested in making an impact. It's a business forum where it helps you do better business, but it doesn't believe that profits are an end in themselves, but rather a byproduct of doing the right things.
Hello and welcome back to Drucker Forum TV. Or maybe hello and welcome to Drucker Forum TV if you happen to be in the US of A or maybe the Americas. So my name is Daniel Cronin, your friendly host for the last couple hours and the remaining couple hours to go. This is Drucker Forum TV. You might ask, well, what is Drucker Forum TV? To be honest, it's a bit of an experiment because we like doing these things. And the idea is that we're broadcasting for the very first time live from the global Peter Drucker Forum from Vienna, actually the Hilton Hotel in the heart of Vienna. And the aim of Drucker TV is, and of course my aim, is to open a window into the conference, that you can see what's going on here and then you can get a feel for some of the nice bits and pieces. Obviously, the best way to do that is to give you somewhat of a summary. And that's exactly what we'd like to do. First, I'll give you a short summary, then we've got the videos to follow up on that. Today is not the first day. Actually, everything started on Wednesday with a digital event held via Zoom. Now, then tomorrow, yesterday we started with the in-person conference on Thursday, and today there's much more of that. Now I say I'll stop rambling, and without any further ado, let's have a look at some of the impressions of the last couple days.
Without any further ado, looking really forward to the conversation we will have.
Danced, which is the first time I heard about it in Peter Drucker Forum, so I'm happy we nominated.
vast majority that haven't even begun the journey.
The session is called the AI Initiative.
Our professor who essentially birthed the whole.
This platform's going to collapse on us and we're all going to die. Feeds the fear. You ought to be afraid. You ought to move forward. Come on.
It showed me how important it is to recognize that we all have very different reactions and we shouldn't quickly judge the other person's impressions.
Someone who worked for a large pharmaceutical company, and it said this is a great company apart from the assholes who run it.
So with this we say thank you so much for being with us today. See you tomorrow, see you on Friday, see you soon. Please feel free to unmute and say goodbye. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure, it's a joy, I should rather say, to see you all here. When we decided for the date of this year's forum, we didn't exactly know that we are choosing the most difficult week, and a week where we would get even a surprise in terms of short-term changes of the regulations. But I think I can tell you from our side we were committed to do something which we still believed was safe. And I'm very happy that you, those who are really present, have seen it in a similar way. So in this sense, let me move to a more content-related point. We had from the beginning, as those who follow the forum know, we had this theme, the human imperative. The human imperative, navigating uncertainty in the digital age. And as it happened, I heard already once when I was in a Smart Cities Council meeting in Vienna, I heard about digital humanism. It was presented I haven't heard about it, was a bit skeptical, and then somebody called me earlier this year, a friend, and said, there's a real interest in the government, there's an interest in the city of Vienna, and there's an interest in the government on this subject. And so we invited the foreign minister at the time, Alexander Schallenberg, because he was involved in the so-called Poysdorf Declaration, and he was committed to come. But there were some changes in the government, as you know, in the meantime, so he will not come, but the subject remains very important. Digital, and since Chancellor Schallenberg, now Chancellor Schallenberg will not be here, there is a greeting from the Minister Margarete Schramberg, which I will play now for you. You will see the video, a short greeting.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Peter Drucker Forum. It's about putting human beings into the center of all developments, especially into the center of digital developments. Digital innovation is key. It's all about people, putting people into the center and making their lives easier and healthier. Today, we have all the possibilities. We have technologies that are helping us and enabling, like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, Industrial 5.0. We do have also the knowledge that data is important. Data is the oil of this century, and it is about how we are using this data. So is it good not to use data? I would say no. It is important that we are using data, but at the same time that we are careful about the personal protection of people owning this data. Data is important for developments in the healthcare sector. And once, just recently, somebody asked me the question, is it ethical not to use data? And I would say it's all about the fact how we use it. Putting the human into the center of all developments is key for us all. I wish you an exciting forum, a lot of new insights, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Thank you. So in this sense, I think the overall theme is given. We have, in some way, we have taken sides. We are very much for the digital development, but we see the clear priority on the human side. And that's the big challenge, I think, of the coming years and maybe of the coming decades. So in this sense, this conference should contribute to have an open discussion on it. And we are particularly happy that Austria, the Austrian government has an interest, and the city of Vienna has a declared interest and in a way skin in the game in this subject. So I think we are in the right place, in the perfect place to have this type of discussion. In this sense, I wish you an interesting and engaging conference, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you.
And this was Richard Straub, who of course is the founder of the Global Peter Drucker Forum, together with his wife Ilse. I said this was Richard Straub because this is Richard Straub. So good to have you here.
Thank you. Pleasure.
It's a pleasure having you here. What's your summary so far?
Yeah, the story is positive and surprisingly positive. When I started, what I was saying yesterday, I said, well, when we choose the date, we didn't know exactly that we would be choosing the worst week of the year to run a forum. Today, I know we were quite lucky. We chose a relatively good week because next week will be worse.
You might want to put it into context for our global audience why next week is worse.
Yeah, because of the lockdown in Vienna. Yeah, it's a lockdown. I think it's announced for 10 days, but it would be exactly the week. Yeah.
That would have made the conference rather challenging with the nationwide lockdown, so that was quite good. Now, besides making it the most challenging week, what are some of the highlights of the last 2.5, 3 days?
The challenge is always that there's so much happening in a Drucker Forum, and that's what people tell me, not just for me. There's so much happening that it's always very difficult to get to very specific points. But what I would say, there are a few points which stick very strongly on my own memory and which I think are important for us for the future. On the one hand, we had this experience with launching at the Drucker Forum this digital humanism movement. We didn't launch it for the first time, but we launched it for the Drucker Forum. So we were immersing ourselves in this, and I think digital humanism and the questions about how do we deal with digitization and how do we preserve our humanity, that is a subject which was always on our mind. And now it's getting a framework which we can use for the future, and I think where we can play a role. The city of Vienna is very much involved, the Austrian government is involved. It happens that the Austrian Chancellor, now Austrian Chancellor, Alexander Schallenberg, he was already on our program when he was foreign minister several weeks ago, because he has been personally engaging in the subject of digital humanism. And so there is a real connection to Austria, which I'm very happy about, but it's an international movement. So it's beyond Austria at the end of the day.
Indeed it is, and you also kind of already gave us a bit of a glimpse into the future. Now I'm interested also, what about the bearers of the future? What about the younger generation in this aspect?
Yeah, I mean, that's the other point, which I would also say is a very remarkable one. When I think about this forum from today's perspective, we have always been keen on involving the young generation actively. Since basically the very beginning, we have a global essay contest for young people so that they can qualify to be invited to the forum. And it's a very successful program. So since we have 2 years combined this year, because this was the first opportunity to get the winners from last year and finalists from last year joining us, we have 30 people or so from this group. That's one, so that's very rewarding because we want to involve those who show engagement for these subjects. And the other one is we have now a long-standing relationship with the entrepreneurship schools in Austria and in Europe. And they run their own competitions for the Drucker Forum. And they select, we give them a number of seats, and they select the winners, and they send the winners here. So we have a very significant group of young people participating.
That's marvelous, and getting some of the freshest and brightest minds together is also a great way. You just mentioned it, you had to combine last year and this year. So the 13th Drucker Forum, bit of a special conference also maybe due to quite special circumstances. How did you have to adapt the format?
No, I mean, last year, what we learned last year was really how do we deal with the digital world, right? And I can say, because it's not me saying, we have really done ample research and asked the participants and compared to other conferences. We got the feedback last year because of our team, who was very effective in orchestrating an online conference, that last year was already working very well. So we made this step into the virtual world in a short time. Yeah, in a short time. When we definitely decided we have to go digital, and it was very successful. We did another step mid-year where we ran what we call a Day of Drucker, a special conference where we remind ourselves of the specific Drucker ideas, which are in some way the background for our conference, but we don't refer to it too much. So this was focused on Peter Drucker, his life, his wisdom, his theories, his concepts, etc. So that was again virtual, but with participation from all over the world, with people who have worked with Peter Drucker and similar. So that means we have collected and gathered experience. And now what we've done now is that we ran the conference in a dual approach. That means we didn't do it hybrid because we believe that's rather difficult and not sure how well it can work. So we did a part in a digital fashion and the second part in an in-person fashion. And that's now the in-person approach. And digital, our digital part is here, mainly this TV, Drucker Forum TV, which we run for the first time. But the content is in person, and people tell me, whom I meet during the breaks and at all sorts of occasions, they say they are grateful that we did it in person, despite some difficulties, of course, that we are currently experienced with strict regulations.
But it makes perfect sense, and meeting people in person is always something which is nicer than actually doing the whole digital thing. Now, we're going to have another first soon, because obviously today we did the Drucker TV part, but very soon we're also going to have actual live streams from the stage later on, where you're going to be going shortly. Maybe two things, just out of personal interest. Do you have a favorite quote from Peter Drucker?
Yeah, I mean, I'm using a quote just to have a bit of an almost funny point. I'm using a quote which is not an exact quote. Yeah, I will tell, and I can tell you why. And it's often used for Peter Drucker, and it says management is doing things right. That means you do things in the right way, and leadership is doing the right things. That means you make the right choices, right? And Peter Drucker hasn't said it exactly like this, but this is, in all his thinking, this plays a key role. And I'm using it for one reason, because in the digital period, and this is one of the big subjects here, is the human imperative and the digital side. How can you make it work together? In this time, you have an ever-increasing danger that you do things exactly via digital technology, which you shouldn't do in the first place. Because the worst thing, and that's what Drucker said also, he said, but the most unnecessary and even dangerous thing is if you do well what you shouldn't do at all.
I like that. No, it just rings a lot of bells. Now, I know you have to leave shortly because you have to be on the main stage. Maybe if you'd just like to give us one small outlook for things to come, some small.
No, well, my outlook for things to come is join us on TV, because we will session. We will have. We didn't do a live stream. I mean, that's also something which, of course, those who are watching know it. We didn't have a live stream, but we had, I think, lively interviews, and we showed some of our really rich video library, and but we will have a live stream from the final part. And at the closing, I will announce the theme for next year. Let me just say, what you will find is the idea that is pervasive with Peter Drucker, that management is about more than about companies. Some people think management is about companies. Yeah, that's true. The companies are always on our mind, in the forefront, but management is about all organizations, and it's about society. And Drucker said, why do you need performing management? Because you want to make society function. And society functions only if there are organizations and institutions that are well managed. That's decisive for a functioning society. So keep this broader perspective in mind when I will, and I cannot tell you yet, it's a secret, when I will announce the theme for next year.
Richard Straub, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't go far, because you heard we'll have the first live stream coming up shortly. And what we have coming up now is, for one more time, the red carpet with Eduardo and Katharina.
Hello and welcome back at the red carpet. We are here now just after we had the unconference happening, which was a lot of questions that came in from the community, and we had some time to discuss those questions with everyone. And I've got with me, standing right next to me, Daniel Erasmus. Daniel brought in a question about AI and how it's going to change organizations. But we also talked a bit about what you do, and that was something that really sparked an interesting discussion in our group. Daniel, maybe you can sum this up for us.
So we do two things. We capture extremely large data sets, and we collect that, and we build those around building sense-making systems. So to help executives in risk, in innovation, in breakthroughs really understand the world in means that they haven't been possible forward.
So I kind of understood in our discussion as well that you're creating projections of how the world could develop. And I was wondering, so the AI can basically provide us with solution, but in the end, it's a human who has to put them into action, right?
No, it's not a crystal ball. We're not in the business of crystal balls. We're in the business of making better maps of human activity systems. And from those maps, people can read, and often that map draws you a little bit to the edge. You know, one of the things we discussed is, for example, in China. So we looked at electric mobility for a very large oil company. And you would see this graph, and right at the edge, you would see electric scooters. We said, well, what has got electric scooters got to do with this at all? You know, we think about it, Tesla, charging, lithium ion, and all of those things. But when you look at electric scooters, you notice that in China, unseen by much of the press, there are 1,000 times more electric scooters active than cars in the world, electric cars in the world today. That means that the transition is much cheaper. It's much better because it takes less material to build. It's more suited to these Asian mega cities and the challenges for, and it's more suited to the capabilities of the batteries there. And so it just opens your world just that little bit. You go, huh, I didn't think about it that way. We didn't think about it that way. And the challenge of our age is also to embed those insights into the social intelligences that we have. So we don't talk about AI anymore, but we talk about social human intelligence, of which artificial means certainly plays a role, but isn't exclusively as it's framed often.
All right, so if you put this down in maybe one sentence, we're talking a lot about what we have to do differently. What do we have to do differently?
We need to think about the conversation between us and other intelligences. We need to use algorithms to open our sight, not increase our social blindness. We need to think of this as a playful, explorative space, not just a check mark on an executive's to-do list, and do many things, play and see which works, play and see which ones you believe in, because sometimes they need tuning a little bit here and there, and then use this as a moment of discovery rather than just blind automation, because automation only gets us so far, and we need to start to ask and answer the questions we haven't yet imagined, and in which way can these systems open up new worlds for us.
Well, thank you so much for the questions and the answer. Thank you so much, Daniel. Super. All right, so I think next with me, I've got another participant coming up here. I've got Janka with me, and I know Janka has been someone who's been very dedicated, because I know you've been with us in the digital part of the forum already, and now you're here. So tell me a bit about both of your experiences so far.
Okay, the online session were very nice, very bunch of information on a high impact of information, and I really love that. Also, the chat that was in parallel to the sessions and to the speakings. But on the other hand, I really enjoy meeting real people in life here at the Drucker Forum.
So if you could come back to one of those, which one would you prefer? Is that a difficult question?
No, both.
I like that. We always take everything.
Yeah, both, because the information amount on the online sessions, it's convenient because you don't have to travel, and the information impact is a little bit higher. But on the other side, at the live conference, you can have so many conversations in the beside the conference topics, and that is really great.
So I understand you've also been part of the Drucker family for a bit longer, haven't you?
Yeah, I've come to the Drucker Forum since 2015.
Well, so almost since the beginning. This is what I call dedicated fans. How would you describe the Drucker community? And if
passionate and open to think differently, and also open to do conversations with people that are not streamlined with your own ideas.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your ideas with us digitally and here in person. Thank you so much, Janka.
Thank you, Katrina.
All right, and I'm still here on the red carpet, lots of people coming and going, and I see someone very interesting coming up next. Don Tapscott.
Hi, how are you? Good to
Hi,
see
I'm good. Ooh, I was like... Great to have you with me on the red carpet again. Don, how are you today?
I'm good, considering.
Considering the general situation.
And also I have 8 countries in 16 days.
Wow.
Giving speeches, so
are you going to go home after this, or is this?
No, from here I go to Zurich, Liechtenstein, Madrid, and home. So I'm more than halfway there.
All right. So what is your conclusion after you've been with the Drucker family now for 2 days? How do you feel about that? What are you going to take out of this?
Well, I love the Drucker Forum. I think it's a wonderful platform. I love Richard Straub too. I think he's amazing. Last night I met his son, who's launched this incredible music business using blockchain and NFTs to protect musicians and enable lovers of music to invest in a song. How cool is that? It turns out his daughter is Zoe, the world famous sort of singer, and she and I ended up on the piano last night singing a song, and I have a recording. And anytime I'm feeling down, I'm just going to watch that recording of her and me playing.
Oh my God, Don, this is a beautiful story. I actually want to make sure that we also are going to hear you play here tonight. So please don't leave before that.
There's rumor something like that might happen.
We're very much looking forward to this. Don, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Goodbye. So we're almost coming to an end, and I'm very happy to end this.
Yes, we're here back together.
We're here finally back together at the red carpet.
I don't know if it's the end of the day or the end of the year. It was a long day.
It feels like a year, doesn't it? Eduardo, how do you feel right now?
I feel still excited, still energized, and I'll give you a heads up of how I plan to close the 13th edition of the Global Peter Drucker Forum.
Give a heads up to our Drucker TV audience. They're going to know before everyone else does.
Exactly. But please keep it to yourself. When we opened it, we invited everyone to learn, to challenge the paradigms they have, the mental paradigms. And we said 2 hashtags, think differently and to do differently. So you have to think and then decide what you're going to do about it, the implications. After these 3 days of learning and writing down several hashtags, I'm not going to read the 155 different to-do lists that I have, but I decided to invite you to this. Share. Share what you've learned. Share the insights. Share the questions you might have. Because if not, all this knowledge and ideas boiling in your head just stay in there. So right now, right on your agenda, Monday morning, schedule a meeting with my colleagues to share the lessons learned.
I love this. And I think this is also what we're here for, isn't it? We have this long conference, 15 hours online, then 2 days here on site. I feel like my energy level should be down, but actually it's pretty up. I always ask people like, where are you on the energy level? And I still feel we're both very up. And I think the reason why this is because of that exchange that you just described, because of the conversations that we have here, the people that we meet, that we also invited to come here to the red carpet with us, because this is what's really gonna stick. So I'm really happy about those encounters, and I'm very happy that we managed to share some of them with the live audience out there.
Now is your turn to share them with your families, your friends. We discussed about ethics, about purpose, about being more human in a digital world. So that's something that everyone is interested in.
Okay, so the initial question I think we had was, can we be more human in the digital world? I think we managed to be more human in a digital world and also in an in-person event. We're very happy that you were with us. We're now giving it back to the studio. Thank you so much from our side.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thanks, bye.
I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the centre of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah,
it's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight. And so you learn a lot by being here.
Our guest of honor, Mrs. Doris Drucker, welcome to Vienna.
He was born here, and after he received his Abitur, he left Vienna. He only, for a young man, I really don't know. He was not much of a coffee house fellow.
I think the question that all of us have to ask is, how do we, like Peter Drucker, overcome our own intellectual inertia? I also think that age never stopped his curiosity and his willingness to experiment with new ideas, and that, I think, is quite important. So what I try to do to start with is to just look at the sheer volume of what he did. And as you can see, just the books, not the articles, you can't fit into any slide. So I have 2 slides. We all have some hope, because most interesting work of Peter Drucker after the seminal work in 54 came when he was 70 plus. So for those of us who are slowly approaching that age, there is hope. What is our bias? Is our bias action? Is our bias changing society as we see it? Is it our bias to shape the world? Or is it our bias to document what has been? That, I think, is a fundamental challenge. What are the tasks of leaders? And command and control to volunteerism as an approach. How do you influence people who are volunteers, knowledge workers, not people who will be pushed around because you have power? And I think he had a lot of suspicion about charismatic leaders, whether it's Mao or Hitler or Stalin. So they call them misleaders. Charisma is good, but it can also be misused. So, and I love this quote. Truman didn't have an ounce of charisma. Truman was as bland as a dead mackerel. This was about President Truman. Then he goes on to say what an extraordinary president he was. And his reasoning is he had integrity. If he said yes, people knew it was yes. If he said no, people said it was no. And people worshipped him. So in other words, you could be an extraordinary leader without charisma. He was a master in synthesis, not necessarily analysis. Analysis is easy for most of us because that's how we are trained. Synthesis requires a deep understanding on how to see connections that others don't. And look beyond the corporate world for ideas. Can entrepreneurship be democratized? I think Peter's question was more profound. It is not whether it can be taught. Can everybody be an entrepreneur? Can our entire society behave as an entrepreneurial society? Can it become the norm that we create, we innovate continuously rather than an exception? How do we build a society where innovation is the norm, change is the norm, and it is welcomed, embraced, and understood? I think it's very clear that Peter Drucker belongs to the whole world. I think we are in Vienna celebrating his birth and the place of his birth, but his contribution transcends Europe and even in the United States. The basic idea of systematizing management practice, connecting practice with theory and operational requirements of practicing the theory, which is what he excels so much in, that has worked like magic across the world. Whether you go to Japan, or whether you go to China or South Korea, Vietnam, or India or United States, the principles are the same. The idea of a purpose-driven organization, accountability for performance, focusing on customers, focusing on value, that is universal. Contextually, Peter Drucker may have to be changed differently because of different contexts, but the basic principles do not change. The fact that entrepreneurship and innovation are key, that is universal. When you go to poor countries, you see it even more dramatically, because unless you innovate, there is no market there. So Peter is more applicable in those markets than people believe. So I think his message is universal, and I think he belongs to the whole world. not just to Europe and the United States. The metaphor I'll use is fairly straightforward. If you're driving a car, you have to look in front, but you also have to look in the rearview mirror. To get perspective on where we are going, we need to do both. But you cannot drive the car only looking at the rearview mirror. So continuity is important. Perspective is important. History gives us perspective. It allows us to make good judgments. But you also have to look at the future. So when we look at change, when we look at discontinuities, when we look at opportunities, we must be future-oriented. When judgments are called for, we need to also have a perspective on the past. So I do not see a conflict at all between having continuity and change, perspectives and future orientation, historical insights with shaping the world as it should be. So these are all two sides of the same coin. And I think Peter understood this very well. And I also think in his work, he was clear that you can't just settle for one. If you just settle for the past, you become a historian. If you just settle for the future, you may be a futurist, but you may also create a lot of problems for yourself. So my metaphor is driving a car. You need both.
Well, I grew up when he wasn't famous. In fact, he was looking for work. So he had a lot of time to spend with me. And he shared his love of literature, of history. He taught comparative religion. He made me want to be a writer because he read aloud to me every night. And he was, at the same time, very interested in America. So he took my brother and myself to see, for instance, the Pittsburgh steel factories. We went to the Ford Motor Company. I remember at a young age watching a car being put together. He was very curious about everything, but he hadn't discovered that word automation, and I think he was more a political and social historian at that time, and of course interested in the history of work and things like that. And the management, it might have been there, but it came quite a lot later. So I didn't, and in terms of his work, you want to know what the difference is between the man and his work? Well, he tried to manage the family. That was not so successful. But actually, he was very fun-loving and funny, and we had a lot of fun. And he didn't impose it. I can remember we played charades. I was always lying on the floor in his study doing my homework, and he was helping me with it. This is a funny thing, but one year I decided I wanted to do costumes of mankind for my project for a term paper in school because I was interested in the men's costumes. And he spent hours lying with me on the study floor with tracing paper, tracing these costumes, and finally he was bored. The next year it was Common Diseases of Mankind, and he bought the Merck manual. We went through, and I had every disease. Every time we read one, I'd be sick, and he'd be laughing, typing it. He said, dictate it to me, but in your own words, Kathleen, dictate. So he was a wonderful father, and the interesting thing about his writing, because I became a writer, was he seemed to be able to do it in a very calm way. He'd go to his study. His study was totally neat. Later we found he threw everything away. He wrote on yellow paper. He revised many times that he gave it to a typist, or he typed 2 fingers on an Underwood typewriter, an Olivetti. I mean, amazing, the output that he managed in that very simple way. That was he communicated that to me. Very good. He was a great journalist, and I remember that I also worked as a while for journalists, but I wrote the Straubs, only by calling him up every night that the essay was due and saying, what should I write about? Then he would give me his opinion, I would say, how can you be so conservative? How can you be so stuffy? I was 19 years old. I would go and write the exact opposite. And at the end, of course, I won the huge recognition. I said, really, I should give you the credit. He was a wonderful journalist. You could give him any topic, and he would make a perfectly rounded speech or argument, and a wonderful speaker, an absolutely fantastic speaker. I think you probably heard him. But he would start with one idea, branch out into this huge associative realm of knowledge, and then come back to the idea. It was outstanding. At one point, my son went out to do an oral history of my father as his college project. My mother went away, and my son said, they never did the oral history. They went out to restaurants and ate every forbidden food that he wasn't supposed to have. I'm sure, yes. He was great, though, a wonderful... I think what I feel, looking back on the whole thing, was this wonderful survivor spirit. And so many refugees were crushed by the experience. My parents looked forward. We all have American names. They loved America. He had a very romantic view of Vienna, which he conveyed, Vienna being the most romantic city in the world to him. And I came back with my parents in the 90s. They brought me back, the child, to see Vienna. And there, he conveyed that spirit too. I think he had an ambiguous relationship with Vienna, that was mentioned, but a very fin de siècle romantic view as well. And we're certainly seeing that view in this conference and the beautiful setting you've created for us.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it was just fantastic.
Peter Drucker was a truly Renaissance man. He studied widely, he read widely, and he understood society as a whole probably better than anybody of his generation. Certainly was brilliant, but he is often known simply in the area of management and economics, but really he had much more than that. He was a keen observer of society and the impact of demography on society, the impact of social trends on society, the impact of spirituality and religion, and his general consensus attitude was it all matters. We cannot simply look at life as an economic issue. We cannot look at life simply as a spiritual issue. We cannot look at it simply as a political issue, or we cannot look at it simply as an academic or health issue. It all matters. And not only does it matter, it's all integrated, because human beings are more than matter. We are spirit, soul, and body. We have emotions. We have a spiritual side to us, and we have an economic side to us, and we have a physical side to us. And all of this has to be coordinated, and it has to be integrated. That's why I say Peter Drucker understood the meaning of integrity. Integrity is not simply being honest. It means my life is integrated. It is not compartmentalized. And today, I know that he would say to many CEOs and business leaders that the number one weakness in their lives is they have compartmentalized their lives. They have their business life in one area, and it doesn't intersect with their family, and their family doesn't intersect with spiritual life or social life or public life, and he would have the call for, we need it all. I would like to commend the Drucker Society for, first, the establishment of the Drucker Society to perpetuate his legacy, and for setting up the 100th centennial, because this was a fantastic idea. So many of us have been influenced by Peter from all around the world, different walks of life, different countries, different backgrounds, but we have this common denominator that we were touched by the thoughts of this man. And my challenge to the Drucker Society in the future is that they continue to give Peter in bite-sized pieces, because he had such a huge body of work that if anyone was to sit down and start reading it, it could be overwhelming. It is interesting that 2/3 of Peter's writing came after he was 65. And if you look, you put all of his books in chronological order, his greatest contribution were in the last 30 years of his life. Now this in itself is a lesson for all of us, that we think, well, I've passed my prime, or my best days are behind me. Well, certainly not. Peter, to the end of his life, was continuing to think, continuing to grow, continuing to learn. And that example of never stop learning should be a guiding value and a mantra of the Peter Drucker Society, that we continue to learn, to build on, to look for application of the principles he's talked about. Because if it's true, it's not new, and it'll still be true 1,000 years from today.
The Drucker Forum is a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other. You meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
And we are back, you are back, and hello and welcome to Global Drucker Forum TV. I'm Daniel, you may have noticed by now, and I have quite an interesting guest next to me, right there. I know who he is, you don't, now you do. Okay, yeah, I was going to kind of add some suspense, but there you go. This gentleman is Eric J. Larson, computer scientist.
Yes.
Tech entrepreneur.
Yes.
Yes, so far so good. And you are quite influential the way society kind of perceives artificial intelligence.
Well, I wrote a book. It came out in April of this year. It's called The Myth of Artificial Intelligence, and it's been debated and read. So yeah, I guess that's accurate enough.
Yeah,
I don't like to say that about myself, but it seems like people have enjoyed that reading the book. So yeah.
And I actually quite like the second part of the title.
Oh, right. Like, so how computer intelligence is not the same as human intelligence. Yeah, do you want me to expound on that?
I would love to, if you feel like it.
Yeah, so when you do computer science, you have to program a way to reach a conclusion. And we have all kinds of ways of reaching conclusions that we don't know how to program. And so it's kind of a dirty little secret in artificial intelligence research that we can make a ton of progress on certain kinds of problems, but with other kinds of problems, we really just draw a blank. And we've been drawing a blank for 70 years. It's a little bit scandalous. So for instance, why does Alexa not understand what you mean?
She never does.
Yeah, so there's a whole sort of science behind what Alexa is doing, but at the end of the day, it's not actually understanding what you're saying. And so as computers...
But what is she understanding or not understanding? Now I'm curious.
Right, so what Alexa is doing is drawing on a vast amount of prior data. And so Alexa basically draws inferences from every conversation that people have had all over the world in the last however long, and then computes the most probable response to a question. But the problem is in a conversation, just like the one we're having right now, you can't ever really base a conversation on, I've had conversations before, and so this is the way it's going to go. I have no idea what you're going to say, you have no idea what I'm going to say, so you actually have to understand, in this case, the English language, right? And be able to infer something sort of on the fly or dynamically. And the computer systems that we have right now, even the huge, big computer systems, they actually can't do that.
So basically you're saying Alexa would assume that I ask a follow-up question, but it would never come to the conclusion that I would ask you, who's the greatest James Bond?
Yeah, that's exactly, that's exactly right. And I would say...
Who is the greatest James Bond?
Well, I would say Daniel Craig
Really?
Well, I mean, he's in the running, although... I would have to say, as a purist, I would have to say Sean Connery has to be the greatest Bond. But right, there's no way that I could have anticipated from the sequence of statements that we both made with each other that you would have asked something about James Bond. And there's no way that you could have anticipated that I actually know something about the characters of James Bond, even though it's common knowledge. It's not that common. So how could I pull up immediately two names?
Because that would bring me to my next super weird follow-up question. Because when you came in, you were wearing a hat. So I could see the way you were dressed, since we had a quick talk about Indiana Jones. So I assumed you'd probably know a bit about Sean Connery and then probably a bit of James Bond. So I assumed it's probably going to be Sean Connery. Obviously, Alexa can't see that. So again, it's quite limited in its decision-making.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. It's even worse than that. So you have a vast background of cultural information that you can draw on, including things that events that happened just before we went on camera. And Alexa literally has a sequence of characters that's, a million, a billion, tokens long, where it's prior conversations, right? But whenever you need an innovative or creative leap, which, by the way, in any normal conversation, you need an innovative, creative leap all the time, just like your James Bond question, you just get a flat response. What the programmers do is they say, okay, we have a question mark, so just spit something out like, I have no idea what you're saying. But the system itself has no clue, no understanding. There's nothing going on.
Now, I am curious. I mean, a lot of people say the future is AI and everything towards that. You're saying, well, AI is kind of imperfect because it draws on historical data and just kind of comes to conclusions based on historical data.
That's correct.
What is, let's just make it kind of a simple, what is the perfect use case for AI nevertheless? Or isn't there one?
For existing AI or... Oh, perfect use. So there are unfortunately, I hate to say this because it's sort of negative, but AI excels at two things that we want to discourage in democracies. One of them is surveillance, and the other one is autonomous navigation. And autonomous navigation doesn't work very well on the ground, which is why we don't have level 5 cars, but it works fantastic for drones. And so what ends up happening when we have this latest round of AI is that we can keep track of everybody with something called visual object recognition, which is facial recognition. That's the one thing it does very well. And the second thing it does very well is empower aerial vehicles to track people.
Lovely combination.
Yeah. So we need a different kind of AI. And what I've been focusing on and talking to, I mean, some of this I shouldn't get into, but what I've been trying to do basically is say, like, what's the next wave of AI where it's not just optimized on stuff that we don't want in a democracy?
Because, I mean, just to ask a bit of a nerdy question, I'm a big nerd myself.
Sure.
What's your take on GPT-3 and these things along those lines? If you could maybe explain it for a broad audience.
So So GPT-3 is what's called a pre-trained model, and it's trained on a huge amount of basically Wikipedia text, and it has a certain statistical understanding of what's going to come next, given that you have a token sequence. So it's actually very impressive on problems that we used to struggle with 20 years ago. I've been in the field roughly that long, and GPT-3 actually has made huge strides. The problem is it's still caught in this mindless statistical mode. So you can pretty easily defeat GPT-3 just by thinking of a question that isn't immediately in the data, right? Like just any sort of sideways question or what they call edge condition question, and it will actually fail on that. And that's been proven over and over again. And the other problem with GPT-3 is that it's very compute intensive. So I make a joke that is variously received, but I say, like, the lights in middle-sized cities flicker when you train these models. So in terms of sort of like charting a path to the future where we want to reduce climate change, these statistical models that are very data heavy, they need vast amounts of data to just get this little performance intelligence. We kind of want to get out of that mode. We need different kinds of AI, yeah.
So it's a bit like Bitcoin and nowadays more modernized token systems. What is a modern AI? Because when I asked you, you said you mean like AI now or AI in the future. You might want to give us a glimpse of that.
Right, so, I mean, the short answer is nobody knows what's coming next after, I call it big data AI. But if we have sort of, I call it elegant AI, but it's a conception of more like the human brain where we don't need, a terabyte of data to recognize a face.
Yeah.
We actually can recognize the face because we have more sensitive ability to do that in the algorithms themselves. So I think like that kind of like, I call it the difference between monster truck AI, which is what we have right now, and people hate it when I say that, but it's so compute intensive. It sucks up so much data to get a little bit of performance. We want to move from sort of that monster truck AI vision to like yoga AI, where we can actually recognize a face, and we do it with so much less data and so much less energy. And we kind of don't know how to crack that, but we need to start moving in that direction. And researchers need to start asking those questions, like, how can we do this without so much data?
What's your wild guess
for
a solution to reduce data?
The only thing I can tell you is we need to merge current deep learning systems with actually older systems, because older systems do well what new systems do poorly, and vice versa. And our brain is kind of a kludge like that too. Our brain kind of, you know, something does a little bit of math and something's good at talking to your girlfriend or your boyfriend, right? So we you know, you can't use the math module to do, yeah. So I think that like we need to kind of like kludge together AI in a way like that. And by virtue of using both the older methods and the new deep learning methods, we'll get a performance bump. But I also think it will inspire us to think more. I think people are kind of locked into thinking that AI is only statistics and data, and I think that's kind of limiting. That's limiting the innovation. So I don't have a complete answer. If I had the answer, I would have the innovation, but I don't have it. But that's the direction I think we need to push the field.
So in a way, like the input we create for these programs limits the way the programs develop themselves. Saying by if you enter zeros and ones, well, what you get are zeros and ones. Is that kind of also along those lines?
Yeah, exactly. So if you see every problem as basically like if I need to recognize a face, say in a you know image recognition, right? And I say like I need 1 million faces to do that. You're going to think about image recognition in terms of I need 1 million faces. But we don't need 1 million faces to recognize a face. We just need one face, the face, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So there's something else going on when we do it, and if we start asking different questions, we'll get out of this kind of big data statistics game.
Very, very interesting. Now, I want to take a bit of a step in a bit of a different direction. So I'm deeply rooted in the startup scene, and we have a like ongoing joke that 9 out of 10 startups that say they actually do AI, they don't. It's basically Excel and so on going. What's your take on how much of AI is actually real AI, and how much of it is glorified Excel with a bit of an algorithm?
Right. So I mean, the AI has always had this problem of it's such a great marketing buzzword that everyone will jump on board. And so it's funny, like I remember, you know, before the current era where we couldn't actually mention the word AI because AI research per se wasn't succeeding in the business world. And so people would mention very specific algorithms. So you have to be really careful when people start using AI everywhere. That is a red flag that something's wrong. Right, so I mean, the people who are actually doing GPT-3 models in natural language processing, and they're actually doing that sort of thing, that's what we call AI right now. But if you're doing, you know, high capacity computing and you're just slapping AI on that, you have to find a way to say what's intelligent about it. Mm-hmm. Like, how is it different than your competitors? And if you can't make that distinction, then you're just using it as a label. I would say that's one way of looking at it.
No, I'm very much liking that approach. Now, slowly but coming towards the conclusion, and obviously you write books. You kind of are used to also looking into the future. Now, I'm a huge fan of JFK and his famous moonshot speech. And if you'd have to formulate a moonshot in your field of work, something which is very unlikely, very difficult, but something we would say, but that would be amazing if we could go that direction. What would that be?
Design a program that can do any task that we can do now with 1/10 or 100 or 1,000th of the training time and data. So the perfect example would be, let me put it in 2 ways. The first thing is to reduce the amount of data that we need to do what we can do. And the second thing is to push into common sense reasoning and common sense computing. If the ultimate moonshot, I suppose, which is probably a better answer to your question, would be any computational system that can interface with a human being, and there is some sense in which the human being recognizes that it knows what you're talking about. That would be a momentous occasion in computer science. It's very unclear how we get there, but that would be that moonshot. And it doesn't have to be, by the way, this super intelligent. It could just be an Alexa++ that actually says, wait a minute, I don't quite understand. And the human actually sits there for a second and says, wait a minute, the Alexa actually got what I was saying at some level. And, you know, it's funny, even in the year 2021, after 70 plus years of AI, we still can't get that basic level of just stop. You know, the computer system says stop. I don't quite know what you mean by that. And so if we can get there, that itself is actually a major moonshot. And it doesn't involve a lot of scientific computation. It's actually just basic common sense. Like just giving a computer a basic knowledge of the world, basic common sense would just be unbelievable in terms of a quantum leap forward.
I'm loving that. So giving a computer common sense makes perfect sense for me. What a moonshot. It's been a pleasure talking. Thank you so much. Now, we obviously also used some common sense to develop some new formats and test them. And one of them was actually held last night. And the idea was to create a bit of a fireside chit-chat where some of the speakers and some of the guests could get together and have some conversation. Unfortunately, you couldn't join. However, we thought you might want to join, and we have a couple of videos on that coming up right about now.
I think, it probably depends on a personality. I'm someone who gets excited about something, and then you study it, and once you have the answer, I'm trying to find something else. And you said something which is, in my opinion, very, very important. Connecting the dots. Because the biggest discoveries and inventions in history emerged when people from different disciplines started to talk to each other. There is a great book written by Gary Klein, Seeing What Others Don't, and he studied.
At the very first moment, you don't even realize how this could help you, or if this could even be somehow related to your field. Even if it's completely unrelated, maybe at some point in time you can see how the value can be transferred. And this might take a lot of time. And so I think the biggest advice that we could give somebody, I think it's independent from the career, is really talk to strangers or talk to people outside your field, even if they are completely from a different field, discipline, country, however the diversity is set up. But I think that's very important.
And that goes back to the point that it's true that the Friedman Doctrine was in part a reaction to managerialism in the 1960s. The paradox, of course, was that it set in motion the explosion of long-term incentive plans, share options and the like, that led to the vast increases we've seen in executive remuneration. If I go back to the ICI as it used to be company, if you ask why the executives didn't pay themselves millions a year in the 1980s, it was because that just wasn't how you behaved in that particular environment. Now it is. I think one thing that's really important for us to take away from a meeting like this one is to stop this kind of debate being diverted into the ESG kind of discussion. That these things are not unimportant, but they're not fundamentally what we're talking about. And the idea that if I make speeches about how concerned we are in XYZ company about climate change and how committed we are to diversity and inclusion, that deals with a problem, I'm afraid you're going to find it doesn't.
Don Tapscott. Don, hi. It's great to have you with us. I'm wondering, what's your history with the Drucker Forum? How long have you been part of the family?
Oh, it goes back well. It predates the Drucker Forum because I knew Peter, not well, but we used to bump into each other speaking at the same events. And he was, in all my early writings, the most influential person, really. So and then, I can't remember when I got involved with the forum, but it's been off and on. I'm glad it's been more on than off.
Well, we were happy that you are on right now at the Fireside Chats. How was that for you?
It was pretty good. We had a good crowd asking all kinds of really good questions. Different levels, because I'm talking about this second era of the digital age. And some people are very knowledgeable about it, and others, it's all brand new to them. And this is similar to other big changes that I've seen over, well, I'm dating myself, 40 years now. You know, this is kind of like 1994, and I just had a fireside chat, and I told a bunch of people about the internet, and they're all like, whoa, what is that thing? That could be a big deal, maybe, but aren't there a lot of criminals? And isn't the internet going to be used for porn or something? So that's kind of the conversation.
So talking to our audience out there, maybe for them blockchain is something new as well, as it is, to be honest, for me as well. You gave us a bit of a 2-minute short explanation in the fireside chat. Can you repeat that for our audience out there as well?
Well, for 40 years, we've had an internet of information, but if I send you some information, I'm actually sending you a copy, an email, PDF, photo. I keep the original. That's okay for information, but when it comes to the things that really matter in an economy or an enterprise, which is value, things like money, or assets, securities, stocks, bonds, contracts, deeds, intellectual property, the data and our identities, cultural assets like art or music, copying those is not a good idea, okay? You don't want someone copying your identity or your vote. And if I send you 1,000 euros, it's really important I don't still have the money, right? So this has been called the double spend problem by cryptographers. And now, thanks to Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008, we have an internet of value, not Bitcoin. That was just the very tip of the iceberg. We now have a global internet of value where any asset, from money to securities to a song to a vote, can be managed, stored, transacted peer-to-peer. And trust is not achieved by an intermediary like a bank or a stock exchange or a credit card company or a music label or a social media company. It's achieved by software, cryptography, and some clever code. So this is a really big deal. This is a native digital medium for value, kind of like the internet was a medium for information.
So maybe one last question, since we're talking about the human imperative at the Drucker Forum. Do you think blockchain is going to make us more human?
Well, no, I don't think technology makes us more or less human. It's humans that set up our systems for management and for society and so on. But I'll tell you something, this technology provides a whole bunch of opportunities to solve a bunch of big human problems. You know, the crisis of legitimacy of democracy. Why don't we have smart votes where you vote for a person and their program at the same time? The problem of climate change. Why don't we put tokens representing carbon credits on a blockchain so that we can manage carbon credits and everyone can be involved in trading them and using them as a loyalty point and so on? Why don't we put land titles on a blockchain? 70% of the land titles in the developing world are not enforceable. Well, you put them on a blockchain, nobody can mess with that. So those are 3 of hundreds of examples of opportunities. It doesn't mean that we'll do it, but there are opportunities to kind of to solve some big problems around prosperity, around justice, around sustainability, around our institutions for society as well. But it's not going to happen automatically.
Well, you've got a lot of visions, and I'm actually quite curious to have you back here, hopefully with us in a few years, to see which ones actually became reality. Don, it's a really pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was here 6 years ago when we wrote Blockchain Revolution, and it was all hypothetical that this could all occur. 6 years later, it's all happening. Every industry is embracing this technology, and there are huge changes that are underway. So 6 years from now, I have no idea what will happen. I'm with Drucker. The future is not something to be predicted. It's something to be achieved. But these are very profound changes to the firm, to the architecture of the corporation, and to the way that our economy works. And hopefully they'll be for the better.
Well, we hope so too. Don, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I'm giving it back to the studio. Thank you so much. Welcome back at the red carpet. We are here live straight after the Drucker Challenge Awards took place. And this was a very special part of the Drucker Forum, because this is the part when actually all the students and young entrepreneurs that send in essays where they are thinking about how they could take Peter Drucker's philosophy into today's world, into today's management world or society. And we were awarding the best students and the best young entrepreneurs. And I've got one standing here with me who was actually amongst the winners of 2020. And I'm very happy to welcome with me Diana from Zimbabwe. Diana, hi, how do you feel?
I feel so happy to be here, finally, after the whole year of lockdown and things. But it's also just speaking to being a Drucker and having to experience the knowledge and the wisdom from CEOs and managers who have had years and years of experience. So this is a good experience for me.
So you were one of the winners in 2020. How did you even find out about the Drucker Challenge?
So interestingly enough, I had known about the Drucker for 3 years before applying, but I thought it was just for people with a business background. I happen to be a medical doctor, so that kind of put me on like the backside for it for a bit. But then when the question came for 2020 asking about critical thinking and stuff, I decided to like just put my thoughts together and also apply.
I love that. So do you want to tell us a bit about your essay? What did you write about?
Yeah, sure. So my essay was on how the critical thinking skills that we don't have are because of the education system right now. So our education system does not encourage us to think independently, but rather it encourages repetition. So then that leads us to have managers who can't respond to crises like the COVID-19 pandemic.
And how does this apply to your world? Are you a doctor already, or are you still studying?
So I finished in the year that was the COVID. Yeah, but how it applies to me is that as a medical practitioner in the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to make difficult decisions in the moment. So it might sound like critical thinking skills are something that like are far off, but I feel like they apply to every field. And that is why the Peter Drucker kind of mentality applies to not just business per se, but every field of being.
So do you feel this also helped you last year in this very difficult time?
Yes, definitely, because as part of my essay, I'd read his book, which he talks about knowing yourself and knowing your capabilities. So it also helped me figure out like when I felt like I couldn't continue anymore and just how to deal with my mental health. There's a lot of things that Peter Drucker explains about how to manage the situation, but also how to manage yourself as a manager.
Wow, thank you. I really like it, how this whole philosophy, this kind of theoretical idea can be put into practice and in practical thinking. So we actually awarded you last year during our online event. If you compare it to where you're at right now at the in-person event here in Vienna, how does that differ?
So the online event was good and it felt nice, but this feels surreal, and meeting everyone else and meeting other challenge winners as well. We've had interesting discussions. The Drucker Forum and the event, like, it makes you think and it makes you sit down and like think about the world that you're in and how you can impact it to make it better. So there've been a lot of side conversations and people are networking right now, and those are the conversations that are going on as well.
Well, thank you so much for being here and having this conversation with us. It's a pleasure to have met you, and we're very much looking forward to your next essay next year then.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to write again. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And thank you. Back to the studio. All right, and we're welcome back on the red carpet, and I have another winner of the Drucker Challenge Awards with me, and I'm very happy to say hello to Naga from India. Hi Naga, great to have you with us.
Pleasure is mine.
So Naga, you're one of the winners of the 2021 Drucker Challenge Awards, and I was wondering what motivated you to write your essay. How did you come up with the idea?
I've been following Peter Drucker Global Forum for the last few years, and I subscribed to the newsletter. And when I knew that this year there is going to be an essay competition, and when they announced the topic, which was about how do you deal with crisis, what really demands from a manager to handle crisis, that really kind of inspired me to reflect about my own self. What am I doing right now when a crisis is hitting me? How am I taking it? What am I doing? And that somewhere started, a sense of reflection slowly started towards a small scribble and then eventually into an essay, and here I am today.
So you're going to have to tell us a bit about your background. What do you actually do?
I've studied public policy from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Singapore. I've graduated and I've come back to India, and that is when the pandemic started. And just because, like me, there are many thousands of students who really had to struggle a lot, and people lost jobs. People were finding it difficult to find jobs because of this pandemic, and it disrupted everything. So while I was looking for my jobs, slowly second wave happened and things were really getting bad. And I went to my village, was completely on a digital detox, just wanted to take my mind from everything. And that's when I really looked at people in the villages who were having no great resources, no great material resources, or not really accessing technology, or not really having fancy degrees like me. But the way they were resilient, the way they actually fought this crisis without losing hope, but at the same time, they were able to inspire people like me. And that actually kind of made me think my own self about, is it really worth studying all this hard and still not able to manage this crisis well? And that's when I really was able to connect whatever I saw with the community and whatever Drucker said. It's not always just about talking things, but it's also about how do you implement things in real, So like he says, the best way to predict future is to create it, right?
So what did you see in your village? What kind of, what inspired you there?
I mean, I'll just talk about the women that I've met. This is a lady in her late 50s. She's an illiterate. She never went to school. She never actually went out of her village. And she is an agricultural labor. She has a family to take care. She has a son, a daughter-in-law, and a grandkid. And everybody is a daily wage worker. And because of the COVID, they were having no jobs. So they have lost their livelihoods. They don't have any savings. And there they were, still able to manage. And the choices that they make, the decisions they took, the way they handled the crisis, they were actually ahead of the problems. That's what Drucker says. You have to be ahead of change. Whatever Drucker said in his philosophy, I was actually seeing this lady, this amazing woman, actually doing it. So that's when I realized people like me, we in our fancy blazers go to these fancy schools and talk
fancy conferences
and talk all this stuff. And here in these villages, lesser people with less resources, people with less access to so many things that people like me have, but they are the ones who are actually doing some incredible stuff, and that's the thing that really inspires me. So the community thing, like Drucker says, the community is the orchestra. So that's where the music happens.
Beautifully put. You also said, and that maybe just as a last question, because I found that inspiring, that you said on stage that you actually go to Drucker also to find hope.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you mean by that?
I mean, Drucker was writing what? When my grandfather was in his teens. And he was writing about stuff which is happening now. That man had a vision and he was so good at it. He was actually telling people what's going to come in the future and how should people, how should businesses, how should corporations get ready. He predicted that at the end of the day, there is going to be crisis, but come what may, it's humanity first. That's what Drucker always said. So when you read those things, and when I see that HBR thing which he wrote in 70s, and now I'm able to connect in 2021, this man is a genius. So his writings, his philosophy offers not just hope, but also a sort of guidance, I would say, to everybody.
Wow, I'm inspired. Naga, it's beautiful to have you here. How do you feel about finally being here in 2021 with everyone at the Drucker Forum?
For a change, it's good to be around people. I really love this because Vienna is a beautiful place. And here, these couple of days, amazing line of speakers, people from different countries. So it's not just about only networking, but it's also about getting to know people. It's about getting to understand where they're coming from, what made them come here. And within those little conversations, we actually make memories for life. And some amazing friendships really happened. So overall, great food, great vibe. So completely enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Great companion. Thank you so much for being here. We're talking a lot about the human imperative here, and talking to you, I can really sense what that means. Thank you so much, Naga.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm giving it back to the studio.
Vienna is Europe's best kept secret. Everything about it is amazing, it's beautiful. I'm particularly impressed by the fact that they balance art and history with technology and modernity, and without either being in conflict. That's amazing, and I wish everyone else in the world could learn from it.
One of the interesting things that I've experienced here is not just in my interactions with the experts, the academics and the business practitioners, but also my peers who have come through the Drucker Challenge as well. And the thoughts and ideas that we share amongst each other are surprisingly not that disconnected from the types of ideas that the leaders are talking about as well.
And welcome back to Drucker Forum TV. I'm Daniel, and we're just seconds away from a first. Because for the first time of this year's conference, we're actually going to go live to the main stage. And what's happening on the main stage? The conference is nearing an end, and it's time to reflect on the last around 2 3/4 days and draw some conclusions. So, without any further ado, let's listen and watch.
How do you feel right now? What's the energy in this room? I know this is a difficult one to ask at the end of a session, but maybe just give me one indication. I usually always, oh, thank you. I like that one. Does anyone still have those emoji cards? Any hearts? Yes, I like that. Not too bad. Ilse, you're back. Beautiful. Good to see you again. All right, so let's go. Yes, emoji cards. I could see some hearts there. Beautiful. Okay, let's get some impression how this was until everyone else is back as well. Did you learn anything new in the past days? Maybe show me with a raise of hands. Did I learn something new? Okay, am I just pretending that I learned something new? No, okay. Did I get to know? Yes, like some hands up. It's like, yeah, I'm at a conference. I gotta pretend I learned something new. Did I meet someone new and talk to someone that I didn't know before? Okay. Do I still remember that person's name? Okay. Did I exchange contacts with that person on LinkedIn or any other social network? Don't want to prefer anyone here. Okay, that's good. That's good, because this is one of the essential parts of what we're taking out here. The connections that we make, the encounters that we have. Am I planning on telling anyone else about what I learned here? Hopefully, yes. Okay, good. Well, I don't want to keep you too long. But I remember that I asked at the beginning if we're going to manage to be more human here. So almost all of you raised your hands when you said you connected with someone new. Maybe think back to those connections, think back to those conversations that you had. Did you manage to open yourself up to really be authentic? Did you manage to trust a new person? Did you manage to listen, to empathize? Ilse has got her hand up. I think this is what we're here for. And if you managed to do that in the past days, then I think we've all succeeded in this attempt of being a bit more human in this digital and also in our real world. And with this, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the closing session of the 13th Global Peter Drucker Forum. And I hand it over to our beautiful conference chair, who hopefully is with us already, Eduardo Braun. Please give up your hands.
Thank you, Katharina. But before having our final closing session, we need to invite a very dear friend and a wonderful showman and speaker, that is Felipe Gomez. Please welcome him with a very good clap.
Thank you, Eduardo.
All yours.
Thank you. Wow, it's been wonderful being here these past 2 days. I was in the audience, listening, learning. And I think that what I want to share with you today is, I would say, a beautiful coincidence, because it's something I've been working for probably 8, 10 years, but I think it completely gravitates and makes total sense with everything that we've been discussing these 2 days. So I want to start reflecting on what we have all reflected these past 2 days, the last 20, 21 months. It's been really crazy. We were all working so hard with our agendas full, projects, and suddenly, without any prior notice, this pandemic arrived and confronted us with a new reality that confined us in our homes. All of our cities were empty, and we were kind of trying to understand and to define the way we were going to move forward in these crazy times. And in certain ways, this situation forced us to look ourselves in the mirror and see who is that person right there, and what shifts do I need to make in my mindsets and my behaviors in order to take my performance to the next level. We started asking these very personal, deep, probably difficult questions on how to really adapt to this new reality and try to elevate our performance to the next level so that we are able to transcend as human beings and leaders. And today, in this closing session, I would like to take some elements of some of the ideas I've heard. I want to make a very concrete invitation, and is that all of us think and behave like virtuosos. And this is the title of my presentation. This is a word that you all know, you have all heard, but probably we've never used this word, or probably very seldomly, in the realm of business, of the corporate world, of leadership. It's a word that is most commonly used in music. It's common and to speak about a virtuoso pianist, a virtuoso trumpetist, but probably not about a virtuoso leader or a salesperson or a board member or an organization. And I wonder why, because if you go and see and look for the definition of this word, you will find that a virtuoso is a person full of virtues. You can see it has the same etymological root, virtuoso and virtues, And a virtue is defined as a habit of good action. It's an inner and a constant disposition of the mind, of the heart, and of the will to make things right and to make the right things. Well, there are intellectual virtues that are oriented to making the right things, and there are moral virtues that are oriented to making things the right way. So, but since this is a word that is mainly used in music, I want to use music as a metaphor, taking advantage that I'm a big passionate about music. I play the piano since I was 4 years old. My career and my education has been in business, but music is my passion. And it's not coincidence that we're here today in this beautiful city where great musicians like Mozart and Haydn and Schubert and Beethoven flourished, but also was the city that gave birth to Peter Drucker. So it's kind of a beautiful coincidence reflecting on the similarities and the way music and leadership and business can align. So I would like to start making a question, which is how do they do it? What is it that these great musicians have that we can learn from them so that we can apply it in our everyday lives in order to become virtuosos? These great musicians, at the end of their performances, consistently generate or create this beautiful reaction from the audience that everybody stands up, gives them a standing ovation as a sign of recognition, appreciation, and admiration of what they just did on the stage. So I've been studying this, as I told you, for probably 8 or 10 years, and trying to simplify my findings, I see that when musicians comply with 3 conditions, they can be considered virtuoso musicians. And the third condition is that they have a method that would allow us to play their instrument with mastery. They assume the right attitudes on the stage that is going to allow them to connect with the people in their audience. And they will always perform with passion, and this is what is going to create an emotional bond between the musicians and the audience. So the musicians that comply with these 3 conditions, and I will repeat them, method, attitude, and passion, are the musicians that we can consider the virtuoso musicians. But I want today, each one of you to try to open an imaginary door in your minds and try to visualize what we can learn from these musicians so that we can become virtuosos in everything we do. Because Katharina yesterday here asked a question and she said, how can we become more human? And my answer is by building virtues. By building virtues in our lives, because this is going to strengthen our character and to allow us to become more humanistic leaders. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go in depth into each one of these 3 layers, method, attitude, and passion, and try to extract what learnings we can bring from these virtuoso musicians and see how we can apply them in what we're doing and try to put it into context on the subjects and the themes that we have been discussing these 2 days. So I'm going to start with method. As I already told you, method will allow a musician, when a musician follows a method with rigor and discipline, it's going to allow them to master their instrument, to play that instrument with mastery and to become an expert, a technical expert on what they're doing. And this all starts with a dream, someone that has a big dream of learning how to play an instrument. And some people take that dream a step forward and make the conscious decision to learn music. So you learn, the basics of music. Let me see if I can turn on this piano. Good. So for example, is it working? You hear it? Yeah. You learn that all music written in history has been written using only 12 notes. That each piece of music has 3 components, melody, harmony, and rhythm. You learn music theory, music harmony, everything. And when you have those fundamentals, then you choose your instrument, you pick your instruments, and then you make a next step on this sequence so that you can learn how to play an instrument. And this first virtue I'm going to talk about is called magnanimity. And it's the virtue of thinking big, of having, great projects, big dreams that really scare you. And magnanimity is defined as the virtue of the greatness of the mind and of the heart. These are great dreams that are for the good of other people and for our own good. But then people, when they start playing the instrument, they need to take this to the next level and acquire a routine, a disciplined routine of practicing in order to really master their instrument. So what is practice? Practice is a habitual, systematic, and logical process to achieve an objective in a proficient and an effective way. So someone that wants to learn the piano, and excuse me, I'll sit down here, every day has to sit on the piano and do a series of exercises like scales, arpeggios, There are even books full of exercises that allow people to become better pianists. One very famous book is called Hannon, the Virtuoso Pianist. And you have to do this every single day, and if you don't do it, it will be impossible to master the instrument. There are no shortcuts. You require this method and this discipline to really achieve it. Now, what usually happens is that people practice and then get stuck in a level that I call the comfort zone. And you can read these texts which says the comfort zone is a behavioral state within which a person operates using a limited set of behaviors to deliver a steady level of performance within the comfort zone. There isn't much incentive for people to reach new heights of performance. And in a certain way, I am convinced that the COVID-19 pandemic confronted us with this reality that probably most of us were in our comfort zones, and we needed, and we were forced to get out of that comfort zone and to find new and better ways of doing what we were doing. And I think that practice is very well established in the arts and in the sports, but probably we forgot the power of practice in business. We have to allow more space for people to practice, to become real experts, and so that people can master what they do. And then the last stage of this is that people will, as I already told you, master and become experts in what they do. And the virtues associated with all of these are magnanimity, that I already spoke, discipline and rigor and perseverance in order to be able to face the challenges, move on, develop resilience, and just follow through on what we're doing and to complete the processes that we set in our minds. In order to become experts, and expertise has been a science that's been studied by many experts like Anderson and later by Malcolm Gladwell in Outliers, they talk about the famous 10,000 hour rule, that people need to practice for 10,000 hours to become experts at what they do. And the Beatles is an example that they use in their book. I'm not going into much detail because I have a limited set of time. But the interesting thing is that all of that I've been telling you about method, studying, method, acquiring knowledge, storing that knowledge in your mind, then using it to deliberately practice to become better and mastering what you do is all related with the intellectual domain of the human being, which is a domain that we pay more attention in the business context, but it's not the only one as we've been discussing during these 2 days, and we will further explore as this presentation evolves. Now I'm going to do an example to try to illustrate the power of repetition, practice, etc. And I want to do it with this fantastic song, Coldplay song called Viva la Vida. I don't know if you know that song, but I'm going to play a little bit so that you remember, okay? Have you heard that song or no? Please raise your hands. You've heard it? Okay, good. It's a great song. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to play here in the piano the melody, which is what the singers are doing right now. Okay? Okay, so I'm going to play it in the piano so that we can all listen it in a more pure way without the instruments and the orchestra and everything. Okay? So listen well. Okay, and what we're going to try to do is that we are all going to try to sing it. Okay? Yesterday we danced. Today yes. We're going to sing. Okay? Do you agree?
Yes.
Woo! Yeah. Bravo. Okay. So let's try to do it. Ready? Okay. Oh. Oh, come on. There are, what, 200 people in this room? And I can barely hear you. Come on. Try to do it, with determination. Try to sing as loud as possible, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's try. Oh, oh, oh. That was louder, but I'm sure you can do it louder, but also you're kind of out of tune. Being in tune is so important both in music, in music when you go to a concert, the first thing that happens is that the oboe plays the A, the instrument's tune, no? In business, in corporations, being in tune is also very important. So the CEO and the leadership team says, okay, we need to grow our sales 40%. And everybody in the company has to say, IT and human resources and marketing, all the areas working together. So we're going to tune to see if this sounds a little better. Okay, so help me. Come on, I can't hear you a little louder. Okay, super. Let's do it. One more time. This is the last time. A little louder, please. Okay, one question. Do you think this is the very, very best we can do it? Do you think so?
No.
No, come on. And I think we should ask that question every day. You know, what I'm doing today, is this the very best I can do it? Because if we're talking about becoming more human, we should be thinking about this. Every time we do something, we have to do it the best way possible, okay?
Wow.
Oh, one very last time. I promise this is the last time, but let's try to do it the best you can. Okay? Ready? Let's do it. Better! That's better. Excellent. A big round of applause to you. Very well. And we're going to come back to this because this is going to get better, I promise you. So as I already told you, method allows a musician to play their instrument with mastery. An organization that embraces method is an organization that is going to elevate their levels of operational excellence, and this is absolutely fundamental. Customers are expecting this of every single company, that they do what they do in an extraordinary way. And the only way to do it is by learning, unlearning, practicing, becoming really good at what we do, and develop these skills and build these virtues of magnanimity, discipline, and perseverance to achieve it. So what I want to do now is I want you to reflect. There was a session earlier today trying to define the 100 key questions. Well, I've been working in 30 questions. And here are the first 10. 10 questions that are going to ignite some process of innovation, of thought, some thought processes and some conversations between you that I know are going to generate value. So the way we're going to do this exercise is that we're going to do a journey in time. We're going to move to the year 1660, where people like Bach and Handel and Vivaldi were alive, you know, the Baroque period of music. And when you listen to Baroque music, you listen to rigor, discipline. It's music that mathematically is almost perfect. It's music that kind of resembles the virtues and the values that I've been trying to share with you. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to play something from the Baroque repertoire in the piano, Bach's Prelude No. 1 in C major, or the Ave Maria de Bach, while I project some questions on the screens. So just go through those questions, and then I will share these questions with, if you want to just come after the presentation, I will be happy to share these questions with you. But I think these are really important questions that we need to ask ourselves in order to elevate our performance and to use method and these virtues in a better way. I hope you enjoy this first exercise of self-reflection. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the second condition. And the second condition is attitude. And this has nothing to do with the technical expertise, with the technical domain that you perform, but it's more about the way you behave. It's more about the emotional intelligence. All these concepts and ideas we've been talking about these 2 days. So this is where really the humanistic part of this presentation is beginning to surface. So once again, I want to ask you one question. I'm a true believer on the power of questions, and it's this question. What's your music like? And why am I asking this question? I'm asking this question because I am convinced that the attitudes that we assume in life can be related to music. Actually, they even sound. It's like if each one of us has a big speaker here, and all the time we're projecting this music that denotes our attitude. So sometimes you meet with people that are agile and dynamic and have a great sense of humor, and it's really great working with them. People kind of consider them leaders. And when you see someone like this, you can almost hear something like, At other days, you meet with someone, they introduce you to someone in a meeting, and they say, hey, this is Charles. Hey, Charles, how are you? Nice to meet you. And Charles says, hello, Felipe. How can I help you today? No, that's impossible. I'm sorry. And every day we meet with people like this, sad and pessimistic, and they're always looking at the glass half empty. And it's terrible. You almost want to cry. Other times you meet with people that are kind of mysterious. They say one thing, but they do another thing. Every time they go out of their office, they lock their office. Everything is a secret. Everything is confidential, And when you see someone like this, you can almost listen, oops, I almost fell, to something like this. So all the time we are projecting this music, and this is the music that is going to allow us to connect or to disconnect with the people around us. But the really important thing to speak here, bluntly, is that most of the times we're not even aware of this. So the first step is by being more conscious and more aware of what kind of music, what kind of attitudes I am assuming in life. Stage number 2. Try to develop, to upskill, to reskill your behavior so that you can better connect with the people around you. And once again, I want to introduce you to 3 virtues that are going to help you to better connect with people. And these are virtues that have been widely discussed these 2 days. Number 1 is empathy, the virtue to share someone else's feelings and thoughts by stepping into their shoes, trying to think what they're thinking, to feel what they're feeling, trying to put yourself at the same height of the person in front of you so that anything that you say or do, it's intelligent from an emotional perspective. Virtue number 2 is service, being there to serve, a servant leader, being there to serve without expecting anything in return. And the third virtue that I want to speak about is humility. And we've also mentioned humility a lot these 2 days. And look at this wonderful definition of humility that I found. Humility is to silence our virtues and to allow people to discover them through what we do, not what we say. This is leading by example. It's being coherent between what you think, do, and say. And what a beautiful sign of humility of a great musician, that the first thing that they do when they step into the stage is that they stand here, look at their audience, and bow. What are they saying with that bow? They're saying, I'm here to serve you. This is about you, for you to enjoy. And they probably have all the credentials to be there, but they don't say anything. They just go to their instrument and play and allow people to discover how virtuoso they are. Now, I started listening to a lot of music, trying to find something that would sound or resemble these 3 virtues: empathy, service, and humility. And I found a beautiful piano sonata by Beethoven, probably written here in Vienna. And I just want to play a couple of bars of that sonata, and hopefully you will also feel some kind of representation of empathy, service, and humility in these beautiful notes written by this amazing genius. that hopefully every time that we interact with someone, we're trying to project these virtues to better connect with them. Now, what tools do we have to create these stronger and more meaningful connections? Our eyes. We forgot about the power of our eyes. Why? Because our eyes are now on our phones, you know, on our emails, on our computer screens, but we forgot to make eye contact. And I think we have to recover that. And if on top of making great eye contact with the people that we are around, we smile to them, this is so powerful, and there's biology and chemistry behind this, because when someone is looking into your eyes and someone is smiling to you, your body immediately creates some substances and gives orders to the brain for you to be open, modifiable, open to negotiation, open to doing a transaction, to buying. On the other side, if you don't smile, if you don't look at someone else's eyes, you're immediately creating a barrier, a wall that is going to impede from creating something of value in that interaction. Now, we need to think also, with whom do we relate? Who are our audiences? For a musician, it's evident. The audience is right there, sitting in front of them in the theater, just like I have you right here today. But who is your audience in the corporate world? Because each one of that audiences, clients, vendors, shareholders, the environment, all of those shareholders are listening to some music individually and collective from your organizations. What are they listening? What are our customers, our employees listening from our company? And also from a personal perspective, in my personal life, who is my audience? We were talking about the importance that COVID brought family to the equation of the workplace discussion. What kind of music is our family listening to us when we end our work, when we finish our work? If you go tonight or the day after tomorrow, when you go back home and ask the person you love the most, what's the music I'm projecting? What are they going to answer? Probably, you know, back in your mind, or you have a slight idea of what kind of music you're projecting. Now, the question here is, do you like that music or not? Because if you don't like it, change it. Attitude is a personal decision. All of us, especially in these troubled times, are full of challenges and problems in our minds, wounds in our hearts, but it's our decision to face up, smile, and assume a different attitude that is going to create a different energy and a flow that is going to allow us to better connect with people. Method had to do with the mind. Attitude has more to do with the body and the gestures, smiling, looking to other people's eyes, using your arms, your body, being present. Presence creates connection. And attitudes are going to help us to create a better culture of serving. So we're going to go back to our Coldplay song. Why? Because we improved from a technical perspective, and we didn't have enough time. We just did it 3 times. But each time we did it better. And we were singing louder and in tune and more coordinated. But from here, what I saw and what I felt, I'm going to try to share it with you. I said, everybody, let's tune. And everybody, oh, okay, let's sing, let's sing. I'm going to do it here so that all of you can see me. Oh. 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 Other people were like this. Oh. Oh. No, so probably technically we were doing it good enough. I know we can do it better. But we were embracing the wrong attitude. So boring. This guy made us sing. Oh, I'm tired, I'm sleepy. No? So we're going to do it one time, and we're going to change the attitude. And what I want you to do is just 3 things. Number 1 thing, find someone close to you, probably someone that you don't know yet. And when you sing, you're going to look into their eyes and making eye contact, okay? Let's recover the power of eye contact because it's so powerful, you will discover it. And then we're going to smile to that person, and you can probably move and look to someone else and smile to that other person. And then just use your bodies. If you want to stand up, clap, dance, do whatever you want, okay? But we're doing it 1 time. So do it the right way with the right attitude, okay? So everybody, let's tune, please. Oh. Okay, ready? Oh, I like it. A lot of people stood up. Okay, let's do it. Oh. A little louder, please. Oh, better. Oh, louder, please. Excellent. Big round of applause to everybody, please. Much better. Now, do you think it was better than the first time? Absolutely. But it's the same people, it's the same song. Why? We just changed our attitudes. And what does this teach us? When we do what we do in an extraordinary way with mastery, but we do it with the right attitude, that excellence is amplified. Attitude is an amplifier of excellence. On the other hand, we might do what we do in an extraordinary way, expertise with the best tools, the best procedures, the best technology, but if we do it with the wrong attitude, all of that, it's completely shadowed. So attitude can be an amplifier or can have a vanishing power on the excellence that we do. So this is probably as important as the technical expertise, okay? We're going to do a second exercise of reflection, and we're going to fast forward in a journey in time. We're going to go to 120, 150 years later than the Baroque period, and we're going to move here to Austria, to Vienna, you know, where people like Mozart and Haydn and Schubert were here. You know, it's the classical period of music. And in the classical period, the music was still very rich and beautiful notes and complex from a technical perspective, but in the classical period, it's if grammatics were introduced to the language of music. It was no longer very long chains of notes playing at high speed, but more creating phrases, and phrases that denoted heroism and sadness and happiness. And when you listen to classical music from Vienna and the classical period, you can listen to some music that has a different attitude, a different flavor than the Baroque music. And I'm going to play something from Muccio Clementi, an exponent of the classical period in Italy, while I project the second set of questions that I hope that you all like and probably learn and make you think about. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to our last module. And our last module is about passion. And this is where true humanism comes to the spotlight. And I just love the last panel, you know. Behnam, are you still here? Or did you leave? He left, I'm so sorry. Because he spoke about exactly what I'm going to tell you right now. Let's think that we go to a great concert. For example, we're going to listen to Lang Lang, the great Chinese piano player, okay? Or Yo-Yo Ma in the cello, or Isaac Stern in the violin. We're all expecting them to play very well. It's their job, it's their craft. They're practicing 8, 9, 10 hours a day. The same way our customers are expecting great products and services from our companies. But what really gives us goosebumps, tickles in our stomach, bring tears to our eyes, is the passion and the love with which they are playing their instruments. And this is probably the first summit, meeting, reunion that I've been in many years where so many people spoke about love. Santiago, are you still here? You spoke about love in the panel in the room next door a few hours ago. Yesterday, we spoke about love. And why is this so important? Because when you do what you do with love, the ordinary ceases to happen and the extraordinary starts to happen. Love is the engine for the extraordinary. You can perfectly tell when a musician is playing with passion and love or when she or he is not playing with passion and love. You can perfectly tell when a leader is leading with passion and love or not. You can perfectly tell when a salesperson is selling with passion and love or not. And it makes all the difference. It makes all the difference. And many people tell me, Felipe, but speaking about love in a corporate environment, it's probably pushing it too much, too far away. And I'm so happy to find some people here sharing my ideas. And I want to give you a little bit of the arguments and the thoughts that I have why love and passion is so important in today's life after this pandemic and in this era of digitalization. Because this is where humans really flourish and shine and become the protagonists of everything we're doing. Why is that? I told you that method will help us to strengthen and to elevate our operational excellence. Attitude will help us consolidate a culture of serving, which is also absolutely fundamental in today's business environment. But it is passion and love, and only passion and love, what really ignites innovation and activates this virtuous circle. And we've all spoken about innovation and experimenting and trying new things. But we're not connecting what's the root for that. It's love and passion. Why? Because only the people that are passionate about what they do are the people that ask themselves constantly, how can I do this better? How can we do this better? How can we redesign this experience so that it's better synchronized with our customers' needs? How can we change this website, this app, so that it's more usable, easier to use? How can we change this procedure so that it's more effective? The people that are not passionate about what they do, they don't ask these questions ever. They don't mind. They're stuck in their comfort zones, and the only thing they want to do is to prolong the status quo. So that's why we need to foster and spread the passion and the love, and the only way to do that is through example. We cannot teach passion, we cannot teach love, but we can inspire other people by doing what we do with passion and love. It's the only way. And this true followership, when we're speaking here about having followers, when you see a leader that is inspiring and do what they do, not only with excellence and with the right attitude, but with passion and love. And for that, we need to develop a very important virtue, which is courage, that Behnam also spoke about courage, strength of the will that help us overcome fear. And this courage is very important because going out of that comfort zone is very difficult. We need a lot of courage so that we are able to experiment and try new things and innovate. And we spoke about the 10,000 rules for being experts at what we do, but we also have this complementary rule of the 10,000 experiments. We need to experiment all the time so that we can do great things. And quantity here is fundamental because in order to have one idea, you need many ideas. And if you see the works of the creative geniuses, it's a very prolific, numerous work. Bach composed 1,128 pieces of music. Picasso did 50,000 paintings. The companies that today are kind of leading the way to digital transformation, innovation, and experimenting are companies that consistently experiment in a methodical way with a method to capture, analyze, fund, incubate, and execute these ideas. Amazon is doing 2,000 experiments a year, Google 7,000, Facebook 100,000, Apple 3,000, Netflix 1,000. How many experiments are we doing here? And in this process of experimentation, some ideas will work and will have an impact, either marginal or exponential, but some other ideas will not work, and it doesn't matter. It's part of the process, because just as Ludwig van Beethoven said, to play the wrong note is insignificant, but to play without passion, it's unforgivable. And I tell you exactly the same today. Uncertainty is here to stay, and it's going to be bigger than ever. We need to experiment. We need to innovate. Something that we do, we are probably excited about doing that. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter. It's insignificant. Learn from it. Pass the page and move on. What it's really unforgivable is that we allow ourselves and our people to be in that autopilot, working in that comfort zone without doing action. That is truly unforgivable. And the third virtue is prudence. And we talked about ethics. Yesterday, we talked about ethics. And I see with all the companies I work with all over the world, this obsession, this demanding need of doing what we do in a principled and ethical way. And the way to do it is to nurture and to talk about prudence, which is that inner voice that is telling us what is right and what is wrong. We all know what is right and what is wrong, but sometimes we just don't listen to that voice. And that's the virtue of prudence. So with those three virtues, love, courage, and prudence, we're going to be passionate about what they do, and we're going to be able to ignite innovation. Passion has to do with the heart. So this, for me, is a great takeaway, because in order to be a virtuoso, a humanist, we need to use everything we have, our mind, our body, and our heart, method, attitude, and passion, and put it into service to what we are doing so that we can really become virtuosos and become humanists. A machine can do very well some technical stuff, probably better than us. They can probably imitate some attitudes. You can have algorithms that can predict the behavior of the person in front of you and probably communicate in different tones and ways. But can you teach a machine to be prudent, to experiment? They're just following a rule. To do what they do with love? Possible. So let's use everything that we have. And this is going back to Thomistic and Aristotelian principles, just using all of our dimensions to become true virtuosos in what we do. Passion will ignite innovation. And we're going to do our last exercise of self-reflection. And we're going to move to the 19th century in our journey in time, to the romantic period of music where musicians like Chopin or Beethoven were alive. And when you listen to the Polonaise of Chopin or a symphony of Beethoven, you immediately get goosebumps, because it's music that really represents the passion and the love that this person and the feelings that this person was feeling. So I'm going to play a transcription that Franz Liszt did of a symphonic work of Beethoven, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, probably his most iconic work. And I'm going to try to play it on the piano while we do this very last exercise of self-reflection that I hope you all enjoy. Thank you. So I just want to, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I just want to wrap up doing a quick summary of what I wanted to share with you today. It's just an invitation to think and act in a virtuous way, building virtues that is the way to being truly human and growing as human beings and trying to do this with the people that we lead. So in order to do this, the first thing we need is to have a method that is going to allow us to master what we do in an extraordinary way. And we're going to achieve this by working in the virtues of magnanimity, discipline, and perseverance. And we will see this in our organizations reflected in elevating our levels of operational excellence. Now, on top of that, we need to be aware of our attitudes that ultimately will define how we connect with the people around us, with our different audiences. And in order to elevate those connections and to make them more meaningful and more important, we need to practice the virtues of empathy, service, and humility. And this will help us consolidate a culture of serving. And last but not least is that everything we do it with passion, with love, so that we can create emotions and spread this emotion and inspire other people. And the way to do this is to do everything we do with love, so that the ordinary ceases to happen and the extraordinary ceases to happen. Having the courage to get out of our comfort zone and acting with prudence so that we can be principled and acting in an ethical way. And this will ignite constructive innovation and constant innovation in our organizations. Now, if we do this with the help of technology, we're going to exalt the human imperative, but at the same time take advantage of all the technological progress that we've made. And all of our audiences, starting by our clients, are going to stand up and give us a standing ovation, because what we are doing is extraordinary. And I encourage you to really give the recognition and the appreciation and probably applaud the people that you see doing their job in an extraordinary way, like virtuosos, because it's the best feedback for them to continue doing it along the way. Now let's use this in all of our domains, in all of our dimensions, in our families, with our couples, with our children. The home is the par excellence school of virtues. Let's teach our children about the virtues. Sometimes we will be leading, and we need to lead as virtuosos, but most importantly is to take out the virtuosos out of the people that we are leading. Let us be the light so that they can shine. But other times we will not be leaders. We will be just one more team member, one more musician of the orchestra. Let's do our part with method, attitude, and passion, trying to become virtuosos in what we do, because this is a journey, not a destination, so that we can inspire other people and invite them to join this revolution, which I think is what the world needs right now. Eduardo, Caterina, everybody, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure sharing these ideas with you, and I hope you have a great rest of the session. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have our, brains full of ideas, our hearts full of passion. I have a list of 155 things in my to-do list that I'll read you in a second. No, not really. We'll go to the postscript room just after, in a few minutes, to further, analyze what our takeaways are. But I'll only share with you one. And that is inspired by Santiago as well. Love your colleagues, become a teacher. Love your colleagues, become a teacher. Because if we were here to learn, now we must go back to share. And sharing is not only an opportunity, is not only in the interest of our organization, but a duty to share what we've learned. So if there's only one thing you should do Monday morning, that is schedule a meeting to share the experience of the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Put it in your calendar and decide when and how to share. And it's even in your self-interest, because the French say, and I'll say it in French and translate it, but I love it in French. Ce que l'on conçoit bien, on exprime clairement. That what we really deeply understand, we can share it. We can put it in words. We can articulate. And that's in our self-interest. To share it, we have to understand it. But let me give you a tip on how to share it. And that has to do with my work and my passion, and that is emotions. You don't start by sharing with your mind. You start by sharing with your heart. You say, oh guys, last week, it was amazing. Eduardo, tell me a little bit more. No, I can't even put it in words. Those 3 days were incredible. But please share it with me. Oh no, I can't put it in words. By doing that, you grab the attention, and then you can slowly explain what you learned. Because if you go directly with rationality, it doesn't go through. And that's the essence of leadership. Leadership is to fire people's hearts. And that's what my invitation is for all of you, to become the new CEOs. And the new CEO is the new Chief Emotion Officer. Chief Emotions Officer is not the Chief Executive Officer. There's one already. Share it with passion, share it with love, and we'll spread the word. Before stepping down, I want to thank every single one of you deeply for being here, for having your full undivided attention. I want to thank all the team, technical team, operations team, the marketing team, particularly, and let me call you on stage, Katarina. Katarina, we have shared, yes, please. Big round of applause. Because I think what we heard from Felipe is that what we both do, we do it with passion, and I think that shows, and we enjoyed it very much, to sort of open the appetite, to chew a little bit, to chop the content, and to make it easier for you to say, aha, and have your aha moment. So thank you very much, Katarina.
I thank you. You are for sure my personal favorite Chief Emotions Officer. It was my great honor to host this event with you together.
Thank you very much. Let me now, thank you, Katarina. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me now call the one and only Richard Straub so that he can give us a hint of how all this continues. Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eduardo. And it was all said. I mean, whatever I would like to describe how Eduardo has fulfilled this role of the Chief Emotions Officer for the forum, you've experienced it. So it doesn't need much words from my side. But thank you very much, and thank you, Katarina, for having led us through an extraordinary forum in extraordinary times, right? So as Eduardo said, we're coming to the end, and I'm just coming back 1 second to something I said yesterday. And that shows you when you are in times of uncertainty. Because yesterday I said, I think when I opened this in-person forum, I said, well, when we choose the date, we didn't really know that we had the worst date that we could possibly choose. And only today I know that we were extremely lucky, right? So So that shows you a world of uncertainty, right? That's the practical example. So in this sense, I would also say when we talk about emotion, I was very touched by many people coming to me and saying, well, I'm glad you didn't cancel it. I'm so happy that I could meet other people. And those in Austria will particularly appreciate, because they cannot meet a lot of people in the next days. And we are extremely sorry for that. But now you had the chance. And I repeat what I said yesterday. There are not many places where you can be safer, yeah, where all these conditions are met. And so in this sense, we felt to be responsible, also having you here and having you participate in person. And thank you for having taken it up. And I say this also to those who are no longer with us. They will see it because it's all recorded. We are on live stream currently. We have been on live stream with the previous performance, and we are on live stream until the end of the forum, and until the end of even the postscriptum. Now, it is our practice that we announce the next forum at this stage. And let me show you because you will be all waiting for it, right? This is the moment. You want to see what the next forum is, don't you? Right? So let's hope I can show you. Is it here? Ah, it's here. I was looking there and I saw myself. That was not good. Okay, so here you see, and let me say a few words to this. The title Performance that matters. Let me say, Peter Drucker was very much clear about that good intentions are not good enough. Great statements are not good enough. What you need is real performance. But it's not just performance in the economic sense, but it's performance in different areas. And it must be performance that matters. So behind that matters is, of course, purpose, right? What is the purpose of what we are doing? Performance is so important because, as Drucker clearly said, if you want to have a functioning society, you need performance. You cannot have it by slogans, by talking nicely, by having ideologies. That doesn't bring you there. You need performance. Economic performance is vital. It is a necessary condition, but it is not. You cannot stop with economic performance. But without economic performance in business, you cannot have the other elements because you won't get there, right? And the functioning society needs economic performance and needs other areas of performance. We have talked about the various human elements and the environmental elements of performance that you need in a functioning society. So performance is key, but it must matter. So that is what this expresses, and the subtitle, sparking the entrepreneurial spirit. Again, let me explain in a few words. Because whenever we talk about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial, some people think it's about startups. It's about entrepreneurs. And this is where Drucker differs clearly from many others. He says this entrepreneurial spirit is a mindset, right? It's a mindset. And we just heard about passion and about attitude. The entrepreneurs are those who have passion for something, for creating value. That's why they do it, and they are passionate about it. And it's also something where you take responsibility, because even if you're embedded in an organization, you may feel like somebody who is responsible, who has some autonomy. And we're talking about the organization who should give more autonomy to their employees. And we are talking about more and more people who choose their roles outside the particular company, but working with companies as knowledge providers, knowledge workers, and you could call them knowledge entrepreneurs. So our society is moving in this direction, and I think it's something that we need to accompany and better understand. This entrepreneurial mindset, which Drucker called a basis for the vision of an entrepreneurial society. We believe this is worthwhile discussing much more deeply, and we believe this will give us a narrative for the future. And especially, I think the young generation is currently needs a narrative. Where are we going, and why are we going there, and how can we achieve what we want to achieve? So in this sense, I hope you are satisfied with the title, and if you are, we hope that you will join us next year again. And I can announce our firm intention is, I mean, we stayed with an in-person forum this year. Next year, we want to have the in-person forum again in the place where we have been already, in the Hofburg Palace in Vienna. So see you there, I hope. With this, I'm closing the official program of the forum, but we are continuing. We have this new form of reflecting on important things that we have experienced in the forum that we call postscriptum. And the postscriptum, I understand, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is immediately for those who still can spend a few minutes with us in the room next door, and I would cordially invite you. It will be led by Isabella Marder, CEO of the Excellence Institute and Executive Advisor to the Drucker Forum. So for those who can still make it, you will be invited. If you have to go to your room, you can still watch it on live stream, right? On the Drucker Forum TV. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for your loyalty to the Drucker Forum, and looking forward to see you next year.
Saturday morning for that. We have a lot of experts that have been reflecting on the different sessions. And okay, those are the challenges of life. Open your computer at the Word document where you want to note down recommendations, the things that you do. Because as we said on the very beginning, we need to think differently to understand the impact of that new thinking. We need to share it. So let me join Isabella and the amazing group that's already waiting on stage.
Great to have you, Eduardo.
Yes, please.
And the crowd is following you.
My leadership skills are being put to question here.
It's on the line, Eduardo. It's on the line. Are they coming?
They're coming in.
Great to see you. Come in.
But what you don't see is the number of people online from across the world that are following on Drucker TV. This is being transmitted live on Drucker TV. So, all yours. The stage is yours.
Eduardo, would you join us?
Yes, please.
Just by sheer chance, we have a seat.
Yes.
Yeah, just by sheer chance. we will wait a few more moments. Maybe?
Maybe, or let's ask for our production manager.
Production manager is getting...
I think we should start. I think we should start. Again,
All right.
the greatest crowd is online.
All right. Well, then we hope some more will join. So welcome to the postscriptum of the Drucker Forum, of the 13th Drucker Forum. Thank you, Eduardo, for joining us also. Well, we are not your management summary, not quite, but we will try to summarize what you said. What is the takeaway of such a conference? Oh, it was amazing, but actually what's been said? Now, we tried to gather for you what's been said and synthesize into the own thinking of our speakers. And I'm glad for our speakers to come and help us with this task. So my name is Isabella Mada, and I will just help through the session. That's about it. And now please help me in welcoming our speakers we cannot mistake the only lady on the panel, Gabriela Almi. She's Director, Europe, Higher Education of Harvard Business Publishing. Then next to me, we have Andreas Rosenfelder, Head of the Culture Section of the German newspaper Die Welt. Then in the middle, Adi McCormack, Digital Leadership Expert, and I found out you are a disruption readiness advisor. And maybe we find out about this a little bit later. And online, as it were, Professor Stefan Pickel, he can see us, zooming in from Munich. He's professor and chair of operations research in the computer science department of the University of the Bundeswehr. This is the German Armed Forces University. And so for you now, as our audience, you're part of this famous last words session. And we would like you to chime in with your famous last words of this conference, your own thinking, what you gathered, what was surprising. And we are on the podium, we will do the same exercise. We gathered for two main questions. What was the most surprising that you heard, the most curious maybe, the most interesting, as a first round of statements, and as a second round of statements, how are we going to implement what we learned? This was, Eduardo, what you also mentioned. This is the most tricky part, and we had the unconference where one of the questions was, how can the Drucker Forum make a difference? And I believe that is in all of us making a difference when we leave from here and tackle our challenges ahead where we are in the world. So let me start with Gabriela. Is this okay?
Yes, well, thank you, Isabella. Thank you for the invitation. Rather than a surprise, I will start with what touched me. We talked so much about emotions, and I have the chief emotions officer here next to me, so I would say that what touched me and what will stay with me is what makes us human, which was the very beginning of this forum, and I would say two things. Vive la différence. I'm Argentinian, but I live in France, and Maurice was saying vive la différence, but he said 20 years ago, he was saying that. And then today we were listening to Coldplay, Viva la vida. So I speak Spanish to my kids, French to my husband, and those two sentences, I think, can be a good synthesis of what makes us human. And then the next, what stays with me is a question, because I think what makes us human is to keep on asking questions. And probably that's what will save us. And you were asking, what do we do right next? I would say, ask questions. And the question is, what's growth?
What is growth?
What is growth? I mean, in this context, right? So
interesting. Thank you.
what's growth for you?
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Andreas.
Yes, I think what I learned from the conference is that the interesting part about digital humanism is the question, what is the human about it? And I personally found the human is maybe something which can't be like easily solved or like kind of predicted or measured, like even if big data is trying to tell us it can be. And I would like to illustrate that thought with like two paradoxons. I learned, I think a paradoxon is something very human. It's something which machines normally don't produce. And the first thing was there was a panel about high performance in the digital age. I was happy to join this panel on Wednesday, and we found in this panel, I think, of something like a productive discomfort with high performance in the digital age. Even if we are all, I think everybody here is a high performer or sees themselves as one. I put my notes on the iPhone, I'm not checking emails, I'm sorry. That's one of the bad habits of the digital age, which are kind of symbolic maybe also for how we work, how we think, how we live. And what I learned from this panel is there was an interesting idea of Adrian Wooldridge, a British journalist, who said maybe we should, in this time of metrics of every professional activity we do, we should or we could learn from low performance cultures. That doesn't mean like we should be lazy or underachievers or whatever, but low performance doesn't necessarily mean low achievement. And what Adrian said, he remembered like the culture of meritocracy, like where the merit was the main value, and that we should maybe take something from meritocracy, even if it's looked bad from a today point of view. But it was a culture where talent was the main value and not performance. And this is the first paradox. Maybe to be good performers in the digital age, maybe we should also sometimes learn something from low performance. And another paradoxon I would like to stress, there was a small, very interesting talk in the Austrian Chancellery on Thursday morning. It was a very small circle, so I will report something because there were interesting thinkers there, and there was the Chatham House rule, so I won't quote with names, but what we try to figure out what could the humanist thing in this digital age that is determining our human life in a very strong way, what could it mean? And the thought was we need some kind of escapism. The humanism was always also some escapist strategy to escape structures, to escape unfreedom, to escape determination, like to be autonomous subjects. And this was another interesting idea. I think we need something like a digital escapism, and maybe in a time like there was the time when the internet was the big escape, like you would say, like there was an escapist notion of digital worlds. Maybe now, where especially with the COVID crisis, we are so much living in a digital world, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe sometimes the analog world is the escape. Maybe the conference here, where we meet in person, has something of an escapist notion, which is adding something to our ideas, which we wouldn't develop if we would just be in a Zoom meeting. Those two maybe are enough, but I think this paradoxons that we always have to critically reflect the structures we build ourselves, and then again try to find a distance. This was the most convincing idea for me. Thank you.
Very nice, thank you.
Let me add.
Yeah, please, Eduardo.
Reacting to what Gabriela and Andreas said, keep asking questions. And the first thing that came to my mind is, don't pretend to ask the best question.
Absolutely.
Just keep asking, and the best questions will come up. And so get out of this sort of high performance, even for questions. Yeah. And related to the low performance, also very interesting, reminded me Clayton Christensen's famous article and book, How Will You Measure Your Life?
Yeah.
Because then we'll redefine performance.
That's very true. That's very true. Like next year's theme.
Yes.
Coming up.
Performance
already now. There's like just accidentally making the connection to next year's theme. Aidan.
Yeah, I was delighted to discover the concept of digital humanism. I'm not 100% certain if I understand it. Is it a more digitized human, or is it humans in the digital age? And possibly it's a little bit of both. And I think one of the things I kind of picked up on was that whilst we've had digital disruption for quite some time now, we have COVID disruption for quite some time. Disruption itself is only just taking off its tracksuit. So the uncertainty and volatility that we're experiencing today is simply a warm-up for what is to come. So we need to kind of prepare for that. And to some extent, we've been trying to slightly improve the industrial era model with some innovative wrapping, so to speak. But the industrial era model only actually worked because of the synthetic certainty that the powers that be could enforce over the last 300 years. They have lost control. We are leaving the era of synthetic certainty, and we're moving into a world of hyper uncertainty. If you're an organization, young or old, you've got to treat each day as if it's day one of being a startup. In terms of digital transformation, there's no clear example or definition of what that is. But surely faster, smarter, cheaper is a good thing. But a faster, smarter, cheaper Titanic at the end of the day is still a Titanic. And even one optimized to detect icebergs is no match for air travel. So we've got to go deeper than people, process, and technology. We've got to look at operating models as well, new business models. And we touched on hybrid working. I'm not saying that hybrid working is a sideshow as such, but it is a symptom of a bigger problem. And the more interesting aspect of that is that it's showing that the power axis is moving from the employer to the talent. Now, you may all be breathing a sigh of relief at this, but the definition of talent is changing as we move into the digital age. The definition of talent is being able to do something that an algorithm or a robot cannot do. And the way value will increasingly come from organizations will be through good, solid cognitive management. So people have to be at the center of organizations going forward. And if you want to quickly test whether an organization gets this or not, you can tell by whether they've got a HR representation in their leadership team, and most organizations of any size don't have. So we've got some work to do, but this conference is pushing us off in the right direction.
Thank you.
Something that came up often and often is, who is we, right? Who is the people? We talk a lot about the people at the center, but who is the people? Is the employees? It's the community, the impact we are having in the community. And we talk also about authenticity. And the question I have, I keep on asking questions, and maybe my bias is that I believe that we learn, someone said today we learn by doing, but I also believe we learn by doing and reflecting on the low performance, on the mistakes we make. And if we don't make mistakes, we don't learn. So I live in a country that make mistakes is a bad thing. So I'm accepting that it's okay to make mistakes. But the big question I have is, are we really authentic in this authenticity, in this looking for authenticity? Are we really, are we buying it? I'm like, that's the big question I have. Are you corporations, as we are?
Yeah, I'm a little bit contrarian in that respect. I think we need to move out of this being cogs in the machine and perhaps become cognitive athletes. But I think authenticity is not a good thing, because authenticity means that everything that I do is the most important thing. So I may be saying, I may be causing microaggressions everywhere I go. So there's a comet of chaos following behind me, but I'm living my perfect self. So I'm actually, I think where we need to go is more towards a graceful organization where I respect the behavior, and we even heard love our people, and there's no harm in that. But I think we need to rein in the authentic piece, but I think it's a backlash from being a cog in a machine. But a more civil model allows us to respect each other, but more importantly, it doesn't drain cognitive capacity. You know, if I feel hurt for the rest of the day because of something you said, I won't be as productive. So being graceful in an organization is simply a good way to maximize your cognitive capital.
Thank you for this.
Let me challenge.
Yeah.
I think authenticity doesn't imply doing whatever you feel like it, but it relates to building trust. And I think trust is the way we collaborate, the way we articulate the task we have to do. And for me, trust is like, it's hard to define and it's hard to say, how do you build it? It takes years to build it, a few minutes to destroy it. And it relates to, will you harm me or not? Will you harm me intentionally? That's why backstabbing means if I turn my back and you harm me, then you're breaking trust. How does authenticity play in trust building?
Let me also get Stefan on board. Stefan, thank you for taking the time and waiting because we're a bit late. Very sorry for that. I hope you can hear us well, and now we're trying to hear you well.
Yes.
What did you gather?
I hope you can hear me now. It's a great honor for me to be part of this panel. And yesterday we discussed it in a first glance. I have to summarize a little bit the one of these days. And for me, it's a great honor because I'm coming from Munich. And yesterday, a Munich philosopher opened that conference, Julian Niederriemerling. And the conference is more or less connected with philosophy because the imperative normally comes from Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher. And Immanuel Kant, maybe you know this, was not happy at his age. He was very disappointed about the society and people's behavior. And he was asking for a so-called universal answer or universal law, the so-called categorical imperative. And maybe yesterday and this morning, and what I learned from this conference is that maybe for us, there is no need in management for a universal answer. There is no universal solution. And as you discussed in this panel, ask for different answers, ask for different questions, and pose in the middle the so-called individual perspective. And this is what I learned in these days. Really happy to have this special spirit of Peter Drucker.
Thank you very much, Stefan. This reminds me that, of course, this is all about ethics, and we had the discussion yesterday, and I'm not sure about your impression. Please do share your impressions on our Slido. I will take from there then your statements. Ethics, which one? Like Kantian one, like we Europeans share it, or like maybe a kinship ethic or utilitarian ethic? Which one? And how will the world agree which one to use? And maybe this will take time to discuss. And maybe just right after, we may start such a discussion, because with all international treaties, we have been taking years and years and sometimes 20 years to come to an agreement and to come to terms about what the ones and the others will contribute and will like to see in a treaty that we will all afterwards have to share and commit to. So thank you very much for also pointing this out, Stefan. Now the second round, Eduardo, would you like to comment more on the first round, or would you kick off our second round with the learnings and how to implement maybe? Because I
do really want you to
a little time
in the
left.
slide, or maybe hands up and stand up on the mic. Anyone taking risks?
I think it's a bit difficult with the TV screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to kick off our second round with the learning? How to implement
How
what
to
we learned?
implement. Well, how to implement. The first thing is I have total lack of priorities in my head. I'm sort of.
Who can relate?
Everyone laughing means you relate. Yes. And it's interesting because my challenge would be, think of, I have 6 kids. They're grown-ups now. But when I go back home and they ask me, how was it, Dad? How can I tell them this 3-day experience in a couple of sentences? I don't know yet, but I think that's a good way of saying, what will I do? What does it serve? I do think that reflecting is part of creating knowledge and who we are. And I'm passionate about that. But I also feel that's such a pity that it doesn't go into the world news instead of, you know, the world news saying, oh, so-and-so was, I don't know, whatever news fell into a, you know, river or whatever,
yeah.
these silly news that thousands or even millions of people are watching. So I have a dilemma there. I don't know how to solve it.
All right, thanks for admitting. This would maybe be authentic, right? But you asked.
Yeah,
I think we need to be
I still believe in
second round.
authenticity. I mean, I deeply believe that this is what will make the difference. And if we believe in it and we allow ourselves to be vulnerable in a way that's not allowed. I mean, and that's the question I have. Are we allowing ourselves? Because yesterday Maurice was saying, you have to be the most clever person in the room and have the best question in the room. And I think it was Einstein who said, you know, you can only be yourself because everybody else was taken, right? And you know, it's just, I cannot be Eduardo. So, well, I have long hair. So, so no, that's my take, like be authentic. And I agree with you. I don't think goes against respect and love. And I love what Santiago said about love and love about knowing deeply. If I care and I know and I go deeply, and because I spend the time and I ask the questions, I mean, love, it has so many dimensions. So maybe love is what will make the difference because we care.
Also, when we implement, if we do it with love, it's well done.
Exactly, if we care. And
thank you for this. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, I take the point on the authenticity. And so to start arguing against myself now, if you aren't your authentic self, that puts a pressure on you. So us all turning up, trying to be the brightest, the cleverest, and so on, and basically suppressing our humanity, there is a cognitive cost to that. But I guess if you are positively authentic and civilly authentic, you know, if you're an asshole, that's going to be a problem. So I guess that's where I was kind of thinking, but you're absolutely right. Being authentic, actually not seeing work as work and not creating work-life balance because fundamentally you hate what you do. If you love your work, if you feel self-actualized and authentic, then it does become work-life integration. And then work ceases to be about power and perhaps more about discovering who you actually are. So your career, as much as you can have a career, becomes a path to self-mastery.
Needs a few seconds to set. Andreas.
Yeah, I also think we have to try to find places like to define what the human aspect and digital humanism could mean. And I think it means like to deal with openness, contradiction, uniqueness, which is all kind of core definitions of the human, I think. And so probably in just coming from a very everyday life perspective, this would mean like to really to allow this, the more, the better our digital networks are working, the more we need this kind of escapes or this, I don't know, that time idling, fantasizing. We need like to build those spaces where human autonomy can,
flourish, maybe.
Can flourish.
Yeah. So out of the hamster wheel happens the real thing. Okay, that's what I gathered. Nice, thank you.
Let me
Step
go
out of the
back
hamster
and build
wheel.
that, because the first time I heard talk about loving your colleagues at work was with a conversation with Herb Kelleher, the late Herb Kelleher, the founder and CEO of Southwest Airlines. And it shocked me. But then loving is help others become more themselves, help them grow, help them find their way in life and at work, helping find their talents, giving them feedback on how they can help find their own passions. Finding your passion takes a whole life. And so I do think that leading is loving, because you have to help everyone become more themselves.
Brilliant.
And if
it's all like quotable content here.
And I guess I would add that the centralized command and control model of leadership, whereas we're the leaders and we do things to the workers, I think that actually slows down decision making. But if we see leadership as anyone who influences anyone else, then we can all be loving at every level. So we move to a kind of ubiquitous leadership model.
And we might learn that things work a lot better if we did.
Yes.
Stefan.
Yes, I would like also to conclude a little bit my impression of the conference. I started with philosophy and I would like to end with philosophy. In philosophy, we have not only the famous imperative, but also the so-called dialectic principle. And for me, this conference is a little bit dialectic. I would like to explain this to you. On one side, I told this yesterday also to Margot Chang, I never attended such a conference in a hybrid format on such a very, very high level, high quality. This is congratulations to the organizer and Richard's team. This is amazing. And also the winner ceremony yesterday was on a very, very high competitive way, very professional, very excellent young researchers. But then at the end of this winner session, there was one sentence, and I take this sentence with home at me. One of the winners said, I feel here like a family. And yesterday evening, this winner came to Richard's wish. I would like to say thank you to you, not that I got the prize. No, thank you that I could be here. And this is a little bit unique of that conference. On one side, these differences, these different perspectives, this high quality, and as the panel mentioned at the beginning, vive la difference. This is a very, very unique and, for my feeling, a very good impression for this unique conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll convey the comments that you sent. Thank you very much. I was thinking about the learning that you started, Eduardo. Maybe every one of us needs a postscriptum session after, like a personal postscriptum session, taking down the notes and making sure that we take the right things with us and implement and make sure that we do. Because if you don't write it down, if you do not sit down to reflect, to debrief your own mind, probably there's not much happening after. And there's not much happening on Slido either. As I can see, so we need the famous last words, one-liners. No need to be as provocative as the typical famous last words. And we still have a little time here on the podium. Would anyone from the audience, we just try to challenge our technical team, have some impressions to share on the microphone? Would you like? Anyone? Mr. Heilig? No?
Okay.
It helps if you know the audience.
Big round of applause. Yeah.
It helps if you know the audience.
And the
Thank
song.
you very much, Isabella. For me, it's easy, the takeaway. I was very surprised and happy at the same time that love and passion has reached management and has reached leadership, and leaders are talking about it and how important it is. I'm a bit like an alien, just that, you know, I work for the city of Vienna, so it's a public administration. And they left me alive for the last 2 decades, despite living love and passion. So that's also my takeaway. And a lot of people that really like me tended to warn me for the last 2 decades to be careful, to be cautious, to not be too passionate. And my takeaway is I will remain not to be careful, not to be cautious when it comes to passion.
Thank you. And you will remain to be successful on this one. Thank you. Well, it seems that was a famous several liners. Thank you. Lovely. Appreciate, much appreciate. Time for our one-liners. I give Eduardo the last one-liner because you're now surprised that you have to deliver a one-liner. Very sorry for that.
Reminding when I was like 15 years old, I went to the Teatro Colón in Buenos Aires, beautiful opera house. And we had a great conductor, an orchestra, and he was so good that, you know, rounds of applause, a second, a bis, another one. And at some point, the guy wanted to say, I have nothing else to play. And he just went up there like that and said, you know, my pockets are empty. I'm bored of myself now, so I would avoid the last sentence.
Okay, thank you. Gabriela?
Well, I think the song, the last song touched me so much, and I cannot avoid finishing with that. I don't know if you know it, but Viva la Vida is inspired on the French Revolution. It's a retelling of the French Revolution. And it was, I don't know if they chose it by, you know, on purpose, but I was like touched. I was like, oh, this is funny. And I feel this is, we talk about change, transition. This is a revolution. We are living a revolution, and that's amazing. That's my last sentence, revolution.
The new French Revolution.
The new French Revolution, worldwide revolution.
From the heart.
From the heart, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Adi.
Yeah, we are humans, and humans have certain anthropological drivers, social. We need to have a degree of autonomy. We need to be courageous. We need to be curious. We need to be creative. If it wasn't for our ancestors, we would be doing this today in a cave somewhere down by the Rift Valley. Thankfully, we have been curious. Thankfully, our ancestors are being curious. And it's our duty to continue the tradition as humans to be curious going forward, to your point.
Thank you. Andreas, would you like to?
Yeah, you have a very complimentary thought. I was just, I would say, like, let's not forget that freedom is like at the core of the idea of what is human, which is maybe defining us like in a theological way, in a philosophical way, maybe also in an anthropological way, like the freedom of choice to do what we want. And let's not forget this, because I think that's the one point that can't be can't be replaced by any AI or whatever. Like machines can't be free, I think, and algorithms can't be free. So yeah, let's remember that.
Thank you. Yeah, algorithms can't be free. Yeah. Very much indeed. So, Stefan, your one-liner from Munich.
In the last sentence, yes.
Yeah.
In Munich, there is a comedian, Karl Valentin, and he said, everything is said, but not by everybody. And this is a learning conference. Normally, my last word would be vive la différence. But I learned something and I correct myself. It's viva la vida, Gabriela. I learned a lot from you. And when you told this again, I had in mind this YouTube video. I was not sure if you have seen it 30 minutes ago because I was waiting here in this room. And please, if you have the chance over the weekend, look the video of Coldplay of the conference in South America with approximately 200,000 people.
Yeah.
And look about the atmosphere. And you see never, and I'm a computer scientist, you see never a concert with so many mobile phones, and all were enlightening, and Coldplay did an automatic algorithm that they have different colors. It's amazing. It's amazing. But, and this is my last word, all these mobile phones can never have the spirit of the human beings which are there. Thank you so much for everybody, and thank you so much, Gabriela, that you took me this idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
I like that.
From the heart, we promised this is going to be fun as well. So I'm going to chime in with what you just said. Yesterday we heard machines are not intelligent, actually. And a colleague of mine once said, you know, the chess computer is not intelligent. If it was intelligent, it would say, I'm doing something else tomorrow. And so let me end with not mine, but with the famous last words of Steve Denning with the last postscriptum session that we had. And he said famously, famous last words, don't do stupid things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eduardo.
And computers can't get drunk.
It's a main
That's a big
feature.
difference.
Yeah.
I'll honor it.
Would you have some closing?
No, that's okay.
Thank you.
We're done.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
See you again.
Take care. Thank you.
And here we are for one final time back at Drucker TV. I'm Daniel, still Daniel, your still friendly and still very much excited host. And what an interesting time it's been. And we've learned so much, and I don't want to ramble too much, but I want to do one or two things. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for joining us. I would like to thank the amazing team behind the camera and all around. However, I would also like to thank Richard Straub for some of the amazing words he said. And what I took down as note is performance matters. That's not just a motto for next year, it should always be an overall matter. We learned it is all about sparking the entrepreneurial spirit, and how right he is. He so beautifully said that entrepreneurs have the passion and are willing to take up responsibility. And if I may add, responsibility to bring forwards the change, because that's exactly what you need. You might be thinking at home, yeah, but who is going to bring forward the change, you may ask. Yeah, and that's where you come in, because someone has to do something, and you, Sunshine, are exactly that someone. No pressure on you, but you know, performance matters, responsibility, and it's about sparking the entrepreneurial spirit. If not you, if not now, who then? Now, without any further ado, it's been a pleasure to be with you back home. Take care, stay safe, and we're very much looking forward to seeing you again next year here at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Thank you very much, take care, and goodbye.